CQ400 Railcar. All right. Obviously, without them, we wouldn't be here right now.
True. Speaking of the glue, making it happen, Yoko Poke, who they were a member of Hibiscus, as long as I'm not getting my teams backwards, I'm 99% sure. Super cool player, super cool person, so we're really glad to see them there. On that team also, we've got Debo, or if it's DB Ox, sorry about that, I'm saying Debo, Captain Nitro, and Temp. Start is eternally my enemy. Oh, there we go. So right now they're sitting at 1 win and 2 losses, so they're looking to see what they can do. Scrolling down just a little bit, let's see if I can creep on what they've been up to. It's a little too early, I'm going to be honest, this is all just words to me. It's all just letters and words. So we'll look at the next team that we have, but at least I'm a step above yesterday. Yesterday I thought the trackpad on the laptop was like a tap situation, so I was like, Marsh,
oh, no.
It's frozen, it's not working, and then I click and I was like, never mind, I'm just an idiot.
How did we last for so long?
Couldn't even tell you. Charisma will take you a long way. It's like Matt Sai said yesterday, a confident fellow that can cover a multitude of sins. Let's get this refreshed here.
If you could only access the information, that'd be great.
Yeah, petition to get start to work just a little bit better for you.
Well, as he attempts to do that, I guess I could do a little bit of clarification with the cards if you're interested in that, and you're here at MomoCon, obviously. We're not quite sure how we're handling it. It feels like every 5 minutes we change our plans regarding the cards, but you just walk up to any of the burgers, you're like, hey, can I have a card? And
yeah, and
we'll just give you a card. And if you manage to assemble all 6 cards, yes, there was one burger who couldn't make it, you get yourself a sticker.
Yeah, there you go. So a little incentive. The life hack there, if you find me, this guy, odds I've got them all, so odds are I can fast pass you to that card or the sticker. But yeah, a little bit of a commemorative situation, and I think who doesn't love free cardboard, right? And especially if it shines, that's a double bonus. That's not a phrase, but it is now.
Yeah, and apologies for the delay. It seems like there's some issues getting the first game going, but as soon as that's ready, we'll hop to that. But until then, you're stuck with us for a few minutes.
Yeah, you're stuck with us. So thanks for hopping in. MomoCon 2026, we are here in the Splatoon room. People are getting set up on the stream set up front. Let's talk a little bit of Turkey. Sparda, as far as the maps that we've seen, are there any maps that didn't make the cut, or maybe an unusual map that you would like to see played competitively? Do you think Urchin should be in here?
I'm pretty certain that you're a mind reader, because I was just about to say that.
Yeah.
And the only reason why is because I think we need more chaos.
Speaking of more chaos, Sparda, I see a Helldiver, so we're just going to have to... Sparda, you've got this, let me see if I can get them. Yeah, look at that
Look
cape
at them go, yeah.
For Super Earth, good for them, man, cool. If I ever have to vanish mysteriously, it's because I found a cosplayer that I just need a photo with. So you and Jerry.
Oh yeah, the third member of this crew.
Little Cronana guy, except they're is it a passion fruit? Is it a?
I think it's just a dragon fruit.
Dragon fruit, that's the one. The maker of these, this is our teammate Raviolis, so I don't have all the deets, but they're here, our good luck token. And yeah, they have a booth here, the maker of them. So if you're into adorable little friends and plushies, find that booth. I wish I could tell you where they were, so this isn't very helpful, but yeah, they're here and they are our good luck charm.
Just know that they exist and they will bring you joy.
They'll bring you joy, and that's what it's all about. Oh yeah, there he is, right in the background. That's our guy Ravioli. I point to the heavens, very helpful. So the teams are, yeah, there you go. So the teams are assembling on the stage here. We've got our 8 players. It takes a little bit to get into LAN mode because Nintendo, the button situation's a little bit funky. You've got to push them all down to get into shoal mode or LAN mode, and then find that lobby and get everybody in there. And so we're just waiting for them to do that. Looping back to our map conversation, you said Urchin might be a good contender.
Even though I know that competitively that'd be a terrible idea, I still want it to happen.
A lot of people hate Urchin Underpass, which as the boomers that we are, you know, our Splatoon journey kind of began on, I guess it technically began on Salt Spray and Walleye Warehouse, but quickly after that, Urchin. And I mean, that's the one that they put in Mario Kart, which still is bizarre to think about, like that's there. It is just weird to me. But what mode on Urchin should not ever see the light of day?
I would have to say TC, but it looks like we're getting started now.
Yeah, we're just checking out the players. Everybody's ready. They're getting their game faces on. Yeah, hello. I think as you're getting set for your first match of the day, important to do some deep breathing. And this is going to sound like such an old person thing to say, but I'm so serious. Do some deep breathing, do some vocal warm-ups, make sure that you're feeling loose, feeling comfortable, and stretches as well for your hands and your arms, all that stuff. I think at a con like this, when you are walking around for so long, yesterday I clocked about 6 miles, so it can be a little bit of an adjustment. It's important to stay loose, so that way you just feel in that flow state and you're ready to go. And so these teams we see, they're loose, they're having fun, they're ready, they're maybe doing some trash talk across the board. We love to see it. And we're excited to get in. We've got Silly Goobers versus Aeronautics 1. So I'm going to switch the pool because that means we're looking at the wrong pool. So USF Gold, we did the free advertising for you, but we're not seeing you. We are looking instead at, when this decides to load, pool 1 here in Redemption is what we're looking at. So in this pool, we have Silly Goobers, of course, Aeronautics, Blockies, let me get the full name on this one. Blockies, Funny Doings International, and we'll be seeing them a little bit after this. So we're going to see a good time. I'm going to look through this. Actually, my team, Black Squid Ink Burger, a moment ago we were scrimming or at least 2 members, I'm not really sure, of Blocky's Funny Doings International, and they were doing pretty good. They were moving quick and they were moving powerful, so we're looking forward to that set in addition to this one. On Silly Goobers, I probably shouldn't click this because it's going to take a million years to load, but I'm going to do it.
It'll be fine.
For Silly Goobers, we have Peace, Conga, Crinvem, No Chirasu, and Splatoon 3 is the game. That's not a player's name. I read that like it was a player, but that's not quite correct.
Whoa, they got the whole game to be on the team? That's crazy.
What kind of a sponsorship deal you got going on? No, we're going to be playing Splatoon 3. And so they are our Silly Goobers on the left-hand side. And then on the right, we have Aeronautics-1. And for them, we're going to have to wait for start to load for just a minute. But once it does, Spartolino Tortellini III, let me know if I can stall for any more time. Man, it is not loading.
Please stand by while we refresh this page a million times.
Yeah, technical difficulties. The start is feeling a little bit under the weather, apparently.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you got so many tournaments going on, probably using the same Wi-Fi spot, so, you know.
Oh, never mind. Our players are giving us content here. We got a heated battle of rock, paper, scissors. We just caught the end of it. But
whoops.
Not sure who was the victor there, but love to see that. The friendly, even heated rivalry between teams. Like, I think a big part of this event and just Splatoon, or even LANs in general, tournaments, right? Have fun. I think for us, right, we're not the sweatiest. We value having fun more than anything, and so if we feel like playing, we'll be playing. I think this is a little bit of an old man rant maybe, but if you're getting into Splatoon competitive, or even if you've been here a while and you're trying to find yourself, I think it's important to define what success looks like for you. Because if it's reaching the very, very top, you know, that's great, and also you've got a long road ahead of you. If it is having fun and making friends and doing your best, you know, less glory, but I would say that's the road that BSIB has taken, and we are one of, if not the only, but one of the only teams to be alive for this long with our original roster. And so it's just a quick call out that, you know, make sure that you're having fun, that you're being a good team player, you're wholesome, and we're going to see some wholesome Splatoon action here with Silly Goobers and Aeronautics. We heard the little ping that they are selecting their weapons. They are getting ready to go here, and wouldn't you know it, right on cue, Start has readied up. So for aeronautics, who do we have, Sparda?
We have a person whose name I cannot pronounce. I will just say
Olixel, right?
yeah, Olixel. There we go. Yes, Nuggy, Pebble, and Ace Light.
Ace Light with 2 eyes. Ace Light.
Ace Light.
Ace Light. So we're excited. We are ready to see some Splatoon. While they ready up, I'm going to pull up the map list so we can have that to chat about. If I can find that really quick. Gut feeling, Sparta, where are we going? What's our map?
I'm going to say we're going to start with zones on Hagglefish.
He said the golden standard, y'all. He said the golden standard. Okay, so this is going to be Redemption round 1, I believe. If I'm looking at the right thing, this should be nearly got it. TC on ship shape, not even close. So if we've got that right, we'll be looking at TC ship shape Cargo Co. That's a fun one. I think as far as Splatoon maps go, I would say ship shape is one of the more unique ones. And we're about to see how this plays out here in Game 1, Silly Goobers versus Aeronautics, MomoCon Day 2. Let's get this thing started.
All right. I mean, I guess as this match loads up, I'm not a big fan of this map mode. As a backline, it's a little chaotic for me, and we could probably see that in the team comps right here. You know, on the side of Silly Goobers, we have Not, Forge Pro, Zap, and Reef Dredge. All right, as first blood goes to Aeronautics. Sorry, this is. I'm trying to focus with all the crazy con stuff happening right now.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of background noise. It takes, just like the players, it takes the comms a while to get their head in the game. Nuggy on that sword. So yeah, let's look at the comps here. For Silly Goobers, they've got Splatana Stamper. They've got that Dapples, which is a popular pick right now. The Forge Pro, a good choice for tower. Having that clear option is really good. Oh, and I can't even get through the end of it. Conga guarding that tower with their life. They're playing, that's NZAP, no? Get out of the ink. Let me see your weapon. Yeah, they're on the tower. They almost have cooler, but we're not going to see that because of the dread piece here. They're trying to lure. They're trying to bait because they have that reef slider ready. They're trying to take that aggro away, and they're going to be coolered with the power of point sensor. Anything is possible, which makes Ace Light jump out because they want to stay alive. And right now, Silly Goobers trying to slow this down, but it seems like they're just kind of losing some of these fights. And Aeronautics. It'll take me a second to get the teams. Aeronautics, our ink colors are both blue. Huh. They're taking Aeronautics is trying their best to slow this down, but they're having a little bit of a tricky time staying alive, which has given Silly Goobers the ability to push way up here and keep that.
All
how
right.
about that?
I think from looking at both comps, as you know, like right now they're having a good old skirmish right now. I think the interesting pick here is Reef in general, because like maybe I'm out of the loop. I mean, you're way more in the loop than I am, but seeing Reef Slider in TC is kind of odd to me. Like it doesn't really scream tower clear. I guess it would be a good pick on this map just because it's so congested and close quarters. As we see here, Silly Goober is just kind of pushing on through with no issues. The Dredge picking up 2, I believe, and I think this might be a game-winning push here. Aeronautics seems very staggered right now, kind of getting a free ride to the end, and that'll bring us to the end of Game 1.
That'll do it. Game 1, I think Silly Goobers, they did a really good job with their positioning at getting up in there and just, I think, that snowball effect, love it or hate it in Splatoon 3, if you can keep that snowball rolling, it is just going to get bigger. As far as the pick on the Dread Ringer with the Reef Slider, I think on a very flat map, I would agree with you. Maybe not a good choice, but Ship Shape with all of those random ledges. So the Reef Slider, it recently got that patch that changed it so it didn't paint as much and instead had more damage. It could get you from further around. And I'll speak for BSIB here. We are continually caught off guard by the new hitbox where it's like, are you, I died to that? Hello, are we playing the same game? And so I wonder if Silly Goobers was kind of counting on that, maybe some of those surprises to catch them off guard and some of those elevation differences. And wouldn't you know it, I would say it worked out pretty well because even if I think even if you don't get the pick, if you scare and shuffle and move somebody out of a key position, not only does that get your opponents out of your hair, but it also sets your teammates to fill that space and move in and take that. And I think that is one of the, it's a crucial thing of Splatoon 3, getting space and just being scary, right?
Yeah.
And for us short-range players, a little bit of a bummer with that because it seems like some of the comp is gravitating towards a little bit longer range, but that's not going to stop your Dapples players, your Sploosh players. Splatoon can be many things, and so for teams who are out there defying the meta and doing their own thing, I would say more power to you.
Yeah, I agree with most of your points there. It's just kind of like, for TC specifically, like how would you put Reef Slider in the, like, why would you pick Reef Slider over Strikes or Booyah Bomb, right? Because it kind of does the same thing, but it's instant tower clear.
Yeah.
Last 10 seconds, you just win the game.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm not the one in the kitchen. I'm not the one cooking. They're winning with it, so, I mean, I can't say anything bad about it. It's working.
Sure. If it works, it works. I think the other option then would be the normal bucket instead of Dread.
Yeah, the good old reliable.
And as we've learned on burgers, sometimes normal bucket just doesn't scratch that itch. But we're moving into Splat Zones on Barnacle and Dime. Silly Goobers is one up. They're switching up their comp a little bit. They're bringing out the S Blast instead of, I believe, the Dread, correct?
Yeah. No more Dread.
And then Aeronautics, I believe, maybe the Gal switched out, but a pretty similar comp. So pretty typical. We're fighting for the zone here at the beginning. Alexel on that blaster is just trying to shoot and poke and get some space. But Silly Goobers, they do have their cooler online, so maybe going to get a little brave, but maybe a little too brave, as Peace is the last one. The S-Blast, and Aeronautics is saying, get him,
nope.
and killed on the spot.
Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, kind of talking about comps and stuff. Here, definitely, I would see where most teams would be like, all right, bring out the heavy, bring out the pen. But that's not what we're seeing here. And honestly, I'm a big fan. We get more close-range fights. We get more scrambles. Right now, Silly Goobers is in a really commanding position. Silly Goobers were in a very commanding position there. Looked like they had it under control, but Aeronautics kind of got a second wind, and now they're in control. Right now, they're just kind of painting mid, heading towards their spawn, just kind of poking, trying to see who they can single out, get a pick. If you were Silly Goobers, Aeronautics, what would you do in this situation, since you're obviously not in a good situation?
I would go 3 down, I'd go 3 down, I think, so that way I can really just set really the mind games, right? Just to kind of catch Silly Goobers off guard, because the way we saw this game begin, Aeronautics had a really clean hold on the zone, and maybe they got a little too relaxed, and Silly Goobers said, nah, we preferred game 1 where we were riding on top, and right now Aeronautics are kind of running out of time. They're running into that Booyah Bomb as well, and they need to move really quick with that Booyah Bomb and paint if they're going to try and make a cap. They almost have it, but Discord mod, as they often do, showing up to shut that down. Game 2, Silly Goobers.
Yeah, right now, I mean, this set's looking pretty heavily in favor of Silly Goobers. I mean, they take the objective, they're able to hold it, they're able to kind of keep Aeronautics kind of stuck in their spawn for a good amount of time. If Aeronautics manage to get a pick or two, the last two are able to hold their ground, hold objective till the other two get back on. Good old same song and dance.
Yeah, got a fist bump action. Good job, Silly Goobers. So an interesting thing with the comp, the Forge and the NZAP, I feel like, kind of canceled out the Gal and the NZAP on the other side, right?
Yep.
The difference was you had then 2 blasters that, I mean, all you blasters out there can nerd out and tell me I'm wrong, that they don't cancel each other out, but my brain is smooth, I play roller, so blaster is a blaster. So then the big difference there, Silly Goobers, they had the knot on their ballpoint? No, knot.
What?
They had the knot on their side. Like I said, smooth brain, I'm off the hook. The knot was kind of what was rivaling the Stamper on the other side. And I wonder if that played a little bit of a part of it, because, I don't know, I think knot is in a pretty decent place right now, no?
Yeah, I would. You typically won't see it over heavy for obvious reasons. I mean, heavy's kind of everywhere at all levels right now, but I I mean, kinda. I feel like the matchup's kinda even. I feel like maybe the Stamper's playing a little bit too scared, respecting the knot a little much. Because as somebody who plays Splatlings, the matchup isn't that free.
No.
If I stop paying attention for a second, the zip gets popped and I'm gone. Because it's so easy for the Stamper to close the distance and then just either two-tap me or slam me with the zip or just one-shot me with the close-range charge slash. So I feel like maybe the Stamper was respecting the knot a little bit too much there. I think I want to see a little bit more aggression from Aeronautics. They're being a little bit too passive when they should be trying to think of a way to force themselves back into objective.
I would say on top of that, maybe devil's advocate, you also need paint for that, and they really they lost that paint game as they kept on going down. And so here we're moving to Undertow Rainmaker, and this game can be wrapped up as soon as it started because of the volatile nature of Rainmaker. Aeronautics, they have that first push, but as we saw in that last game on Barnacle and Dime, it doesn't really mean that much. Getting that first hold does not mean anything here in Splatoon 3. Nuggy, they took our advice. They're getting in close, and they get that hit on Beast.
All right.
Do a style jump, and then they're going to escort their Rainmaker. They are moving quick to that check. We see Discord Mod on the Gal. They're hiding here to get that pick. They take out the Rainmaker. Their shot was true, and that push may be a little bit too quick on the side of Aeronautics as they are now 3 down, but their respawn, or the player that is left they did throw that cooler, and so Peace on the S blast. They're pushing up, seeing what they can find under there under the ledge. It might be nasty, but not enough time for that reef. Nuggy does another flyby, jumps out of there, and Aeronautics, they have taken Silly Goobers 2 down as we have a crazy zip from downtown. Nuggy said, "Watch me do a sick flip." They're looking for Discord Mod. They get that pick, not too bad, and they land safely to help their team and maybe get that pick on Vice in mid. Nope, a little too far.
Yeah, right now, Aeronautics kind of showing up, doing some good work. They got the initiative on the first push, but on the other side of that, Silly Goobers putting up a really good defense. 3 down on the side of Aeronautics. Silly Goobers, the ball's in their court, and they're taking it to the first check. I don't really see how they don't take it. Yep, they take it. They're up 1 right now, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna get the pop here. Maybe get a little bit more mileage. The flank almost successful there. Vice on it with that knot, protecting themselves from the flank. Nobody feels like grabbing the Rainmaker yet. Yep, all right, there we go. Someone finally grabs the Rainmaker.
We're too busy getting flow. We're feeling ourselves a little bit.
I feel that. Ooh. 3 on the... Wow, man, Vice is just going in with that knot, and that's it. Game 3's over.
Everybody, these goobers are not as silly as they seem. They mean business. They put up a quick 3 games, but that was a good Splatoon. That was fun to watch. What do you think made that flip so strong? They got that check, and they kept it rolling.
It kind of felt like Silly Goobers wasn't willing to commit until they saw that they got advantage, right? Because it kind of felt like Aeronautics was like, as soon as they got a whiff of a little something, they all just committed rather than being like, okay, how far can we get with this push?
Sure.
Should we hold mid a little bit? Maybe get someone else down, maybe get them staggered, then make the push? They weren't really doing that. They were just kind of, they saw the first check in sight, and that's all they wanted. And I kind of feel that's kind of what bit them in the end.
Yeah. I think another thing on top of that, with Zipcaster, it's a bit of a silly goober special, and you've got to be careful. Vice on the Splatling did a really nice job at the end there. They were tracking that zip. They went up, and they said, get out of here, and got that pick. And those are fast reflexes, right? You train that, you get that sharp, and that really paid off. We also saw, I believe it was Peace, on the S blast for Silly Goobers. They were sharking behind that pillow, and they waited their time. I saw on the left got painted, on the right got painted, and they held their ground. And we didn't quite see how it panned out, but it certainly took enough focus off of where the Rainmaker was that they kept that snowball going, they kept that movement going, and wouldn't you know it, they are now moving on. So for Redemption here, correct me if I am wrong here, but the way that I understand it is the winner of these pools, 3 teams in a pool, the winner of all of these sets will be moving on, and 3 teams are going to be joining our champions in gold and fighting for the gorgeous medal made by Tori. Really, really great job there. The rest of us who don't make it out of redemptions, we played our best, but we get to go spend billions of dollars in the artist alley. So who's the real winner, am I right? And so now silly goobers, they are in the clear, they are free, they are maybe don't take it easy, keep that gas in the tank, keep going, drink some gas so you can play real fast, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Legal warning, do not drink gas. And so they're looking good. Aeronautics, maybe still, I think, this is going to sound corny, but you never lose if you learn. And so if you can have a powwow and kind of just chat about maybe what we could do a little bit differently, what our opponents did really well, I think that's I think some of the things that I try and do instead of dwelling on, oh man, boo-hoo, really focus on, okay, they did great, what are the takeaways? Because it's really easy in a multiplayer game like this to get bad mental. And maybe this is a dramatic monologue for that set, because it was a great set. But just for those out there, try and keep that good mental, because in a game like this, it's really important. Especially if you've been around for 10 long years.
Yeah, and I feel like that's something that not a lot of people in the competitive community talk about. As someone who's been around the block, I used to play a lot of Melee back then, played a lot of Third Strike. I've been around the block, and I feel like something like that exactly is something that a lot of newer players that are entering competitive don't really take into consideration. It's like, it doesn't feel good to lose. I think it doesn't take a rocket scientist to tell you that, but it's what could I have done better to change the outcome, right? Like outside of mechanical skill, outside of that, what could I have done in the match to achieve a better outcome? Whether it be like, maybe you don't get bodied, maybe you win, right?
Easy, just
right?
win.
It's like, or maybe you could have lost a little less brutal, or you could have won. But that's something that I feel like a lot of people really need to learn, is learning from your losses, right? Because I feel like that's a trap that a lot of low and mid-level players tend to find themselves in, where you only want to learn from when you win. And I don't know if that's picking up on the mic, but something in the ult side is getting really hyped. There's a huge crowd, people jumping around. Oh, no, that's a Splat side.
We're popping off. Let's see if we can see. We're going to take you with us, y'all. Splatoon is happening. It's not going to pick up on the stream, but there's something going on. We are excited, and it's some of that energy that it's like, come to MomoCon, get some of this action, because it's, good shot, everybody. Because we love the pop-offs. Seeing your friends and your gamers in person is just such a different vibe. It's so fun to celebrate and have these adventures, these shared memories with your team. Even back in 27, when Burgers had their first LAN, it sticks with you. The memories are eternal. And so if you can make it out to a LAN, celebrate, party, meet your friends, meet your foes, and triumph, It's just such a good time, and we love those pop-offs. It makes it just so memorable, and I don't know, MomoCon is really a good time, especially if your webcam is framed up nice and right. We'll move it a little more to your side. The OCD's coming out just a smidge, but
half my head just off the screen.
Yeah. I'm Take, you're half of you. And
I'm half of Sparda. Yeah. I'm Spar.
And so it's just a really good time out here. We've got our first set done. We're going to be looking. We're going to be waiting a little bit for everybody to get on the stream set up. So if you're here with us in the chat, grab your water, grab your snacks. Just hang out with us for a while. Sparda, once we finish up with our Splatoon today, are there any things in the con that are on your bucket list that you can't wait to go do?
Artist Alley, plain and simple. There is so much cool stuff that I couldn't buy yesterday just because I didn't have the room for it, man.
Yeah, we see Sparda's wallet jump out of his pocket and start running away. It's like, no, please. It'll get you, man. I think one of the biggest just wow moments for me was the size of some of the things in here, like the giant tapestries, which that's not too bad because you can kind of fold that in.
Yeah.
But some of the plushies are the size of your car. Some of the prints and canvases are just gigantic. There are some really, really neat things here. And so I think obviously it's fun to get merch for your passions and the things you love. And from, really cool artists as well. I think that's a really cool part of it. But in addition, it's commemorative, right? You're remembering that time you went out to this event and maybe tried something a little bit scary, a little bit new, but ultimately had a great time. So another plug, get outside your comfort zone. We come to, make stuff happen, meet your friends, have a good time. It's really important. Maybe not important, but it's fun. It's heckin' fun. So we're all having a good time. It's one thing that you do have to sacrifice is your concept of time.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you what day it is, much less what time it is. So you kind of enter this new state of being. You're kind of just flowing through booth to booth, and your feet hurt and you're hungry, but I don't know. You're running on a different kind of fuel. So that's the con experience.
Yeah. And what do you think, Jerry? What do you think of the con so far?
Jerry's thinking big thoughts. I don't know if they can really. Where's Rav? Rav could probably interpret some Jerry thoughts for us. Speaking of spending money in the con, Rav is probably doing that as we speak. So we'll have to check in with Rav later to get some Jerry thoughts. Whip, where's Rav? Over there? Yeah. It's been confirmed by our guy on the source. Yeah, Rav is out there doing devious things. But yeah, that'll be us as soon as, so once we finish with our commentary after this block at 2 p.m., we will be, hopefully we're not still on at 2 p.m. because you folks at home will be like, get these guys off the air. At about 2 p.m., that is when BSIB, the pool I should say, with BSIB, that's when that starts. So no break, or no rest for the wicked after this. We'll be jumping right on over to that set. And
except for me, though, because since, I'm the team coach for this land, so I got to sit back and yell at you guys.
Lucky you, my friend. That also makes you the water boy, I'm afraid. If we hunger, you got to go get us some.
Absolutely not. You get that stuff on your own.
No, it was worth a try. But yeah, after this, we're going to be playing some Splatoon. Our group looks pretty stacked. As long as it hasn't changed, we have High Point in our group, which, for those of you who may not know, High Point, they have been around for a very, very long time. One of the co-captains, Callium, has been playing Splatoon for just about as long as we have. They've been on the scene from practically day one. They were a bit smart and decided to die during Splatoon 2. Meanwhile, we were suffering through it and saying, man, this game is, pardon me, ass. And so, Cal picked a good time to kind of go in cryo freeze and, be under the ice for a little while, but we're very glad that they have come back for Splatoon 3, and they're on the scene now with their team High Point. Also in High Point, we've got Tusk, Mage, and Dust. And their names are probably, they're different in-game because the switch pulls from your, whatever. We'll get there when we get there. But they've got hold that thought. We have got some sick stuff to show off. So
you should present them.
Yeah, we were talking earlier about the medals for MomoCon designed by Tori. Tori makes really incredible art on the Splatoon scene. Bug Slap as well. You might remember them from the weapon arsenal they did where they took every single weapon in Splatoon 3, count them, every one, and made a gorgeous custom enamel pin.
Are you ready?
For them all. So, let's take a look at these medals.
For first place, obviously, the gold.
Look at that. You got the squid with like the ranked little thing in the what do you call that? Medallion emblem in the back. MomoCon 2026 Splatoon, first place. And that peach on the front, gorgeous. For a minute, it almost reminded me of the elephant berry from Mario Wonder. And I was like, wait a minute, what am I seeing? But no, peach to remember Georgia. Look at that. Yeah, get in there, get in there.
Get two. This is for fourth. This is for third.
Gorgeous.
We don't have the silver quite yet, but we'll get there.
Gorgeous. Yeah, this is wouldn't you know it, not to sell ourselves short, but this is the closest we're going to get to Splatoon Gold. So Sparda, let's get a photo with that medal. Hold that up.
Oh, sure, yeah, we won.
Yeah, you can see us. Get that in there. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's captured two different ways. We got it. Bam. So that's the gorgeous, gorgeous medal. Yeah, the list of reasons to go to a LAN right there. Brilliant. So well done, Tori. Thank you so much for putting that together for everybody. That's a huge prize. And we're going to see later today who is walking away with that prize. If Black Squid Ink Burger, with their 10 years of experience, can go undefeated against billions of teams that are far more skilled than them, we'll be walking away with that gold. But you might as well buy a lottery ticket because those are low odds, baby. And so we'll be looking later to see who walks home with that trophy.
And it looks like, we're ready to go for round 2 between Swan House 2.0 and the goats that got us here in the first place, the MARTA CQ400 Railcar.
Thank you, MARTA. You're the best. I believe they are switched right now. Let's have a look and see who's on MARTA Railcar. Rosters. What the heck? Does the trackpad? Our technology's being a little fussy, but we'll see once we get launched into here. I think like Sparda said earlier, our connection is just having a little bit of a hard time keeping up with all the different streams and productions going on. Connection's a little snail-like today, but our teams are getting set up. We have, like Sparda said, Swan House 2.0 and MARTA CQ400 Railcar. Sparda, this is your first time riding on the MARTA. Tell us your MARTA experience. What should the people expect?
It's unique. That's all. I'll leave it at that. It's a unique experience.
It is unique. You know, it gets you from point A to point B for relatively cheap, so that's a huge plus. But a phenomenon that we have discovered is you will get MARTA butt. You might say, what is MARTA butt? It is when you're sitting in those seats, a whole lot of people have been sitting in them before you. So, yeah, make sure you're washing your hands, being cleanly. You know, that's a big part of coming to lands as well. Don't want that gamer stink on you. But no, we're thankful for the MARTA. I think it's really fun when you kind of comparing an event like this to Riptide, for example. Riptide is phenomenal. It is great. You go to the Kalahari and have a really good time with your friends in the water park and eating at the restaurants and playing Splatoon. And also, you're a little bit locked down to that area unless you or your friend has done the brave move of renting a car. And so having the MARTA as an option here is really nice to be able to explore a little bit more around where you are. So that way, I'm sure, many of you who have went to lands or events in the past, your friends and family are like, oh, how was Georgia? And you're like, I didn't leave the venue, and so what I saw was great. And so it's kind of cool to be able to see a little bit more of the city, to try a little bit more food than the $9 hot dog stands, you know what I'm saying? And so just another, the MARTA, it does the job. It gets done what it needs to get done. And we're going to see here momentarily on Splat Zone's Hagglefish Market, the golden standard, if the MARTA can keep on chugging.
Yeah, and I think that was the upset that that USF Gold beat.
Oh,
yeah,
I didn't see that one.
I think yeah. All right, well, let's see how this plans out. We got on the side of Swan House, we got Bronze, Alan the Alien, Lisa, and Astral.
Very good. And MARTA over here, we've got Yoko Poke, lovely player, Debo, DeBox, Nitro, and Temp. We're going to see how this goes. Lisa on the Splat Roller. Love to see that. And we got some interesting comps going on here, but there is range. Astral is rolling in with that Charger, and Bronze on that heavy Splatling, a good, solid, popular pick right now. And MARTA Railcar, they certainly do not have that range, but I believe that's the Dapples with beacons, is it? No, it's not. It's not. That's the one with... No. What does that one have? The blue one. It's, well, we're going to see in a little bit. Oh, Torpedo and Reef. Thank you for that. And their dying moments. They gave me the intel I needed. Right now, we're just kind of scrambling over that zone. Alan Alien on that NZ, they're painting up here. They're making sure the zone is covered. As MARTA, they've lost 2 of their wheels. They're 3 of their wheels, even as Yoko Poke is forced to retreat and try and stay alive to have a little bit of presence to help. But Bronze wielding that heavy, getting that pick, and their spacing is really good right now. They're going to get cooler, and they're just... The name of the game here is really how long can you lock your opponents in their spawn. And we're going to see if DeBo's Reef Slider has anything to say about that. It does not. Kind of just a little bit of a gang-up situation there. And they go 2 down again. Sparda, what do they need? What can they do to pivot and try and get some traction in this game?
They just need to dislodge the heavy charger. Like I think, kind of going back to the first set that we were commentating on, this is kind of what I expect going into a zones game, right? Got the heavy for the paint, and you got the charger, whether it be regular charger, a leader, or pencil. That's gonna if you're relying on a bow to get rid of those 2, it's gonna be an uphill battle, as we clearly saw.
Uphill battle indeed. We saw the flanking heavy We saw bronze in that flank, and normally I'd say, interesting, but it worked out just fine. Because if you can hold your ground and you can make that happen, that really takes away the attention of your opponents from what they need to be focusing on, the zone. But what can you do, right? If you have an angry, heavy splatling that's going to get you, you can only ignore that for so long before it becomes fatal. So game number 1, going to Swan House. I feel like if you're MARTA Railcar, and for any of you who saw our sets yesterday with me and Marsh, our predictions on comp changes were not accurate at all. So we'll see if that changes any today. But if you're MARTA Railcar, you need a little bit more range. What do you think you move to?
No, absolutely. I feel like the Dapple and the bow gotta go. Those 2 weapons kind of can't do anything to really challenge Heavy Charger. Heavy Charger is just consistently strong, right? You got Heavy that has the potential to flank. It's covering the front lines. You have Charger watching basically everybody. It keeps an eye on the Heavy, keeps an eye on the front lines. It's, it has piercing for those unfortunate collaterals. It's just, it's the standard in the meta for a reason. And I feel like, as much as you love your bow, as much as you love your Dapples, sometimes you just have to make that adjustment. They need a little bit of range, first and foremost.
A little bit of range would go a long way. On something like Rainmaker Humpback Pump Track, this is an interesting one. Maybe you could keep the bow here, shoot those shots over that ledge. That could go crazy. I wonder if you switch to the red Dapples so you have that cooler, those beacons, and really have that control of those spaces. I think if there's a map and a mode where you can get away with really sneaky behavior, it's going to be this one. We see a little bit, we got some shooters, we got buckets. Oh yeah, a similar situation from MARTA Railcar, and then Swan House, they're rolling up with that blaster instead of the roller. Interesting pivot. So at this one, you want to be really careful that the pop does not claim your boys because it's a little deceptive. It covers almost all of that middle circle. And I think Railcar's a little bit afraid. Oh, not afraid enough to get a pick on bronze. Okay, a little bit of a trading situation to see who can establish. So Railcar, they put that defensive bubble on that check. Maybe not a lot of value on it. It seems like, the vac is coming out.
Oh, the vac, yep.
Interesting. Who?
The vac is back.
The Charger with vac. I kind of forget what the Charger specials are sometimes, and that was really useful for clearing that first check. And they're keeping their foot on the gas a little bit too fast as they speed into the MARTA Railcar, who is ready to roll. So they have that Zook to keep them away. And I don't know if you're here, you probably don't drop it. Maybe just see where your opponents are and try and clean this space out. But you're in deep nitro run into the wave breaker.
Yep.
Uh-oh. This is a snowball map
strong,
indeed.
Yeah, this is a strong push. Wait, did the rain we do a little bit of trolling around here. We're gonna do 2 laps.
Alan Alien said they want to give you guys at home some more content. I think what happened is they went to jump on the ink line and it got painted right before they got it, and down they sunk. It'd be crazy if that made a difference here for this game.
Oh.
See, folks, that's why you bring a roller. Always thank the rollers in your lives and the Zook.
All right.
As Nitro says, okay, we need to get some traction here, but don't leave that Rainmaker for too long. Be careful that there isn't a... yep, see? Ends up right there, waiting for that moment, their moment to get right in there. Temp is taking the Rainmaker right, which this is a tough spot to get out of, especially if your opponents happen to have a heavy, a blaster, and a charger, and bombs. So you kind of want to move out of here as fast as you can. Unfortunately, not really able to, but on the bright side, they managed to take 2 down with them. So right now, both of our teams have 2 people on the ground. DeBow here trying to stabilize. They're painting. They have that bubble down. Sparda, I think the bubbles are maybe just a little bit early. I'm biased. I love to use really offensive bubbles to get in there, try and claim some space, and then rage when it doesn't work. But all
right. Well, I mean, they got the check, so it worked out in the end.
It worked out in the end. A little bit of we're going to sell our souls for the check. But having that done, that is a big deal. The only other big deal to mention is that Swan House 2.0 is moving fast. Elisa's kind of swimming in nothing. There you go. Stay in your ink, pal. And they're going to try and go for these ledges as they splash down the bubble. And Debo said, I am out of here. Good movement, getting out of there.
That was a defensive bubble if I've ever seen one, you know. I feel like in situations like that, it's probably best that you pay attention to the special charge.
And well done
opponents.
to Astral, winning the tap shot and getting that shot on the dread.
Yeah.
That was steezy. That means stylish and easy. Rainmaker here for Swan House. They have it again. Bronze is trying to tote this Rainmaker and see if they can do anything better than 20. As many people know, the game is not won in Rainmaker until it is won. Even if you get that timer down to 1, stranger things have happened. And so we still have a game on our hands. MARTA Railcar manages to take 2 down, and we're going to see if Nitro can find anything with their Zoop. They cannot, but they do scatter. They need to watch this left-hand side as we see Astral, the Charger. They're looking at that, for them, that right side peak. They're seeing what they can do, but they've got chumps in their face and a Rainmaker blast that takes their options away. It says, no menu for you. You're getting what we're serving. And but that leaves Yoko Poke alone in mid with the Maker.
Yeah, I mean things are looking pretty rough for the good old MARTA Railcar, but I mean, a 20-point lead on this map mode, not really all that big. That can change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, certainly.
With fortunately for the side of Swan House, 45 seconds and ticking. They don't got much. They have full map control. Astral hitting their shots, getting incredible value out of their vacs. Probably going to see that get popped as they ready a push. Oh, all right. Yep. Oh.
Okay, so Bronze takes the fall, but the vacuum is live on
the
Astral.
The vac is back.
Alan Alien zooming.
Oh, all right.
Down to 8.
Okay, now that's a much more convincing lead with only 20 seconds left. MARTA's going to have to think of some kind of push to do and do it fast. Thankfully, they forced that check earlier, so they might be able to get it going if they can get there fast enough. But Rainmaker goes down with 10 seconds left. Let's see.
I got to be honest, Sparda, that is the worst place for the Rainmaker to be in with 3 seconds left on the clock. I think especially with the comp on the side of Swan House, you're not getting out of there. I think if the Heavy's alive, if any of them are alive, you're kind of cooked.
Yeah.
And so Swan House, they put up MARTA put up more of a fight, but the MARTA has to get their repairs done every now and again. You got to have a breakdown here and there. So glad to see more of a fight. I think that vacuum, Astral is doing a phenomenal job. But really quick, we've got the webcam isn't on. Never mind. We've got another Helldiver. So for the very, very small overlap of Helldivers and Splatoon folks, if you like Helldivers, which bless your heart if you do, we're going through it, man. There's some good stuff here. But getting back to the Talkin' Turkey, Astral doing a really, really impressive job at playing brave, playing bold. They were up there. They were not hanging back. They're like, either I'm hitting my shots or I die. And you know what? If you're hitting your shots, then you're contributing in a really meaningful way. And I think maybe with that weapon you need to, because if you have vac, you can't really sit in the back and just say, good job, guys, good luck. You need to be up in the action. You protect and you attack. And we saw Astral do that really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much else I can add to that. I mean, their play has been solid outside of Alan the Alien deciding to take a little road trip and then delaying the game a little bit.
Yeah.
Going into game 3, or a little bit of a technical difficulty happening right now. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like there's not much we can add to this right now. We just have to see how this game 3 pans out. Clan Blitz, Scorch.
We're hoping that MARTA Railcar has something to add to this one. Let's see. I think they have early openings where it's an impressive situation, but you need to be careful that you don't kind of play into the hand of your opponent. So let's see what they can do, get some good clam economy, and try and keep the paint down without overextending. As far as changes on comps go, Swan House, they're rolling out with the same thing. MARTA Railcar, I don't know if they've had a gal. I think the gal changed. They used to be shot, I believe. But similar comps that we have going on here. fight for mid. The Charger is already up in the front of the street as Bronze is trying to get that commanding spot on top. And you're coolered. Your team is coolered, so really you have little to lose and everything to gain. As look at this, we're 30 seconds in, and here they come. This Crab, good job sitting back, having that defense and trying to buy some time. But you've got to be careful that your attack isn't just a stall. As we see, the Swan House is up there already. I think they fell down, but they're playing patient. And Splatoon, even though it feels frenetic and crazy, it is a game of patience. Bubble down to buy a little bit more time, but I think if you're MARTA Railcar, you need to find some options that do a little more than buy time. You need the options that take care of the problem.
Getting caught up in the chumps.
Super chumps is the first thing that comes to mind when I'm thinking of a good option to slay. Not at all, but it worked out. Just unlucky timing for Bronze. Okay, and we're seeing, I think Temp got a big assist there to take the blaster down. The only thing is their clams are a little staggered. They don't have that real organized situation going on, and so they had their tiny window, but we need a pick. We need a pick or two. Temp jumps out. They got a little bit frightened there, and I would be too. Lisa's really great on that blaster, and they have Splashdown ready, so if you're even in the same continent as that Splashdown, you better kiss your bum goodbye, because that thing is a menace. The Fatal Chumps come out again. We're going to see if they can rack up another pick there.
Hopefully not this time. I think a little bit of, yeah, okay.
Not this time, not this time. And yeah, the two teams are fighting over mid, seeing what they can make happen. I think really first one to get a pick, and it is Swan House. They're going to have that entryway, but the bubble's there. Thank you so much. The bubble's there kind of locking down that way, and I don't know, Astral's down, but not for very long as they were coolered. They've got those strikes online again, but okay, 2 down, go down on the side of Swan House. And we're going to see if we can get some movement. I think if you're MARTA Railcar, you need to be moving fast and capitalizing on this, because I think the setup time for Swan House is so much shorter than what we see for MARTA Railcar, right? Because for the Heavy and even the Charger, even the Blaster, their whole situation, you don't really need a whole lot of preamble. You get there, you start doing your thing, and your opponents sort of need to respect that or die. I think it takes a little bit more on the side of Railcar, but as I say that, Railcar is here. They've got their power clam and one more in there, but I wouldn't die for that Temp. I wouldn't die for that. I don't know if it's worth it.
I don't think I would do that. You don't want to risk the wipe.
Okay, they get out there and they have a little bit on the board, which I think nothing is safe in clams, right? You need to be thinking about how you can get more points on the board. I mean, and then worst case scenario, how can you prevent your opponents from doing it? I think my saying here is the best defense for clams is just don't die.
So I mean, yeah, we're kind of seeing that there, right? Like, they immediately got the crackback. They're back at the enemy goal. They started to score. They have the pity, but I mean, they managed to get the lead with just regular old clams. I think on the first push, you kind of want to aim for sub 60. Here comes the pity clam, slamming it down for 45. Yep. This is the kind of push you want to see on the initial one. You want to kind of stagger it out a little bit. The last thing you want to do is wipe, and I think Swan House right now is playing this push very carefully. I think they might have greeted a little bit here. Oh, all right. Are they going to get it? Are we going to get a 0 to 100?
I don't know. If they are, they better move really fast. They don't have a ton of clams. They have 3 right now. The NZAP is bringing them in right now, but that's a lot of... and the nick of time.
Saved by the bell.
Saved by the bell, indeed. I think it's really tempting when you're playing, at least for me, it's really tempting to just kind of take my super clam and try and get my football and get really close and just score. But what we saw Swan House do, it was tactical, right? They had plenty of clams. They had the aggro alive to sustain that push. And that's a hard thing to fight back if you're MARTA Railcar running out of gas. But maybe they got a little bit of an injection. That's technically 3 down as we see 2 get splatted on Swan House and the other jump out. And so Temp is up here. They're a little bit alone. They're trying to fight that blaster. They're forced to drop out and be a little bit disconnected from the group. We see Chumps come out, but I don't know if that's going to be the enough to really get you in there. They have 1 super clam and that's it. I think if you're MARTA Railcar,
Yeah, they kind of... I mean, I kind of understand it. They needed to force the push to get something started, but all they really did was kind of prolong the inevitable. Swan House is already ready to score it again if they were allowed to, but yeah, that's it. Time's up.
So we've got another 3-0 on our hands. GG's to both teams. Swan House 2.0 takes the set 3, and MARTA Railcar, I think they didn't have their breeze passes on them. They couldn't get on the they couldn't get on the train, man. They're walking home, I'm afraid. But GG's to both teams. I think patience is the big takeaway, right? Swan House, they did a really good job on not freaking out, on having that aggro, but also not sending it too quick. And I think it paid off for them.
Yeah, I feel like that was a lot, at least on the side of Swan House, I feel like that was a lot more standard. That was a lot more of what I would expect to see. Mm-hmm. Charger plus heavy, or a variation of Charger plus heavy. That's kind of been what I've been seeing a lot lately. Yeah. And I mean, for good reason. It's been performing well, both in the Japanese scene and in the Western scene. Yeah. And I can't believe it took that long to see it.
See it, we did. So we are, for those who might just be tuning in, we are looking at Group 1 within Redemptions. The situation is if you win, you won. Wouldn't you know it?
Whoa, that's crazy. What a concept.
It's crazy. And if you lose, if you get that L, then you're cooked, I'm afraid. And so, as we were joking around earlier, if you win, there are 3 groups of redemption. And so for those 3 groups, the one overall winner of this round robin will be claiming, they'll be, as not our dear friend Nine Whole Grains might say, punching that ticket into gold bracket. And so, if you're making it to gold, more power to you. And if you get those L's, bittersweet, you get to go and hang out. You get to go and check out the Artist Alley, all the different panels that are going on here. And so while you may have lost, you won. So that's where we are with our redemption pools right now. We're having fun. For those of you who maybe you're just tuning in, let's show you around the setup. Maybe you've not been to MomoCon, or maybe it's been a while, you want to see what we're doing here. So, Sparda Man, you feel like being our cameraman yet again?
I'm on it, boss.
All right, let's see it. So, right now, we're kind of in the belly of the convention center, right? Looking at the right side of this gaming area, this is going to be our arcade, right? It's free to play, so you just show up, you wait in line, you find your rhythm game, your taiko, your fighting game, your asteroids, your lot of dancing games, which it's always a bit of a jump scare on the first day when you see like a Demon Slayer or a Dante or a Doom guy or something on like a DDR machine, and they're just popping off. And so it's really fun. It's fun to see everybody here in the arcade finding their games and having fun. If we look a little bit more to the left, you'll see we have our setups here with our fighting games, right? We've got our big stages, our big streams. We've got here our Splatoon folks. Hey, everybody in Splatoon, watching what's going down, rooting for their teams. And then a little bit further past the seating, we've got some of that's where those local setups are. For those of you with motion sickness, you better watch out.
Yeah, my bad.
And then here at the front, that's where our stream setup is. And so our teams are making their way off that setup.
Returning it to original position.
There we go. Back to the setup. And so it's a really cool setup here at MomoCon. We're really thankful for the space and just the opportunity to be able to play some games, have some fun, right? I think it's impossible to get bored here at MomoCon because it's kind of eye candy everywhere you look. If it's a game or a costume or an artist, there's so much going on. And when you get sick of that, right, you come back and you play your favorite video game, which for Sparda wouldn't be Splatoon 3, but
whoa, hold on, wait a minute.
there's a load to do, and I think the hardest part is sticking to your itinerary, right? You can pick the panels that you want to go to. I think that's one of the craziest things for me, where I look at the schedule with all of the panels and all of the people talking and all that going on. That's my goat, Little Whip, and Queenie Eppo. Those are ancient burgers. They're mad right now because they're not seeing Black Squid Ink Burger play. They need burger power. But no, it's there's so much to do, right? And checking out, there's like D&D. There's a lot of board games and anime and manga and all these different things that you can pick what you want to do and really kind of customize your experience to really have an incredible jam-packed thing. And that's only talking about the convention center. There's so much surrounding, like I think if you have friends who have been, everybody's talked about the aquarium, right, or the World of Coke, which if you're a huge fiend for soda, make sure you stop by there. Also, if you want to get your taste buds assaulted by the most wild flavors imaginable. That's a great place to stop by. So there's just a load of stuff to do here when you're not gaming, checking out art, hanging out with your friends, all that stuff. And so, couldn't recommend this enough. Sparda, do you think once you get home, right, and you've digested the whole trip, have you had your "this was my favorite moment," or do you think it's still coming?
I could definitely say that I've had a favorite moment, but I don't really think I can talk about it here. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Well, one of our favorite moments is, BSIB, we're celebrating 10 years of playing, and it's been really exciting to be here. And, oh, look at that. We got some costumes. Yeah. We're really excited to be here and playing and, just being part of the Splatoon scene for so long. It's an honor to be here with you commentating. Sparda and I have been around the scene since Splatoon 1 at the very, very beginning.
Yep.
And so it's been a lifelong dream of ours to commentate together. We nearly made it happen at Riptide 2023, but wouldn't you know it, food poisoning into the Rona itself said otherwise.
Yep,
and so
that was really unfortunate.
We didn't want our commentary to debut to be us like slumped over in our seats for the whole time. And so we waited our time. 3 years later, we are here performing for you. And it's really fun to be here. So we're waiting for our teams to get on set here. Let's see if we can pull this up on the little tablet and see if we can find who we're going to be watching. See if the technology is working well for us now.
Yeah, I think it's USF Gold and MARTA.
That is in the second group, so...
Oh, that's right, yeah.
If we switch things up, maybe, but let's see what we've got going on there. So yeah, USF Gold, playing Railcar, okay. So I wonder if that means that Gold lost their set? I don't know, I would need to see the bracket, but yeah, okay. So we'll be looking at whatever comes our way here in a little bit. Yeah, it's MomoCon, we're here, we're doing Splatoon. If there was another event that you had any interest in participating in that's not Splatoon, what do you think you would sign up for?
Like, an event in general?
Mm-hmm.
The event where I get to stay in my room and go to sleep.
No. A game, you fraud. Like, if you're going to compete in one of the games here, like, we got Mario Kart, we got Smash, we got Street Fighter.
I know.
Me when I'm in the sleep.
Me when I'm in the hotel room asleep.
Yeah. I spent all this money to come to MomoCon, so I go, I sleep. Me. Jerry is disappointed in you. Bro said, you can sleep when you're dead.
I don't know. I mean, I'm kind of a bit of a boomer right now where it's like I haven't really had the time to commit to anything really, but I suppose if I had to try anything, it'd probably be Mario Kart. I mean, I put in the time trial and learned some of the weird shake control shortcuts. I mean, I might as well.
Wait, yeah, so you enabled motion controls for that, or can you
Yes.
do that? You did. Crazy. With Mario Kart, so I feel certainly in the minority by using motion controls exclusively. Well, I mean, unless I'm on an airplane. If you haven't tried that, get ready for an experience. But Mario Kart Wii was like the biggest one for me back in the day, and I think that just stuck with me. Right, you're on a bike, you're doing your wheelies, you've got the little steering wheel. And the only one that I forewent that on was on the 3DS, because your screen is already this big. You don't want to be like moving your head as you're doing that. So that one was a little bit scuffed, but otherwise, yeah, motion controls all the way for Mario Kart. I considered it. I think it'd be really fun, but I'm definitely just a for fun Mario Kart guy. So I think the fear of getting curb stomped prohibited me from registering. Yeah, because there are a lot of people who are very, very good at Mario Kart.
Yes, I think, especially this one, because I feel like it almost feels like Mario Kart Wii in terms of how far the shortcuts will get you.
Yeah.
If you don't know the sauce, you're gonna get obliterated.
No, and it's more mandatory in Mario Kart World, I feel like, because back in Wii, you had your Grumble Volcano, you had your Mushroom Gorge, where you could do your little cheeky things and skip around. And this one, it feels, in Mario Kart World for the Switch 2, it seems like every map has something like that, but it's not it's not a glitch, right? It's not a hack. That's what you're supposed to do, be flipping and dipping and going off the rails to get on the ceiling, to get on the roof, to get on the blah, 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 blah. Like Bowser's Castle, it makes me feel awfully old, because back in the day I'd be like, my casual friends would come over and we'd play and they'd be like, oh no, Rainbow Road, I'm gonna get cooked. And I'd be like, all right, you babies. But now it's me, I'm like, Bowser Castle, I'm gonna get dunked on. So a little bit of a full circle moment there, but it's a shame that ARMS didn't make it, man. Competitive ARMS, that'd be crazy. But no, there's a lot of events going on here. Yeah, Mario Kart would be the one that I would go for. As far as, I think Rivals of Ether 2, that's been popping off a lot. Have you played that? Have you tried that at all?
Not necessarily, and unfortunately, had you brought that up when you were commentating with Marsh, I think Marsh would have been able to just give you all the information you need on that.
Yeah, it seems like it's a good one for me. Fighting games, it was a bit of a humbling experience, because I think going from playing with your friends and family or whatever, you're like, as a gamer, you're like, oh yeah, I'm pretty good at this, and then you go to an event like this and you're like, wait a minute, I'm not half as good as I thought I was. A little bit of that perspective.
I feel like that's every game, because I guess dialing it back to Splatoon, sometimes you have people from other games that are curious, kind of walk on down just to see Splatoon, and I guess I look like someone that knows what they're doing. So I've had a couple of people walk up to me and they're like, hey, you play Splatoon? I'm like, I'm not in the tournament, but yeah, I play. And they're like, so I hit S+. You think I can compete? And I'm like, how do I tell you this?
It's like, you could with a
you
start
could.
by.
I mean, yeah, you can compete, but
yeah, as long as your mission is to have a good time, well, as long as your mission is to play Splatoon, you will not be disappointed. They try and do a good job of seeding, so that way our fresh folks aren't facing up against Moonlight, the top of the top.
Yeah.
But the bracket be what the bracket do. And so, yeah, it's a bit of a mission. We're excited. So BSIB, the team that Sparda and I play on, we've been here for 10 years in the Splat competitive community. We will be playing at 2 p.m., which that is Eastern time, to make things easier for everybody who is here live. That's going to be in about 40 minutes. So if you want to see what it looks like for moving directly from commentary to commentated, don't go anywhere. I think we've got one more set after this.
No, if I look at the schedule correctly, I think this should be the last one for us.
The one that we did, or the upcoming one? Yeah.
Yes,
so we should have one more set, and then that'll be Dunyan Rings for us. Moonlight mentioned, yeah, of course. So yeah, we've got the chat on now. So everybody in the chat, say what's up. I hope you're having a really nice day. Yeah, we're just waiting for everybody to get set up. So grab your snacks, grab your water, and say hi in the chat. Yeah, Moonlight. The goats. I had the crazy opportunity to through my connection with Marsh, just a Splat boomer as well. Used to be on Deep Blues for you in the know. We did this crazy Minecraft server, so I got to meet some of the folks in Moonlight. Really cool people, really good players, obviously, and so it's always a pleasure to see Moonlight at these events. They're crazy. I don't know how they do it, but it's a treat to watch. And so yeah, huge kudos to Moonlight and everything they do. And even for everybody who's not Moonlight, you're out here too. It takes a lot of, I think, effort, a lot of time, a lot of work to show up to these, let alone play your best and have a good mental and fit in everything else that you have going on. And so it's a trade for sure, but it's worth it, right? Some of these memories they last forever. And I think after every one of these lands I've been to, let's count them off. I've been to Squid Storm 17, back when the dinosaurs were still on the planet. You were there too. SNS 4, back when Smash and Splash was still cooking for Splatoon. After that, life happened for a little bit. So LTC 23, and then Riptide 23, Riptide 24, and then back-to-back MomoCons. So a little bit of I've been to a couple of them, and after almost every one, somebody says at some point, I think this was the best experience of my life. Yeah. And so, and that means a lot, right? Yeah. And so we love being here, being a part. A good reminder to thank your TOs. We're panning you around. We've got peak We've got Peak in the chat. I wish they could hear us and turn around, but for all you French slop enjoyers, Peak is indeed Peak.
Oh
well, we've got you here for anybody tuning in. We've got the arcade over here. A lot of folks are going to show up there to play their games, to get their gaming in before they're gaming. We haven't really shown you much more. Here on the right-hand side, we've got some of our setups and our booths. Thank you so much to production and setting up a really good show for us. This way, if we look more to the right, here's our stream setup where we've got some folks who are setting up or maybe getting their stuff, getting ready for everything else. And then if we keep on turning you, this is where the action happens. We're kind of in a little bit of a lull. We've got some people, I can't tell if they're playing their set or maybe warming up there on those stations in the middle, but I'll give you a little bit of whiplash to turn you back to the arcade, and then this part here for the big old setups here. If you're playing your fighting games there, you're going crazy, right? We've had a couple of big pop-offs that you probably heard through the mics, and it's a crazy setup. You know, there's a ton of people out here. I think it's, I don't know, a bit of a jump scare to, Five Nights at Freddy's, Luigi's. You see a little bit of everything here at MomoCon, but the jump scare, seeing all the setups with all these PS5s, I don't think I've ever seen this many PlayStations in the same room. So it's like, wait, they even made enough of these to have at all the setups?
Oh my god! Yeah, because from what I can see, it looks like we got 2XK over there. We have Ult and another game that's in a little bit of a lull. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on right now.
Lagoon's in the chat. Hello, Lagoon. We got to talk, Lagoon. So for those of you who may not have been here at the beginning, we did a little bit of a show for Black Squid Ink Burger, right? We've talked a little bit about their 10-year anniversary. We've been on the block for 10 years. Last year at MomoCon, RRRemix, one of the teams that you know and love, who is in fact in gold. They're going the distance. Good to them. Last year, they had some trading cards, right, to celebrate and kind of capture the likeness of all their players. And I looked at those and I said, what would be cooler than that? And I was like, what if BSIB did it? And so, brought to you by Camo.Ink, who from Krill Streak, they did the beautiful art on these. We have our trading cards for Black Squid Ink Burger, right? They're shiny, they're pretty, they're beautiful. And let's get a close-up of that, right? This is my one. It doesn't really want to focus, but you get the gist. Real nice, real lovely. We've got one for Ravioli, our beautiful bucket, who Rav has been, let's talk about Rav for a little bit.
Yeah.
Black Squid Ink Burger, we've had a little bit of a challenge with range. We like playing, let me not sell out all our secrets for our opponents to be like, oh, tell me more. But we wanted to check out a little bit of range. And so Ravioli was like, I think I can help. Heavy's been popping off a little bit, and they went to the weapon store, and Sheldon was like, hey, what can I do for you? Let me spin you a tale about every weapon in the game. And once Rav got through all that dialogue, said, I'm going to give you my bucket, my slosher, which they are known for, and instead, I'm going to pick up a heavy splatling. So well done, Rav. This artwork then, who knows, maybe the next time we do these, which will not be for a long time, because I don't know if we're making it to year 20, that's all I'm saying. So here's Rav doing a really good job on the card. And that's all the cards you're going to get to see. Tune in later for more. But the cards, we're having a fun time. If you're here at MomoCon, be sure to find one of the burgers, and we're happy to hand those out so you can have your very own BSIB trading cards. And so, the match that we were talking about earlier is indeed where we are going. We've got MARTA Railcar, who we saw putting in the paces a little bit earlier against Swan Dance, Swan Symphony, Swan Lake, Swanathy, Swan Song. What was it? Swan 2.0. And right now, Marta's going to be fighting USF Gold. We were talking about them a little bit earlier. We had the pleasure of seeing them on stream yesterday. USF Gold, they have been putting in the work. What's the rock song? We Stay Hungry, We Devour. That's them. They're doing it for, USF is a collegiate team in South Florida, and they have been practicing, they have been on that grind, they have been doing a really, really good job. So Inker, they're rocking that jersey, that I'd say very tasteful jersey. It's hard to make, I think, that lime chartreuse color tasteful, but they do it really well with that kind of gray jersey with the green on the side, looking real nice, looking real good. Inker, I've had the pleasure of getting to know them recently. Actually, in low ink, we were looking for a fourth to join our pickup team. This was a number of months ago, and we won the lottery. We got lucky enough to pull Inker and get to know them a little bit. And not only are they really good at the game, they're a lovely person, and I think that goes a huge way. Yeah, let's have the hearts, absolutely. Yeah, the team is popping off. They got the energy, and that's what we love to see. That's what we're here for. And so I'm not familiar yet enough with USF Gold. I hope to be, but I'm not sure what the names and the faces yet. But Inker leading the charge there on the left-hand side, doing a really, really good job. And so everybody in the chat who is here for USF Gold, pop off, let them know that you are here and that you are rooting for them. I think when you're playing, it's really fun to come back and watch the VOD and see what was going on in chat, because you'll always find some let's goes, and then you're going to find some, yo, that was trash. So, you know, you get a little bit of a blend of trash talk and your people popping off for you. But, yeah, if you're there in the chat, let them know. And then, of course, MARTA Railcar, they're there on the left-hand side. It seems like they are focused. They're thinking, what do we need to do a little bit different to stay in this and get some points on the board? Because even though they have that loss already, right, let's still play your hardest, right? Go for what you can, get on there, because who knows, even if you don't win to stay in the bracket or whatever, maybe you're going to get a new clip that you can put on your socials that's going to be your new pop-off, right? So always play your best, always do your best, and we're going to see once these teams get readied up in the lobby what kind of a matchup we have. I'm going to pull up the maps so we can talk about those a little bit. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, we got some love for USF Gold. Love to see it. So this is going to be Redemption Round 3.
Yes, sir.
Right? I think that's what we're...
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So our what do we got for the maps here, Sparta?
We got Rainmaker on Museum, followed by Clamblitz on Makomart, TC on Hagglefish, and if we get far enough, Zones on Umami, and if we get to the coveted Game 5, Rainmaker on Manta Maria.
I would love if this went to a Game 5, because Manta Maria, I think, is one of those wacky ones where a lot of
roller.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of the Chargers are like, yo, I don't like this map, but then a lot of the rollers are like, this is pretty good, man. And so it'd be fun if we could get there, like you said, if we get to that coveted Game 5. Starting on Rainmaker Museum, how snowbally would you say Rainmaker Museum is?
I find it to be either extremely snowbally or just a grind fest for however many minutes.
Okay.
Honestly, I feel like Rainmaker Museum is probably one of my least favorite map modes, just because of that reason.
I can't believe that.
I mean, like, are you telling me you have fun fighting on mid for 4 minutes? Or the game ending because you went 2 down at the beginning and then they get it past the spinner and you lose?
That's my secret, Cap. I never have fun on Splatoon. It is a weird one. I think especially when you're playing ranked, if one of your team boys takes the Rainmaker up top and gets it locked down on the spinner, that can be a little bit of a rough one. So hopefully we don't see that happening. But we are launching into Rainmaker here on Museum de Alfonsino. We've got MARTA CQ400 Railcar versus USF Gold. Game 1, let's get into it. MARTA Railcar has a mini, a blaster, didn't quite see the rest, and for USF, we've got that devious carbon, a shot, heavy, and pencil. So they've got their back range, the back line covered. Let's get into it. So Inker, they play bold, right? They want to make themselves known, kind of scare off their opponents and see what they can do to get some space and get some paint. They're doing that here on right-hand side. They're not going in too deep, which is important, right? If you kind of bet all your chips and die immediately, you've not really got that done. But right now, we're fighting to see who feels confident enough to make that pivot happen. And Railcar, they said, we done some repairs on our Railcar. We're feeling mighty. Let's see if we can get that checked. But don't move too quick, because there is a carbon ready to rock and roll. And they rock and roll they did.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of what I'm talking about. Well, not yet. Like, we don't know if we're in the grind fest or we're about to see a very quick Rainmaker game. But seems like USF Gold was able to keep things under control. Again, the heavy pen, as I was mentioning earlier, probably one of the more popular comps these days. Quickly taking back control, making their way in the back to mid, Railcar, or I guess MARTA, being forced to kind of go back to their spinner. Temp getting caught out back here in the boonies, essentially, but able to take two with him, or with them, sorry. Right now. Oh, the dapple flank. Okay, all right. Well, unfortunately, kind of forced to go back there, yeah. The flank was looking good. The wave breaker comes out and is like, no.
No. The patience that we're seeing here from USF absolutely paid off in spades. At first, it looked like we were going to get a bit of a reset, but they stayed patient. They got those picks, and it looks like MARTA Railcar, they are pushed pretty far back. They're trying to cover all their bases and see what picks they can get, and they do shut down Mooney carrying that Rainmaker, as well as getting a pick on that Carbon Roller, attempt the Blaster. They're trying to be cautious here, but now all they have to do is look out for the Heavy, which they see is in mid. So now it changes to a dash on. You have two choices. Do you want to gun it for this checkpoint, which the answer is yes, or the other options, you want to play it a little slower, get that paint in mid, because the way I see it, Sparda, if the Carbon is enabled, MARTA Railcar is going to have a bad time. Because if this Carbon is getting under your ledges, not so good, but they ain't getting anywhere if they're dead. And so right now, USF is able to delay this checkpoint, and right now they're not sweating too much. They're leaving the Rainmaker right here, throwing that cooler down, picking it up, and that's good coordination, right? I think getting the cooler first, so that way if you do get just gobbled, you know, you're coming back fast. And the defense is happening right now. They're catching those picks because we see MARTA Railcar goes 2 down as the Inker has the Rainmaker. They're watching their back. They're staying cautious here on the spinner. Nailed it. They're looking pretty okay as it's just pick after pick, and Yoko Poke is getting ran down. Going over the rails? Nope, they decided to pivot, and they got it all the way down to 13. Now, as we know in Rainmaker, the game is not over until the game is over, but the positioning that we're seeing for USF is not bad. They're enabling jumps. The Carbon is waiting. They're sharking. They say, you know what? I might be able to maybe get in. Okay, has a second thought. They're looking for that. Nitro, they're resetting. They're resetting that Rainmaker. Not a bad choice. They don't want the enemy team to infiltrate and do that sneaky, because even on land, you're not safe from the Yoinky Sploinky, as we saw yesterday. And speaking of that, the Carbon is already up here again, making Yoko Poke's life wacky, but thankfully their team boys got them, as I think DeBow on the mini, I thought, or well, a member of MARTA had their back and covered that really well, as Cooler comes out on the side of USF.
Yeah, I think I want to say that that Carbon trying to get the S-Blast there was a little bit greed. They just left themselves out in the open, and the teammate immediately came into the assist. But USF Gold immediately back on the offensive, clearing a path through that spinner. Oh, the bold booyah. Not really sure if you're going to get much value out of that. All they did is inconvenience them at best. The poor, the mini being the last one standing, trying to make a defense, but somehow managing to take the Rainmaker. Not quite sure what happened there. But right now, it just seems that USF Gold has complete control right now. This is one of those maps where you can win simply by taking the check. So right now, they're just chilling.
And the Carbon left their back a little bit exposed, as Debo said, why the heck are you zooking from behind me? What's that all about? They got that pick, and they're trying to stabilize just a little bit, because there are already 11 seconds left in the game. And unfortunately for MARTA Railcar, they still have a checkpoint to get through. And so there is no forcing this, there is no rushing it, and even more so because that Carbon said, I'm up here, I'm getting flow state, I'm sealing the deal and shipping it off to Tallahassee, and that is where it now is. So game 1 going to USF Gold. I would say a pretty strong game from USF. They did a good job at being strong and having those holds, and now we're moving into game 2, which we were looking at. If I can find that map list one more time. Game 2 is going to be Clam Blitz on Mako Mart. And so I think Clam Blitz, how does a Carbon feel about Clam Blitz, Sparda?
I think a Carbon sees Clam Blitz as an open buffet.
Yeah, open buffet, right? All you can eat, they're going to be coming in there. So if you're MARTA Railcar, what should you be doing to kind of prepare for that buffet?
Just keeping your eyes on a swivel, maybe adding a wave breaker, point sensors, something to give you safe eyes. Because as we saw, the Carbon was just running around doing their thing, and it was really hard for MARTA to contest that. So if I had any kind of adjustments to make, especially for Clan Blitz, you're going to want either to keep in mind and call out the Carbon as much as you possibly can, or maybe add, sensors or wave breaker or something.
Yeah.
Or at least increase your paint output to deny them the space to just shark the whole game.
I think those ledges were a real problem there on Museum for MARTA Railcar, but unfortunately, what is Macomart if not a series of ledges?
Yes.
A bit of some geometry going on there. And so I think if we think in terms of specials, right, I think the picks, we needed to get some picks there if you're MARTA Railcar, but what specials might be good at enabling a game of Clan Blitz here if your opponents are as quick and as determined as we see USF?
I would have to say, you just pick the specials that help you control the pace of the game. If you're in a situation where you know that the enemy team is faster than you, you're going to want specials like Wave Breaker, maybe some strikes. Not necessarily Zuka, but you want area denial.
Definitely.
You want specials that tell your opponent, hey, slow down, or you're going to get picked.
Yeah.
So let's see how MARTA adjusts.
Okay, S-Blast on their side. And I believe same comp, or maybe they traded the Mini for a Heavy on the side of USF Gold. And speaking of Mini, Nitro there on MARTA with that Mini Splat. We've got the S-Blast from Tempo, the Bow, and the Junior again. Okay, and right now we're already getting some action. Inker, a bold, cheeky little sausage, getting there on right stack and saying, I'm just going to cause this and start that wipeout.
The sub 30-second wipeout.
Look at this is classy. Inker knows where those clams are going, so they say, look, if I can get the pick, because inevitably my opponent will be on left stack. If I can lock that up, I can give you 4 free clams. They threw them in, and before the first 30 seconds, USF Gold is already about halfway done. They are halfway done with their entire thing. We are seeing a crazy and chaotic opening to this. USF said, hey, we want to get lunch before we're watching the games at 2, so let's make this one quick.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, if you're watching the stream, you know exactly what's going on. Carbon, Thai TV just kind of going to town, pretty much what we said, right? Clan Blitz, full control, Macomart, open buffet.
Open buffet. They're in flow. They're having to go. Nasty. And we're about to see that. If they can find one clam. Their final mission, they needed one clam, but they get the wipeout. They were too steezy. They were feeling themselves just a little bit too much.
They could have just ended the game right there, but they wanted the double squish.
But still, incredible. In fact, one shy of the perfect push for USF Gold. So I think you want to be careful in this situation that you don't sit on the back foot too long. But on the other hand, what we're seeing happening also, a fatal flaw if you are Martacar, is grabbing the pity and keeping all of the footballs that you have, because effectively, it's just echolocator from Splatoon. Was it in 2? I don't know, at least 1, right?
Splatoon 1.
Yeah, you're letting your opponents know exactly where you are at all times, and you're a higher priority target because you have, I don't know, the objective.
Yeah.
And so you need to be really, really tactical, and sometimes the best choice is to let that ball expire, which it's like that one weird pop song that's like, you can only love her when you let her go. Have that in your mind when you're playing Clan Blitz, but also have a side of watch out for Inker, who's in flow again. They're popping off their cooler, and they like this right side. They're making sure that there's plenty of paint. They're getting some clams. Right now, USF Gold has 13 clams for their economy. They've got that football made. And if we look at MARTA Railcar, they have 0 clams right now, which isn't quite the message I was trying to convey here on the stream. You want some clams, and the barrier is back open. They do have a large penalty to get through, and Inker is not going to be able to shoulder that by themselves. So maybe get out, try and live. Your team boys need you, but they said, no, I'm good.
Man.
I'm going to see what I can do and just really destroy the mental. Can they get a second one? They're fighting for it. They're fighting.
No,
They're
the
looking for that bow.
Okay, all right. Yoko Poke managing to finally end that shot's reign of terror. But I mean, they had a large penalty to go through, but they almost got through it on the first try, man. MARTA really needs to find a way to I was going to say to find a way to get a second wind and trading your hammer with the carbon is not the way to do that.
Not quite the way to do it. Speaking of the carbon, Sparda, you were the first to say their name correctly, Thai TV. I was just too enraptured with their gameplay chat, so my bad for not seeing the Y for a V. Good job, Thai TV, for all the work you're doing out here. And Nitro is happy to take them out of the equation for just a little bit. We have 1 minute and 20 left on the board. Nitro is trying to find some space here in mid, but they seem a little bit frazzled. They don't really know where they want to go yet because this is their first push of the game where they're kind of taking this half of the board. And so a little bit awkward. We're watching out for the bombs, but we need to get somebody in deep. If it's with your specials, if it's with the hammer, the Booyah Bomb, we need to enable something right now, but Inker says, what if we don't do that? What if we shut this down immediately? And I just kind of jump in there and make some mayhem happen. Mooney, the backline is pushing up. They have that football ready, and they get that in. They dodge the bomb, and they kind of sit here and right stack, and they're right where you would want your pencil to be. We are one clam away, and that is game 2 going to USF Gold.
Yep. I mean, what is to say, but that was a class act by USF Gold. They made all the right calls. Their carbon went to town. The backlines pretty much just had the objective kind of ready to go the whole time. Inker and Thai TV just kind of running the show the whole time. That was unfortunate for MARTA, of course, but that was a beautiful game to watch.
It was beautiful. It was classy. I think sometimes we often say this is how games are lost when you get the objective 1 tick away from one, but no, they did a good job. They kept the balance. They overthrew the balance, right? They kept the pressure on, and I think what MARTA needs to inject in here is somebody who can kind of get behind the enemy lines and do something sneaky. I don't know what weapon that's going to be, but for something like tower control on Hagglefish, that is a really tough one because we've seen that USF, they've got the heavy, they've got the pencil or the charger, and so they're going to have somebody almost eternally on tent watching that, if we're talking from the opponent's perspective, watching that left flank. And so if you have 2 very scary, very competent back ranges, as I said earlier, you kind of have both of those flanks locked down. So Sparda, you play backline, right? You have kind of more of your brain in that faction than I do. How do we get past that? What does MARTA need to do to kind of start bringing some more chaos so that the 2 backlines for USF Gold can't just do their thing?
Well, first of all, they're going to have something that can contest them, and I feel like the bow alone's not going to get that done.
No.
It's really hard to interact with both weapons since the pencil is always going to be covering the heavy. Mm-hmm. The heavy is going to be covering the 2 front lines. The 2 front lines are going to be constantly in your business, as we saw in the last game. Aside from a major pivot, I think MARTA is just going to have to find the strength within to just find a kind of way to push through it. But USF Gold is not going to let that come easy because from the past 2 games that we've seen, they seems like they have this on lockdown.
Speaking of lockdown, when we were talking about pivots and having a little bit more range to disrupt a backline, was Flash Blaster what you had in mind?
Not at all.
No. We're going to see if it pays off, if it works out. Not really what is the special on that one? Is it
I think that's Zuka.
Zuka? Okay, well, there's something there.
Yeah.
If you can live long enough to Zook, we're going to see, as Thai TV says, this is how we Zook. Yep. They get 1 and then trade, or, they help with that assist. Here USF Gold, they're set up on the tower. They've got those back lines we were talking about, and they're not even needing to be on the tent, right? Because they are breezing through this first checkpoint as Temp here does a great job at shutting down the carbon, trying to buy some time, get some space, and the carbon is going to be, watch out for that bomb. The carbon is going to, the nice zoom from Temp, well done. Mm-hmm. They do fall to Inker, but that was a great disruption.
Hammer getting a little stuck there, being forced to throw it early just because I don't know what happened there, but it seems like they got stuck on the ledge. Inker popping Zuka to probably just take some space, force them back. Here come the Chump. Do you think the Chumps are going to get anyone this time?
You know, it's possible. If impossible, actually, I said the wrong version. But speaking of possible, Nitro is riding the tower here, and their carbon senses were tingling. They said, whoa, 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 I don't want to be carbon food. And so they're painting. That was a good pivot, a good step back. But they're kind of getting right back on, chucking that Mercy Hammer and kind of getting a wave breaker to the face. Fizzle on the heavy, painting mid, getting that pick and that wave breaker. It's giving them the intel they need. They said, okay, let's do a little bit of cleanup duty on the Chumps. But while they're taking care of the Chumps, it seems MARTA Railcar, they recently got their wheels squeaked up, and they're trying to see if they can move in and do something to take some of this pressure and change the energy. Don't back up into that bomb, Temp. Careful, they're coming for you. Gets the pick on Anchor. What a shot. They're looking for Thai TV. The carbon senses are tingling. They said, where are you? But they're going to get jumped. Can they survive? Clash of Blaster versus the world. They're doing a real good job.
What?
They pick Anchor a second time. That's not so bad. And they're living Sparda.
Oh, wait. Oh, man.
It's
that was
Thai
so
TV.
Close. I was like, wait, is the age of the Clash upon us?
You know, it almost was. The survival. Impressive work from the Clash Blaster there. Well done. A good show.
Right now, yeah, I mean, this is a pretty exciting...
Anchor's watching, bro's like, not again, not again.
Not again. Not the Clash again.
Not again.
Yeah, that's definitely something you don't want to see, especially if you're, if on your stream set, splatted by Clash Blaster. And right now, MARTA, I think they made a pretty good adjustment so far because they have a lot more life in them than we saw in the last game.
Yeah, they're here in mid. Those Chumps are coming out again. We did see it. All right. Thai TV taken out by Temp. Temp on that Clash Blaster. You know what? We were being a little memey, but they're...
Oh, the Clash!
Come on, aim down just a little bit. Find
no.
them. Anchor said, I'm out of here. Not again. Fool me once. Shame on me. Fool me twice. Shame on you. Other way around, though.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no, yep.
The trade.
All right.
We take those.
Yeah, that's worth it. All right.
Okay, we have a minute and a half left in this set. Right now, we are seeing fast-paced Splatoon. The coolers on both sides. Actually, MARTA Railcar, they don't have a cooler, do they?
Nope, not at all.
Okay, so USF Gold, they're coming back fast with that cooler. MARTA Railcar, they're just a little bit more slow, but that's to be understood because the lines at the MARTA have been a little longer lately. We're looking to get the carbon out of our hair because they are back on the side again. I think the carbon has spent more time on their opponent's side of the map than their flights to get here. They have been everywhere and just causing mayhem, which has really put a wrench in MARTA Railcar's plan. Forced to jump out, and I don't know, you've got 40 seconds remaining, so we have got to get picks. We have got to work together. If you're MARTA Railcar, we must unite in the same car to take the ride to victory. But ride to victory right now, Fizzle is on that tower. They're controlling that ledge, and 2 downfall on MARTA Railcar as we're seeing more points get on the board for USF Gold. Another 2 down for the Railcar. The carbon is right where they want to be. They have Zook ready. They have that button, but they're the tower nearly pushing them into that bomb. It was a close call. We're getting really close to that KO, Sparda.
Yeah, I think this is the part of any TC haggle game where once you get past that second checkpoint, it's really hard to prevent the snowball. I mean, on MARTA, to MARTA's credit, they were able to stop the snowball. Oh, all right.
And you know, what you couldn't see, I gestured it to the stream where I was like, this Clash is being a hooligan. But they did trade with the heavy, and you know, while it was valiant, not quite enough. So, with that, game number 3 going to USF Gold, a convincing set. They put their heart, their soul, and their squidusy into it. They did a really good job. MARTA Railcar didn't quite have the gas to get on the board, but they had some really good pivots, some good changes, right? And it's all about what can we take away from this so that next time we're on stream, we can put together a little bit more of a fight. And so that is your 3rd set here in Redemption. Man, that was good Splatoon, Sparda.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good opening of the day, if I must say. Much better than what we saw yesterday.
So everybody in chat who is here for USF, everybody here for MARTA Railcar, let us know. Cheer them on. They did a good job out here today. Yeah, they're popping off. Let's go, USF. Good job. They've, like I said at the beginning, they've been working hard to get to where they are. I think it's really cool to see an up-and-coming team begin sharpening that coordination and working together, because if you're playing solo together, right? That's not how you win the day. You need to play together. And really, I think a huge piece of it is coordinating your specials. So that way you have a game plan. When the strikes fall, I reef in. When the bubble comes out, I do this. When the vac is out, I'm doing this. And it's way easier to say it than to do it. In fact, that's something that BSIP has struggled with for a long time. But it's an important part of breaking through and seeing that next level of putting those two things together. And so I think we saw on USF Gold, both their mechanical skills as players, they did a phenomenal job, keeping that together, but also their coordination, just working as a team, was impressive to see.
Yeah, I mean, what else could I add to that? You kind of just took the words right out of my mouth. They played well individually as a team. They showed how dangerous a carbon could be. That's a weapon that you typically don't really see much of. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful thing to see.
And we're going to do a little bit of a first here. I'm going to go grab Inker and see what their thoughts are. So Sparda, hold the fort for 2 seconds as I grab our boy.
All right, let's see if he's actually able to go get him. Yeah, they're on their way. You got him?
All right, so we got Anchor. Anchor is on the way. So Anchor's getting in the headset. Have a seat right down there, Anchor. We're getting a player in.
Yo. I'm going to be on comms here in I think 10 minutes. Oh man, I feel great. I mean, genuinely, it was kind of the goal to get gold bracket when we started. We knew that we were not seeded to make gold bracket.
Yeah.
And we weren't expected to do that, and our path was difficult. But yeah, day one, we beat everybody by Moonlight.
Yeah, I mean, it's Moonlight.
It happens. And at day two today, before this set on stream, we had 2 game 5s, and both of them were comebacks. We were down 2-0 in the first set and 2-1 in the second set. And both times, we found a way, game 4, game 5, clutched it up. I mean, it genuinely, making comebacks like that on LAN, it does not get any better than that. It felt so amazing.
No, absolutely. And I gotta say, you played beautifully. Your team is a joy to watch.
Oh, my team is so strong. I've had so much fun playing with them.
So hopefully this picks up on the mic. One of the games that was really exciting to see was on Macomart. The spec cam was watching you as you opened up on right side, and you knew where those clams were, and you were sending the clams in. You got your pick. You held your space. Was that a happy accident, or is that your game plan?
Yeah, I heard Fizzle say, oh, I have 7 clams or whatever, and I had a couple. And I was like, okay, surely he just gets one of these at least. I'm just throw a couple. And he ended up finding, I think, another different clam on the way in. And then I thought, okay, I don't need to score from this side. As long as I just hold this space on this angle, it becomes so much harder for them to push in and get the retake done. And yeah, we pushed 2. That was one of the best openings you could possibly have. So yeah, it was good.
And
That's exciting, man.
Yeah.
And what were the comms like where when Ty opted for the double squish instead of getting the last clam in there?
Oh, I don't think he was even thinking about it at the moment. That's kind of for Ty TV. He's always in kill mode. That's where his brain is at.
Oh, absolutely.
And the rest of us, we do our best to focus the objective around him. That's kind of how we always operate because he gets so many. I mean, he is so good.
Oh yeah. We got plenty of that.
Yeah. So I'm actually excited to see his POV back for a lot of that because there's always calls. I got 1, I got 2, and then we're just oh my god, okay, I guess we're pushing up now. But yeah, just all of our comms in general today were so good. We're a team, and me especially, that keeps the energy. We were screaming.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I don't even think, maybe it's a little bit far on this stream setup, but we've been to LANs before at Gatorland where you can hear us from the other room, and you can hear us on the stream, what we're saying in the moment. And that's exactly how we want to be. That's always, that's the USF way. So, yeah.
That's the way to be. Our last question for you before we let you go. Your team did a really good job about playing patiently, and I think that's something that's really hard to do in Splatoon. So what is one tip that you guys have found works well for you on playing patient and trying to let the game happen as opposed to trying to force things?
Yeah, I think that's something that we have to, it's something that we've worked on a lot. I personally, I'm always just running in, and then I like my team's like, yo, chill, chill, chill. I go, okay, okay. And I think part of it, what helps is the comp that we're running here for MomoCon. So USF Gold, this is like our first time running Pen plus V Heavy because of the people that we had able to come to MomoCon. Shout out to Mooney, Mooney has been fantastic. Mooney was on USF Green for the Collegiate League semester, which is our B team. And they have done so phenomenally on Gold. Like, you can't tell. Like, Dunscrim's, nobody would know that they're like FTIU eligible. It's ridiculous. They're going to get banned soon. And yeah, it's just playing that kind of composition. I think it forces you to play more patient because like you're a bit slower to take space forward, you know, just so it kind of really drives home that idea in your head. So we really wait for myself or for Thai TV to get a pick and before we can move up.
Yeah, all right.
Well, we will let you get back to your team and
Yeah.
get your stuff. Don't forget your bags.
Yeah, no, I need to get my stuff, and I'm on comms in like 5 minutes, I think. I think I'm doing the next block of stream, so as we get that set up, you'll see me right back.
Yeah, so folks, if you liked what you saw, tune in here in a second because you're going to see, we're going to switch spots where Inker's going to be on the mic, and who knows, you might see Inker commenting Black Squid Ink Burger set here in a little bit.
I would want that.
So if we can swap the headsets, we'll log off here and get our break going.
Let's go, Bulls!
All right. Thank you so much to Inker for jumping in here, giving us a player interview on the spot. I'm sure Bro's heart stopped a little bit, being like, oh, I'm going now. But the energy on that team is incredible. We love someone who's high energy, ready to pop off, but also just sweet, kind souls, right? And so more people like that, let's go. We love them. But yeah, for us, that is about all we got. It is 4 minutes until the pools that I will be playing in, so I need to go hit the loo, take a breath, and then we're going to be back on. So all that's left is to sign off. I've been Take.
I'm Sparda. This is Jerry.
That's Jerry. And don't go anywhere, folks.
And I guess before we go, if you ever see if you're at MomoCon watching this and you see us here, ask us for the cards.
The cards. There you go. Thanks, everybody.
Have a good one.
You did great, man. Come on, man. That was nice.
And gotta take care of Jerry, otherwise Rob will kill us.
Let's get a better headset pick real quick. Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh.
The second one might be crusty, but.
Don't forget your glasses.
Yes, sir. You got it. Let's go.
Yeah, I also need you two signatures.
I think I need to do it after because we are supposed to play in 3 minutes and I have to piss.
Oh, or are you playing us or the other team?
I don't know. I've been here.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I get you.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Conley Take signature. You're the only one who I have in every poster, I think.
You forgot to mute the mics. Oh, so you heard the pop off? Sorry, we're human. Well, hopefully we didn't swear. Oops, sorry, Nintendo. I think it's after a pool, right? I got time for one.
Hello and welcome back to MomoCon 2026. My name is Zosti, joined here by Inker2. We are here with some Splatoon 3 action. How you guys doing? What's good? What's good? We're in Redemption.
Oh my gosh, Redemption, so exciting. I think this is where some of the most evenly matched teams you see come up against each other on stream. So really excited. I know in the last pool there were 3 sets that went to Game 5. I don't know how many of those are on stream. Actually, it might have been none of them, to be honest.
I love me some Game 5s that are always happening. Like literally yesterday, I saw so many 3-0s, so many 3-1s. Today, though, this is the tournament. This is the part of the bracket that matters. Game 5s abound.
It definitely gets turned up a little extra notch on day 2, as a lot of the teams that are here today, they came here with a vengeance, as they want to be the ones. There is only one team from each Redemption pool that makes it to that gold bracket, so it could not be any more intense. There is no leeway.
Yeah, so now we're here, figuring out who's going to make it into that top 8 for the rest of the day. We're going through the entire of the bracket today, and I think I'm going to be here the whole day. I'm pretty sure. There's just so much Splatoon action. I want to be there the whole time. I want to be able to witness the whole thing, and it's going to be such a treat. Last night, we went into the Silver Finals. We saw Silver Finals winners come through. We had a big break until today. Started at the crack of noon, Eastern time zone. Yeah. And now we are here. How's been your MomoCon so far, man?
Oh, I mean, fantastic. I mean, I pretty much came here it's just for Splatoon. Some of the people on my team.
But have you done anything else?
Well, I've been really excited to see a lot of the stuff in the Artist Alley. Friends of mine, they're dropping a little bit more money than I would recommend. But I was looking around, and I'm like, whoa, guys, calm down. But I look at the stuff that they're getting, I'm like, I get it a little bit. I get it. And I can't say I'm completely innocent. I've definitely spent a pretty penny out there as well on some cool Splatoon and Pokemon stuff as well.
It's hard not to. I actually found a booth that had just Splatoon merch. So it was just a bunch of Splatoon stuff over there. It was really cool.
They had a stamp rally for all the Splatoon vendors. So one of my teammates actually went and did you have to spend $10 at each booth. Went and did that and then some. And I don't think he's regretting his choice anymore. And he got a nice.
I feel like that feels like a live service game where you have these missions you got to complete. But it's spend money at the on the online shop.
It's real money.
Yeah, real money, real USD. But hey, speaking of real, we got a real match coming up here today, LAN Splatoon 3, and this is going to be quite the treat.
Yeah, this is going to be Black Squid Ink Burger versus High Point. These two teams are actually good friends. They know each other. Actually, Callium, the pen player for High Point, I don't know if they're still wearing the shirt, but yesterday they were wearing their Black Squid Ink Burger shirt.
Okay.
Because it's good friends, and they've played with them so many times over the past. And the shirts, I don't know, I don't think you can read it from the stream. But Black Squid Ink Burger are celebrating 10 years together as a competitive team.
10 years?
10 years.
Splatoon 1, man.
I mean, it's phenomenal that they're still out and kicking, and they're still coming out to LANs and proving themselves among some really heavy hitters. So I'm really excited to see this one. It's going to be close.
Dude, it's one of my favorite things about the Splatoon community is we come together a lot because it's such a social game. It's such a teamwork-focused game that you're gonna make these friends that are not just your rivals, but actually your comrades in arms, and it goes so far every single time.
Yeah, I for the longest time before I saw the Splatoon community, I always thought the idea of having online friends, it was a little bit foreign to me. It didn't make sense.
Right.
And then now through this community, specifically the collegiate community, but overall as well, I've met so many amazing people, and it really goes to show that these teams are going to be up for it because they know there's a lot of bragging rights on the line, as well as potentially a spot in the gold bracket as we load in these comps.
That's what's here. That's on the money on the table right now is just trying to get into that gold bracket, get yourself in that top 8 finish, and try to play for the odds. But here we go, starting off right squat. We got High Point over here representing on the blue team, Black Squid Ink Burger on the yellow. And we're going to see how he's going to be able to deal with tower control. For those unfamiliar with Splatoon 3 or tower control, this is the game mode where you try to take control of the tower, obviously. You want to be able to get the paint, stand on top of that tower and move it through the checkpoints and try to get it into the final zone. Right now, no one's really going to go for it until they get a little bit of advantage. And right now, we see an advantage. There's only 3v1 currently. Easy time for Black Squid Ink Burger to be able to try to get that initial push.
Yeah, we saw a curling bomb kill there, not something that you see very often on that splat roller that Take is rocking. Now we're seeing Black Squid Ink Burger with a comp with so much paint, probably specifically so they can set up for this V-roller, be in good positions. Now, High Point do have counters to that. So many of these weapons do well to wall out the roller rather, being, you know, location with the Sea Blast and the Dynamo outranging it as well. But as we say that, we see Black Squid Ink Burger getting huge plays, Take getting a huge double, and now with control of this top right side, I struggle to see a way for High Point to come back in. The Dapples and Dynamo have dropped. They're making a last-ditch attempt for tower, and they manage to do it, getting the wipeout, but 3 points are remaining.
Wipeout with just the 3 final points there to prevent everything from being able to go into the finale. Now we have 4 solid minutes to try to get another push past. That is a very tall order, but you know, anything's possible in the sport of Splatoon here.
Yeah, and I think on this map, absolutely, if we can see High Point, you know, do that same thing that Take did on that top right side and get control there, absolutely, I can see a world where this is a map where we do see a decent amount of KOs, and High Point knows now that they are going to need it if they want a chance to win.
We're seeing an opportunity here to try to play a little bit careful. Oh no, getting called out by the Splatling, the heavy coming in clutch. Right there at the very end, not only is it good as an anchor, good at being able to paint, but you can also get some pretty good splats from a very, very safe distance. Getting some more inkage here, just trying to go on top of everyone. Callium going to be able to jump onto that tower, gets immediately splatted by the roller, who also got knocked down on top of that. Now we got Dust here with very little health, has to get out there with the dualies, managed to do so, and now we're going to be able to survive to fight another day as that tower's going straight back over to neutral.
Yeah, really, really huge that first checkpoint did not break. It looked like it was going to be close, and Callium even was sticking with the tower pretty long to try to force those points, even if it meant that their life would be forfeit. But in the end, the life was gone and the checkpoint still remained. So overall, a really, really great defense from Black Squid Ink Burger as more time is now being ticked off the clock.
Okay, I'm going to put down the cooler for everyone to go over and try to get their little respawn buff as well as ink recharge. It's going to be able to be very useful, especially for dualies coming in here. Well, there we're going to go for the challenge. Unfortunately, not going to get the shot, and we got the Booyah Bomb coming in to try to clear up a path. Get a point-blank shot here from Lilith, trying to go for yet another one. On top of that, got a lot of coverage here with the blue ink as we're starting to push forward towards another attempt at that first checkpoint with 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and I think this one is definitely going to remain. That was a really great play from Doritos there on this blaster, who now is looking for even more. Black Squid Ink Burger are 3 down, and we have a splashdown and a slider up if you are on the side of High Point. And now the Dapple is just sharking in the street. When will the slide pop? Here it comes. Doesn't manage to find anything. Take forced to turn around. They get the kill. Whoa. Man, I thought they were going off, but look at the checkpoint. The second one now is under pressure. The splashdown, though, not going to do enough, and the push is going to stall, but that is good signs for High Point there as we approach the final 90 seconds.
I feel like they were waiting for the Reef Slider to come into clutch when a lot of their teammates were there to be able to go in, but I feel like it was just a little bit too late. Now we see Beeltech going to be able to super jump right back over to their home base, jumping right back over here to blue team. See what we're going to be doing for Black Squid Ink Burger. We're going to continue painting again and again. We got the Charger here ready to rock, get some more map control. They're still in charge of that tower, but with only a minute left to push and still one more checkpoint to be able to break it, even try to close out that gap of the lead. We'll see if it's going to be able possible. Right now, Doritos just getting caught in the mix.
Yeah, that cooler going down as well as the blaster on the side of High Point means this is going to be so, so difficult, as it's going to be a while for them to even be able to formulate a push. But they did have 2 down on the side of Black Squid Ink Burger. Now, those members were coolered as well as that member. There's a really good vertical flick coming out from the blob. But now with the slider coming across the grates as well, this is going to be a decent position now if you're High Point. And pretty much your last chance now with 30 seconds remaining, and another one gonna go down. The members are a little bit staggered here. We need to see a little something more. Can they manage to get that top right? One going down, but the heavy coming in clutch in that corner. Such a strong position. Gonna live the splashdown. Doritos now needs to find something special. Can they find that pick onto Take? No, not quite, but the slide is coming out. And now Take forced to drop. It's just the blaster alive, though, and Black Squid Ink Burger are gonna hold on.
That wipeout at the very end, solidifying their victory for game number 1. Such a nail biter of a start to the second part of Redemption bracket, right? We saw the ending there. We saw how there was a potential chance for Black Squid Ink Burger to bring that back. High Point to bring that back. And it's gonna be Squid Burger being able to take that game number 1 in this race to 3.
Yeah, best of 5.
Yeah,
I think
that's just game 1, man.
Yeah, and we saw some really, really good back and forth play from them. I can see this one going the distance, absolutely. There is absolutely no comfort if you are Black Squid Ink Burger. Maybe you think you see that first push, you're like, yeah,
well,
okay,
maybe.
we got him,
Yeah,
we got him,
yeah,
you
yeah.
know? And yeah, the rest of the game absolutely not going to be following that script.
All right, here we go for game number 2. Gonna see what we're gonna be doing here.
We're gonna be on Zone's Barnacle actually, which
Yes.
I think this one might benefit Black Squid Ink Burger just a little bit more. I like the paint spam on this map a lot. You know, the V heavy coming out. I really liked that pick from them as well. The wave breakers, I think, are especially brutal into the dualies because when you're forced to dodge roll, you can't really jump over the waves, and we saw a lot of location on that special.
It pretty much negates like their little like side ability, right? Like being able to roll is like pretty much the identity of a dualies because it's kind of hard to catch. You have to like aim it really closely. They're really hard to be able to just kind of flank right behind someone. But when the wave breakers are setting their lines, you lose access to that without taking a good chunk of damage. So you gotta learn how to be able to jump too. Gotta jump this way.
Yeah, jumping this way. Shout out to our spec cam. Doing a great job as always.
Heck yeah. Shout out to Offbeat. Coming in clutch here. Game number 2, we got our players starting to pick their weapons. See like what we're gonna see. If do you suspect any weapon change for this second map?
Oh, you know, honestly, I think both teams had really great signs of life that I don't, unless there's like some predetermined thing where they like doing something for zones. I really, I did not see any problem with either of the comps. But you know, these teams. You know, when you've been playing for 10 years, I'm sure you have
some idea.
You have a bag of tricks, right?
Yeah.
Like, surely you've not been running this same thing for so long, right?
I've been playing Splatling till the day I die.
Yeah.
You know, I've been running this since 2015. I'm not changing weapons, not now. I'm a one trick.
Well, do you mix it up between different Splatlings?
Oh,
you go
no.
heavy edit?
No.
V heavy only?
Heavy only. No.
Wow, see, you must be so happy with this patch, honestly.
You know, it's been my time. Now, maybe I can jump off the mics and get on the sticks, but we're going to come in here for game number 2. What do we got?
Okay, we did see something. Oh, okay, new things on both sides. The Sea Blast on high point switching out for that slosh. So no more location for the roller, but check again. There is no roller. Take switching over to that paintbrush, and we're going to see Metzi over on this 52 gal with opening gambit, so they're going to be forced to make a play within these opening, the next 15 seconds if they want to keep that insanely good buff.
Yeah, especially on a map like Splat Zones, right? You got to be able to try to paint as much as possible in that center screen. So having paint control is something that's very good when you're playing for keeps, right? Now I see Doritos getting another pick there right on the edge of the side. We see a lot of orange. They're going to have to back up and try to get some more paint. Use the special to just try to clear some pathways for the team to get some ink more going. But right now, Black Squid Ink Burger looking very strong with only 50 points remaining there on the initial push.
Yeah, oh, and then another huge pick over onto the snipe as this gal trying to pick off that pen, but unfortunately, 52 jumping accuracy, not quite something to behold. Probably a good thing. As the cooler is going to come out for high point now, and they're going to get their own chance to come back in. They have the slider. The slider not actually going to be aiming towards the zone, though, and it's going to get swatted away. Now, 2 down. The strikes are not going to manage to find the cap, and with 12 points remaining, high point needs something huge to happen all of a sudden, but the V-heavy paint is going to be so strong. Will they do it? No, they can't. We got a tied set.
That's Splat Zones. That always happens, right? Like, there's always that chance where you just take over that first zone and the other people just cannot get enough specials, cannot get their group together enough to be able to try to, like, take it back and add some penalty points on, and they can end just like that.
Yeah, I mean, they had strikes and the slide, but neither of them coordinated on the zone in a way. But in fairness, there was so much presence from Black Squid Ink Burger in front of the zone that they weren't even able to get in positions where they could pop their specials safely.
Yeah.
You know, then they knew if they poked their heads, they were just going to be splatted before they could even manage to make the play onto the zone. So Black Squid Ink Burger doing a really good job there.
Now we got high point.
I said we had a tie set. We do not.
I mean, it could have been, right? I mean, that was the thing, right?
I forgot. High Point made such a great play at the end of game 1 that I got completely
No,
mixed
it's all
up.
good. High Point's looking from on high right now, right? We got to be able to get 3 games in a row to try to take home this set and try to stay alive in this redemption bracket to make it over to gold, but things are not looking good for them. 3 games in a row against a team that just completely one-shotted you in Splat Zones. That's a very tough order, a very tall order, but anything is possible.
Yeah, and they're definitely going to be thinking that Zones is probably their best mode based on the comp that they're running, so I'm sure they'll feel a little bit better going into this next match, thinking back to that TC game, thinking, okay, I think we had the majority of the control. We just didn't have that one special push that Black Squid Ink Burger was able to get. So as we move into this Rainmaker Undertow game, it's kind of the same story, right? You just need, it only takes one. You know, and Rainmaker, even more so than Tower Control, I think shows that. Yeah.
I mean, like, compared to Splat Zones, this is another game that could be very volatile, where, like, you could just end this in a second. This could end in 30 seconds, depending on how good of a start you get. It could all be determined by the first team battle, so you got to be extremely careful before charging into the center and making sure that you're not just, like, throwing away any of your splats.
Yeah. Okay, we're seeing 52 switch over to Vanilla Splatter Shot, and we're going to see the Wiper come out from Doritos, as well as the Dapple Doolies and a V-Heavy. So can't beat the V-Heavy, might as well join them as we see Callium swap off to this from this pen, knowing that they need a little bit more paint to have control in this one.
Bubble already being broken up there in the middle. Of course, no one's going to go for it until we see a first initial splat. That's going to go in the side of Black Squid Ink Burger. Getting that first one, they're going to be able to pick it up on top of that. Trying to go for that first checkpoint. They might be getting a lot of mileage here. Trying to push. Gets another splat there on Dorito. We got a second one from the Rainmaker. Look, dodges the splat bomb. Can't get into the checkpoint, though. That's huge.
The Blob coming in huge with another big vertical direct coming out now, as they're going to manage to hold the checkpoint for now, and with a hammer as well. I think they're going to manage to push the members of High Point back out through mid.
Okay, Doritos here has the stamp ready to rock in case they want to go for it, right? An opportunity to bring out that hammer. Wavebreaker just to try to force out some pressure against these opponents, right? Trying to expose positions on top of that. Right? We know where the Rainmaker is because it's going to be on the map for everyone, so you just got to be, like, always keep it cool, making sure you're going to be on cover, and unfortunately going to get caught there, right up there in the front. So blue team going to back up. High Point trying to regain some ground. Oh, but we see a little bit of an aggression against Heavy. You can't be jumping a Heavy like that.
Yeah, I mean, I see the vertical flick was maybe just a few frames away from coming out, but yeah, that Heavy Splat Link is not one to be denied, as we see a Wavebreaker shutdown, I think it was, and now the Dapples, you know, V-Heavy has a lot of firing power, but not quite the same damage as the thing, but another Wavebreaker pick coming out into the Dapples. As we were saying, it's very strong into Doolies, and now, you know, High Point, looked like they were in a good position, but now they're forced to reset the Rainmaker to Blob, coming up with some defense now, but they are going to need a little bit of a foothold, as they have not had much of anything to look back on fondly with, you know, 2 minutes gone.
Going to do a point-blank hammer toss. Just take this. I'm going down. I'm taking you with me. As High Point, again, that neutral reset's going to actually benefit them, get out of their checkpoint. Just the fact that Black Squid Ink Burger has not broken open this first checkpoint is a stellar course for High Point to show that they are playing extremely defensive here at the end whenever that happens. But now, this is the time to play some aggression, right? We're going up forward. DeBlob going to try to play a little bit of scouting up there in the front. As we're coming back over here to Doritos with the thing. Rainmaker has been picked up. Going to be chasing it over to that point. Gonna see how far we're gonna be able to push it over there on the right side. Luup looking for a sneaky little flank. Gotta look behind you. Look out, Gallium. We're going over to the first checkpoint. Got a little suction bump. Gets it in there. Slam dunks it in, and we break open that first checkpoint in favor of High Point.
Ooh, and that's a huge splat as well on top, you know, forcing the Zuka away. And now with the cooler down, there looks like the Roller's behind, but the Roller's going to get splatted, but the Rainmaker getting splatted by the V-Heavy as well. But Doritos has gone for a crazy flank all the way behind with the Wiper, not managing to find anything, drawing a lot of attention, but it's not going to be enough, as we're going to see a reset here for Black Squid Ink Burger, getting that cooler down and, you know, defending a lot of the points that were behind the check, which I thought was in a lot of danger. But now they have 2 minutes left to try to break this first checkpoint and then get some by Callium. Holding it strong.
Incredible Wavebreaker, going to force the opponent to get out of, like, you know, very safe cover, forces out a jump. Can we be able to manage to get this little spawn camp? No, it's going to be a bomb instead. You're going to be able to get away from that. You got to be very hyper aware of those specials coming your way, right? Little chub bombs coming out here. Lil Whip again has hold of it, but unfortunately a stamp coming out here from Dorito. Throws it out for a double. Doritos 4D playing some 4D chess right now. He's going to come all the way up here towards the top, past the first checkpoint. Unfortunately, they did not catch the flanker. That's going to be plenty of time for them to buy for the rest of their team to be able to spawn back and give Black Squid Ink Burger a chance to play a little bit more defense here. But the time is starting to tick. We only got 70 seconds left to rock here.
Yeah, and it looks like High Point are opting for a little bit of a slower approach, which I completely agree with, as we have this cooler now being dropped, which is allowing them to maybe get a more sustained push as they're getting maybe some jumps in. But with this Wavebreaker and now with the members of Black Squid Ink Burger set up, it looks like they're actually abandoning the push entirely, although, you know, I do see some jumps, I do see them holding mid, but, you know, the clock is ticking, and that is always going to favor them.
Okay, timer running little bit by little bit here, coming back up to the Rainmaker. Not going to pick it up just yet, wants to try to get a splat. The thing is, the onus is on Black Squid Burger to play a little bit more aggressive here, right? High Point benefits from just trying to stall this out and not try to play a little bit more aggressive, but that's exactly what Black Squid Ink Burger is going to do. Plays aggressive, gets up there, going to wait for the teammates to spawn right back in before we go up there and pick up that Rainmaker, because eventually they're going to have to do it, right? There's only 30 seconds left here on the clock. Lilip trying to find another opening. They don't feel too comfortable. We're coming back to a 4v4. Has a special ready to go. We got some soda out here, going to give us some faster respawn times, a little bit faster ink recharge. We see a potential flank over here on the right side. Where are they going? The super jumping back all the way back over to the right side. Ravioli has hold of the Rainmaker. Let's see how far they can push it. Going to be able to break open that first checkpoint. This is going to be huge. This is their do or die moment.
Look at the Hammer's gonna manage to get the pop though. 5 seconds remaining. There's a splat coming out. Doritos gonna manage to grab the Rainmaker, but they're gonna die right before. I don't know if they should have grabbed it there. And now the points are gonna be maybe going one way or the other, but High Point is still gonna manage to hold it on.
Gonna turn this into a Game 4 moment. High Point again, picking up the Rainmaker, thinking maybe I can try to jump this off the cliff or something, but no, gets splatted immediately. Fantastic use of the stamp, by the way, to break open that Rainmaker as fast as possible. And in the process is recognizing that Black Ink wants to open that up as soon as possible so they can pick it right back up. So, okay, you're gonna be on top of it. Here's a stamp. I'm gonna break, not only am I gonna break open the Rainmaker, I'm gonna need a splat on top of that because I know you're right there desperately trying to break it open.
Yeah, oh my gosh. The timing on that was just so scary because of the way that the overtime works in Rainmaker, where if the enemy that had the lead dies with the Rainmaker, that is going to extend the time. Now, I don't think the game was just going to end if they didn't touch the Rainmaker. So I do still think that was a good play. It was just a tad too early, and they almost got punished for it because the members of Black Squid Ink Burger were managing, throwing everything that they had at it, recognizing that, oh my gosh, if we don't get this kill in the next 0.5 seconds, then it's just going to end.
Yep, so now, map number 4, game number 4. We're going to see what we're going to be able to bring towards the table here. We're going to continue on into this set. Yeah, you're already up 2-1. You still have a pretty good advantage here, right? You can even give up another map on top of that. You just got to play one more to make it through on that bracket.
Yeah, Clan Blue 2 Mommy. Going to be another one where I think I can see the wave breakers on top mid being a pretty valuable thing, as we're now seeing both teams rocking that V heavy, and it's definitely something that worked pretty well for High Point, and I imagine they're going to stick with it.
And is that my favorite game mode of all time? Clan Blitz coming to the table. When is Clan Blitz Cup? When is it happening? I know we got Area Cup. I need a Clan Blitz Cup immediately. Umami Ruins, though. Okay. Pretty big, wide open map for everyone to be able to enjoy.
Yeah.
Maybe do some archaeology discovery while we're at it.
Right. Maybe these teams have been they've been around so long, maybe they're the ones being discovered.
Yeah, right. 10-year-long team out here. But yeah, Clan Blitz, one of the more divisive modes, I want to say, I want to say, within Splatoon, right? Because if you play solo queue rank with Clan Blitz, you're not going to have the greatest of times. There's not much communication going on there. But in a format like this, where you know all your teammates, you can be able to talk, it can get really frantic, really fast, and also it can be extremely exciting. You're going to notice that most of the game modes, all 4 players tend to beeline right at the start towards the center. This is going to be one of the ones where maybe that's not entirely true. Maybe only 1 or 2 players do that, while everyone kind of searches around, tries to build up some special meter, tries to find some clans. Let's look at these weapon comps, shall we?
Gal returns.
Okay, obviously.
Oh, and we are going to go back to that pen. I don't hate it. Kalium's pen strikes fear in the hearts of their enemies, absolutely. And we're going to see the T-Tech coming out from Dusty, which is going to be a slight adjustment. I think strikes are going to be a pretty valuable resource here, so I like it.
Okay, coming right in here. Going to just be able to pick up some clams here bit by bit over in the back line. Going to see what we're going to be able to do is scouting out a little bit. Again, we already got a power clamp built up and gets 2 shots. I mean, 3 shots down. That's going to be a gigantic lead here for High Point, right? We already took down 3 of their players. Going to give us plenty of map control to process. The Wavebreaker is actually going to be a little bit of an annoyance for them to try to push forward as fast as they can, right? But they got specials being able to cover their distance. Going to be able to throw it right there into the hoop. Breaks open the barrier. Dusty throwing out the hammer is going to give a prime opportunity to pick up as many clams as possible. Another power clam deposited in there. We already got so many points there on the board. 48 points remaining already.
Yeah, it looked like the members of Black Squid Ink Burger just were staggered there on that defense, which allowed for High Point, who, just like you said at the start of the game, played a methodical opening and found the picks, and then the moment those picks in, time to go. Ran it down really, really well and managed to find the picks before scoring the points, which sometimes you see teams tunnel vision way too hard on scoring points, and then you just get 1 football in, and then that's the end of that, and it's like, okay, it's better than nothing, but man, we really had a chance for something good there, but High Point there taking no chances whatsoever, but as we say that, Black Squid Ink Burger managed to get them 3 down and now are jumping this pity in with a really good bubble up on the snipe, and now they're going to have to go back and find the clam economy. That's the only thing stopping them between the lead here, as they have so much space in front as they get another pick on this Dynamo, and the Gal, skirmishing out with this T-Tech. Doritos is going to drop behind, but the lead is going to swap as they didn't manage to find anything soon enough. Hammer getting swatted down as well. Could this keep going as they're 2 down once again?
Ravioli continues to deposit these clams bit by bit, just keep extending that timer for as long as possible. The entire map looking very yellow, very orange around the tube. It's another pick here for Marshall. Going to be able to jump right back in. Can we be able to throw in a couple more clams? I think we're struggling to just find them at this point. No, we're able to super jump up and get another power clam in there for an additional 20 points. Black Squid Ink Burger looking very strong right here. Can they close out? All they need is 3 more clams. That is one. Dashing it in there. Gets a splat in the process against Dusty. I don't think we're going to be able to make it. And that's going to be there, put the barrier back up. But that is such a strong reply to the initial start from High Point.
Yeah, and an amazing jump out as well after getting that pick. It is going to be so difficult for them to manage to find a way back. Of course, if Black Squid Ink Burger did it, of course High Point can do it as well. But the morals will be low, and they're going to really need to find something incredibly special here, as we're seeing this Wiper flank behind with a hammer. This could be exactly the thing that they need as they get 2 down, and the third is going to jump out, and here comes a hammer throw, and the football is had. They're actually going to wait just a little bit, try to get a little bit more control first, because they know that the Gal is there and they don't want to feed into it. They need all the members alive if they want to get a long, sustained push similar to what Black Squid Ink Burger had.
And they got 3 power clams, I'm pretty sure. Right there, they got the pity one in the background, 2 here in the front. That could be a very good start. Unfortunately, we see Black Squid Ink Burger coming in here, getting a wipeout for their trouble, having another power clam, tosses it in there while the pity clam is still just sitting there, being ready to get punts. Is going to come in here and deposit as many clams as possible. 2 more to go here. 9 points remaining with a +7. That's going to be only 4 more clams. 3 more clams at this point. That's all we need just to find the final 3 here to end this set. But it's not going to happen. High Point playing a little bit too defensive here. Has all the blue ink ready to because Ravioli desperately trying to go in there to deposits 1 more clam for it. So now 4 points remaining. You need a power clam and 4 more clams on top of that to be able to finish this off. High Point's got to make a move.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll look back on that last clam that got thrown and say, wow, they really needed that one, as there is going to be a lot of penalty to overturn first for both of the teams, honestly, if they want to push any further. But, if I'm Black Squid Ink Burger, with a minute to go, I do not see a world where they're trying to push it any longer, because they do not want to give any pity clams or any potential for there to be, a comeback coming out. As now we're seeing this Dynamo pushed all the way back, throw some chumps, and just keeping huge waves of paint down. They're going to, manage to actually play a little bit aggressively and find that pick to Blob now. Sharking down here. Can they find another one now? As it looks like the members of Black Squid Ink Burger actually weren't aware of their location for a moment, but as I say that, they're getting swatted away. But Take actually going to score that one. They only need a few more clams. I see clams in the street there right in front. Can they make a mad dash? Can someone do it? Ravioli has clams, throws 1 in, doesn't get it. They need 2 clams to win this game. Once again, not going to be enough, but the pity is now going to be given to High Point. So will they live to regret that decision?
We'll have to wait and see, right? Like, you got, in the do or die moment like that, you just got to go in there and just break it open. We had that team fight collapsing on top of each other, but meanwhile on the back line, they were able to score that power clam. But now we only got 5 seconds remaining here. 2 power clams here in play. Top of the pity clam right there in the background. Can we be able to get this push? We got to find a victory. Overtime is now in session. We got another power clam here. Builds up. This is going to be huge. We just got to get what we got. 1 pick on the board. We're pushing it in. We're throwing in 2 clams at once. 34 points remaining. Another power clam being deposited. Only 14 points left, but that's going to be a wipeout. Black Squid Ink Burger stopping them in their tracks. Taking it home here and going to close out this set 3-1 to move on through redemption.
Oh my God. They had 3 power clams online. If all those were to go in, that would have been a KO and a reverse that I don't know if we've seen anything like that on stream today. I can't imagine. That would have been absolutely incredible. But the last ditch defending when all of the momentum was against them, might I add, because, for as dominant as that game was, that was a scary, scary ending there. But
you got to remember, right? There's they had the 3 power clams ready to rot. They threw it in there. That was 60 points right there. But once you've done that, okay, who's got the clams to keep it going? Because you all had 3 power clams. There's nothing to extend that timer. And by the time you're trying to go back to pick up some more clams to keep throwing them in, you've all been splatted. So, it was a really good last-ditch Hail Mary, but it just wasn't enough. Just a couple more clams. It all matters, right? Every single clam you deposit in there throughout the entire game builds up. It adds up, and it really, really matters.
Yeah, so really, really well done from them. Good, deserving victors of that one. 3-1 from, I think every single match had really, really close aspects to it that I'm sure High Point's going to be looking back on, maybe kicking themselves a little bit. But they're going to be very proud with how they played.
As they should be.
Yeah, and they have one more match that has to be done, because I think there's 3 teams in this pool.
Yes,
And,
I've been told
so
there's
yeah.
about 3 more matches or so, 3 matches total
Okay.
here in Redemption before we go into that top 8 goal part of the bracket. But guys, you're just now tuning in. Welcome. We're here at MomoCon 2026. Lots of stuff happening in the background. I wish we could just show you the entire venue, because literally, for me to get here from the Vendors Valley, they told me, hey, you got to get here at 2 o'clock, right? 2 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
we're going to
yeah,
jump on
yeah.
the bet. I'll leave at like 1:40 to give myself some time,
No,
right?
no,
I'm
no,
in the
no.
Vendors Alley. I'm in the Vendors Alley. I get here at 2:02. I got here.
That's all right. That's all right.
It was fine because we were running behind, but it took me 22 minutes to walk
Yeah.
here.
No,
what are you talking about?
I told my team before, I was like, all right, we were all in the artist alley looking at all the cool stuff that they have there, and I was like, all right, I'm going to go get some food, I'm going to split up with you, and then I'm going to go be at the Splatoon area early, but make sure you're there. I want to be there, like, try to be there 30 minutes before or whatever. And I text them, we had to be here at noon. I text them 11:30. I'm like, yo, hey guys, like, where are you? They're like, all right, we're going to head over now. I'm like, okay. And then it's like 11:55, and I'm like, guys, where are you? Where are you? And of course, they did show up like a few minutes before we had to be
Listen,
here.
the TOs specifically put in there that like, hey, if you think you need 20 minutes, give yourself 40, because it's not even the distance to get from one place to the other. It's the walking through the crowds, especially today of all days. This has been the busiest day, Saturday, obviously.
Oh, absolutely.
But like the crowds have been not a mess, but just like, oh my gosh,
It's a barrier.
I'm just trying to get to the escalator, and it's like you're moving like this slow. You're like, and it's too much.
It's like salmon run in real life. You gotta get around.
Gotta get splat out here.
Yeah.
So that's what we got so far for Redemption. But yeah, MomoCon, very sick event, very
Oh my
fun.
God.
I know every single person that comes here for Splatoon 3, they're always like, yeah, dude, I really enjoyed the Splatoon 3 tournament, but I also enjoyed the convention itself.
Oh yeah.
So much to do. The arcade's right over there. Is that the first time I've seen the Streets of Rage 2 arcade cabinet completely open? Every time I walk by, there's always someone playing.
You might have to go. You might have to go right now.
I'm about to just. No.
Can we get the camera after?
Yeah, you get the camera right there for Streets of Rage 2. Any Streets of Rage 2 fans in there? Am I exposing my age? Let me know. You play Streets of Rage? Any of them?
No, unfortunately.
It's okay.
Not getting it.
I'll accept it. I'll accept it today.
No,
do
it's
yourself
okay.
a
That's
favor.
okay.
They made a modern one like a couple years ago. Streets of Rage 4.
Wow.
It
I'm
came out
on what?
PC, Steam,
Okay.
Switch. What do you want to do?
All right.
Any console you want. One of the greatest beat-em-ups of all time. But we're also playing one of the greatest shooters of all time right now, Splatoon 3 up here for another set. We got a big, juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries.
Yeah.
Facing off against High Point.
That's a great team name. And High Point, with a little bit of experience, they just fought Black Squid Ink Burger, and here we have another burger-themed team. So
making me hungry, bro.
Maybe that translates,
It translates to cow meat.
Yeah.
I see. We are in Atlanta. There's a lot of burgers around here.
Yeah.
You see? It's funny because Nathan's Hot Dogs, the team, was doing such a good job yesterday in Silver Bracket.
Yeah.
And then I walked by.
And there's
there's a
one.
Nathan's Hot Dog in the vendor.
Yep.
If they're going to take a team photo, it's got to be in front of there. It just has to be.
Oh, yeah. I know that we got their Silver Champions team pick like in front of the board here. But
It's got to be in front of the Nathans,
Yeah,
man.
they got to. Are they still here? Can we get them all back?
I don't know. See, that's the beauty of the doing all of Silvers in one day is that, like, okay, you're free now.
Yeah.
Go enjoy the con for the next
Yeah.
2 days. And you can also come here and watch some Splatoon. Play some casuals and stuff, too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been so nice to see like all the scrims going on and open setups, whatever. Just people meeting each other for the first time. Just,
how often are you going to get the opportunity to play offline Splatoon? So, like, once your tournament match is done, you want to, like, play as many matches as you can because it's such a cool experience. It's so different from playing the game online,
Completely. And just the energy is so palpable in comparison. You hear the shout comms of the enemy.
Yeah.
And that gets you hyped back. At the end of that, every game there's Papa. Yeah.
I'd be doing fake comms, man. If I'm playing on one side, I'll be doing fake. I'm going right. I'm actually going left.
What's funny is I have had somebody say to me after a set at Gatorland, because I do scream my comms. They said, yeah, one time you said I'm going right, and I heard it, and I killed you because I knew you were going there. I was like, no, you're cheating. What
is it cheating if you're shouting that loud?
No, it's not. It's not.
Earmuffs. Put your earmuffs on.
Yeah. But even with I crank the audio every time because I just you gotta be immersed in it.
You gotta feel the Woomy music.
Yep. Oh, that was good.
Thank you. I've been practicing it. It's like my notification, whenever I get a text, you just hear it. It's not the actual sound effect, it's me making the voice.
Oh, yeah. So
you're
avoiding, yeah.
It's very important,
Yeah.
I think you're not allowed to play this game unless you can, make a good replication of it. Can you do one? You got one? You got one ready?
Wow,
to
you really couldn't put me any more on the spot. Let's see. Can you do it again? Woomy.
Needs some work. I'll give it a 7.5 out of 10. Because what you're doing, you're saying Woomy with a higher voice.
Yes.
See, you're saying Woomy with a high voice. So you sound like Woomy, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the little gurgly sound, like you're underwater.
I have water here, maybe.
So you want to go Woomy,
Woomy. I can't. I don't think I have it.
It's I don't even know how to describe how I'm doing it. Right? Drink some water, gurgle it a little bit, and then go into.
From all the shout comms, it was so funny because I did so many shout comms at noon for my sets in Redemption.
Right.
2 Game 5s back to back we played, and I'm just
my
vocal cords are just destroyed. It's all right, I'm so excited for comms. I'm so excited.
You're in the big leagues now, bud. That's the thing. Once you warm up the voice, you get yourself a little bit of tea, a little bit of honey.
Yeah, honey.
Feels real good. Going down into the tummy.
Yeah.
Bars.
Yeah.
Follow me at Oslo Vista if you want to be. my new album's coming out soon on Spotify.
Yep. SoundCloud.
DJ Wormy. All right.
Oh boy.
Coming up to bat here. We got our characters coming in. Our weapons picks. Splat Zones Hagglefish Market, the classic.
Yeah. The classic. So this is just gonna be a paint spam on the map.
Yes.
I know. We just saw High Point switch off of pen and go to that V Heavy, which has more paint. Although I think this is also a very good pen map. So I think either way that we go, Callium is going to be one to look out for. No doubt about that in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, just having the long range.
Yeah.
Very, very nice.
But I will say the enemy team, Juicy Whopper. They got 4 top players on that team there, so this is going to be a very, very difficult battle for High Point. Absolutely.
And it's going to be a very difficult battle for my stomach, so I'm going to be craving his Whoppers after this. I need to get 4 Whoppers stat right in front of me. Eat it on the mic,
Yeah.
It's yo, what's good, Jack? Oh.
Eating stream.
Yo, we got
Okay.
I'm sorry. Okay, we have a call in from the Twitch chat. Hold on a second.
Oh yeah, they're saying stop.
Splatoon Lily says Austie smells. Rebuttal. Nuh-uh.
He's all right.
Nuh-uh.
Maybe I can't speak for. I just met him today for the first time, but
Austie,
can confirm we're passing the hygiene check.
Yeah, we're passing the hygiene check. We passed the sniff check.
Splatoon does in fact.
We have good hygiene over here.
We do. And then okay, I'm not going to name names, but I've walked through some areas.
Wow, name them.
No. I've walked through some places and thought, oh boy.
Splatoon Lily asking, Austie, who are you dressed as? I'm dressed as Austie. What is she talking about?
Yeah, I don't know. That's just what you wear. Wake up in the morning, day-to-day life.
I woke up like this.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
All right, but we are going to see the return of the pen, and we're going to see the V Heavy come out on the side of Big Juicy Whopper. V Heavy Zap, something that we've seen a few times on stream thus far. Ori on that bucket, Keto on that wiper, what they are very well known for, as they are not going to want to waste any time coming in, running this down, and getting some picks.
Immediately picking up that first splat zone, right? That's going to be able to give you that first initial lead. Very important here for Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries. You can't say it without saying the whole team name,
Yeah.
You just got to be able to do it. We got DeBlob over here from High Point coming back, trying to get some more control here on the middle of the space. Looking pretty blue right now. Not going to get the penalty points, especially with the wave breaker. I'm hearing some comms.
Yeah, there's some shout comms happening here. That's how you got to do it at a LAN. I love to see that from Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries. I love to see that, as the strikes are going to push them back temporarily, but now they have strikes of their own to push in with, and they're going to have a cooler shortly as well. It's going to be really, really difficult for High Point to move back in, but if there's a time to do it, it is now, as they have cooler strikes and the chumps coming out. But Ori under this ledge is going to be, it's so difficult, as they do manage to find that pick along with Squeeg underneath, and Squeeg going to find another, and now the aggression is continuing. Squeeg popping Aura there. And now with 10 points remaining, I struggle to see a world in which High Point is going to find a way to come back. Callium trying their best to paint, managed to find a big pick there, but they are going to go down, and the strikes are not going to come in fast enough.
Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries just holding that point the entire time, and we saw how High Point just kind of struggled to get towards that center point. I feel like they were just dominating that middle map, and every single time they tried to initiate a team fight, it just did not go in their way. The only opportunity where we potentially saw it, we saw Callium get that splat in the middle of the stage, because remember, when you get splat, it causes so much of the opposite ink color to go all over the place, and you temporarily lose the splat zone spot. That could have been a scary moment, but unfortunately, it was still a 1v3 right afterwards, so they're eventually going to easily clean that up. Put just a little chink in the armor, you know, just gets kind of smacked, and that's it. So
yeah. And next up on our list is going to be Rainmaker on Humpback, which is going to be a very good Dynamo map. So if you wanted to see potential for upset here, I do think that this is going to be one to watch out for. As we said, Rainmaker a map where, or a mode rather, where anything can happen in the blink of an eye, and I do think Humpback is going to be something that suits High Point. Of course, Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries is going to have Ori on the bucket, which is also going to really like this map, though. So, you know, take your pros with your cons.
Yeah, dude, that is a pretty artwork right there. That is a good little. That's a good little guy
that's
right
nice.
there.
I really like how Splatoon does that.
Just a little guy.
Art, you know.
What's their name?
I don't know.
I think it's like Starfy. Kind of looks like Starfy. From
I was imagining like it's like a mouse pointer.
Ooh, like a clicker?
Yeah.
It's clicky. Clicky?
I like clicky.
That's clicky.
We can live with that.
That's my goat, Clicky. Making a guest appearance here on the Splatoon 3 MomoCon 2026 stream. Just going for a little bit of a stroll.
Yeah. A leisurely stroll.
A leisurely walk.
And you know, they want to go out on the. Maybe they're going to the skate park.
Ooh, or maybe they're going to Humpback.
Yep.
Give it up for. Ruined the photo completely. Get this guy out of here. Very tragic indeed. But I think it's one of the coolest things about Splatoon is that they have those images. Like that's like one of the default ones. But if you're connected to the internet, like so many artworks can appear on there.
Oh yeah.
Some of them not safe for stream.
Well,
but,
some of them are funny. Some of them are just funny.
Yeah. It's like you did what?
Okay, we are going to see pretty similar comps running this one back, and it's going to be the Dapples instead of the Zap coming out for Dusty, which I definitely like on this map as well. So we're going to see can Dapples be the ones to get the pop. They're definitely going for it, and they are going to manage to find that pop, and now they're going to need to, I'd imagine they must be very close to Cooler because they got those pop points, and you know, Wiper's going to go down on the side of Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries, but there's not a lot of ground being covered because of it.
Seeing a lot of blue here, but the Blob gets right in there with the roller. Unfortunately, gets knocked out themselves. This could be a prime opportunity to be able to pick up that Rainmaker. They're going to do it. They're going to prime opportunity here for Guido to push back the opponents. Even if they go down the process, they painted enough time for them to be able to push that right there into the Rainmaker. About to slam dunk it. They do it. The first checkpoint has been broken. Fantastic mark here for Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries.
Yeah, wow, and that hammer just barely getting swatted away, and wow, a really good dodge roll to barely avoid that. I did not think that was going to happen, but now Chump's coming out, and another special. Ori is probably going to be forced backwards, but, you know, yeah, forced to drop now, but under this ledge is still going to be a really good position for both Wiper and Slosher, rather, as this Rainmaker is just playing it patiently, waiting for a pick to move up. They're being afforded a little bit of space, but, you know, now this Wiper's going to go down, and the Dapple's weak. Dynamo going down as well. But two are down on the side of Big Juicy Whopper, but they're still managing to hold this Rainmaker so well. The Wave Breaker, I think, is going to be the thing that got that pick there on the Rain, but they're going to manage to find the pop, and they're going to inch it forward. Tito here pushing all the way to 29.
Oh, now we're getting all these bombs coming out your way. Got to be able to just kind of get out of dodge here. Sniper coming right back here with the Splatling and see if we can find another opportunity to go in there. But Ori's like that back there in the thick of things, trying to apply some pressure over to High Point. Going to force Callium to back up a little bit and take a brand new path that hasn't even been painted yet. We've never even been over here yet before. That Wavebreaker actually going to slow things down bit by bit, right? Going to force Callium to try to play some aiming while we jump over the waypoint before it eventually gets broken. We see Snivo trying to play a little bit of offensive game over here from the Splatling. Not going to be able to get the kill. Dusty, find an opportunity. That's going to be two for Ori.
Yeah, Ori did such a good job staying alive there, and that is just such a great position for the Slosher. Now they're going to find another pick on that Dynamo, and I think they're going to push left here, not something that you see very often on this map. And Ori getting another pick on that Wiper now with strikes as well. Going to pop them to, you know, forge a path coming out. But the Rainmaker somehow is going to manage to go down through that smoke screen. Really well done, but this hammer is so scary, and it's going to allow this team get the pop again, but swatted away at 6 points remaining. They still have a little bit of presence on the side, but I definitely think High Point is going to manage to get this pop and probably get the Rainmaker out of dodge.
Okay, now we're going to stay over here in the corner here. Sweet just trying to hide their position with a little sneaky little shark. Meanwhile, Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries only 6 points away from being able to take over this victory, but Dusty going to find the mark. Callium finds her pathway to a free checkpoint here. Slam dunks it in. This could be a really huge opportunity here for High Point, but there's going to be plenty of time for Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries to be able to respawn into this next fight.
Yeah, they definitely need the specials to come out and get a lot of value here. The hammer there, not quite getting what they needed there. The throw not getting out, and then one drops behind and is going to take out that Wiper as well. And the Wiper, Keto here, finding a really, really important pick on that Dynamo, which is going to prevent any of this High Point momentum from getting any further as, you know, they may have lost a checkpoint, but they are not going to let it get any more silly than that. Now, with a minute and a half remaining, I do wonder now, there's always a danger here, so I wonder if they're going to opt to go for the stall spot.
You'll have to see how it's going to be able to shake things up right here. But again, see another splat coming out here. This could be a prime time for us to be able to push this bit by bit. Trying to get the next splat. We have the Wave Breaker also playing a little bit of assist there, work there. We're planning open a very good path here for the blue team. Big Juicy Whopper, Teeny Tiny Fries, finding an opportunity to be able to push this as far as they can. Sweet holding onto that Rainmaker as they're pushing in bit by bit over to that finale. Everyone's trying to collide on them from the right side. A little bit of help. Sweet trying to make that final push. Gets caught in the blast. Only 2 points remaining at this point. High Point has to slam dunk it at the very end to get a knockout to win this.
Oh, Keto throwing the Rainmaker, getting another pick. Now pushing to 1. They pushed to what? They pushed to 6, then they pushed to 2, and then they pushed to 1, all separately. I mean, that is just so funny. They not managed to find that KO. High Point with the last gasp defense, managing to give themselves a little bit of a chance as they now have them 3 down here, and Callium with this cooler is going to be able to move up. Of course, the members of Big Juicy Whopper are going to manage to come back. Ori with this flank, if they can swat that away. Dino, somehow, I can't believe the Dynamo didn't get the one-hit KO hitbox there, but managing to swat Ori away, and now another pick is going to go down on the side of Big Juicy Whopper. They need to find their opportunity to go very, very soon with 10 points remaining. They need a wipe, pretty much, if they want to move this in. But it's not looking like they're going to be given that opportunity.
I mean, they're trying here, right? Like, there's just so much chaos coming their way. The Wave Breaker constantly pushing them back bit by bit. Another special, just staggering the specials, makes it so it's nigh impossible to be able to go for that push there. As Big Juicy Whopper, Teeny Tiny Fries is going to be able to take game number 2 against High Point in this race to 3. Again, the way they staggered out those specials at the end was very smart. A lot of players that are like a little bit more scared, right? They see the timer going down bit by bit. I'm just popping it. I just want to get it and get this fight done with. But instead, they're like, no, we're going to put the Wave Breaker here so they can't push in without being very scared. And the second the Wave Breaker comes in, we're throwing another special right afterwards. It just becomes a cluster right afterwards.
Yeah. And it's just such a great stall, and in that entire long period of time, if anything goes wrong for High Point, it's just pretty much game over. So playing the odds really well and taking game 2, which, it was a much closer game than game 1. High Point doing a lot better to get the defense, managing to get that checkpoint as they got a decent amount of picks and even strung them together at times, but it just wasn't enough to really push very far beyond that first checkpoint. And even by that time, they knew, okay, we need a wipeout to push for a KO, so they probably could have pushed for a good amount of points if it was an even game.
And now we're just here in the arcade.
I like the slow walk. You got a little swagger to yourself, you know what I mean?
Swagger. Yeah, you ever notice that, like, the Inklings, they just walk like they're just on a mission?
Yeah.
Like, they're on a mission, but also they don't care.
Yeah, they're telling you not to go in that door, right? That's the
Don't go in that door. There's a sign right there.
Oh.
Hey,
Security! You can't do that.
Security,
Whoa.
get him out of here!
Whoa.
Making her mad dash out of
hey,
there.
Clicky's back.
Clicky, my goat.
Oh, man. Oh, no, not the receptionist.
That's crazy.
Don't do it.
Scorch Gorge, Clam Blitz being up our next map for the day. Very fun map, especially with the likes of Clam Blitz on top there. Again, can become a pure chaos sometimes based on what happens.
Yeah, and once again, it's going to be one of those maps where you can see Big Juicy Whopper getting a lot of momentum, but I do think that High Point are going to have the tools to sort of, clear them away before it gets too devastating, right? The Dynamo up top and the Pen are going to manage to clear the area under the basket probably, and that's going to be their game plan. As we're going to see a leader come out. Leader Dynamo is extremely slow, but, when they hit those shots that I know that they can hit, the value is really, really high.
Yeah, it's very real. Going to come here over to the center map again. Everyone kind of beelining instead of trying to play. Okay, we see some of the people spreading out here right now, especially from a high point. We're going all the way to the left side, trying to find some clan placements. Not only is it good to just have map payment placements to be able to move around and control the battlefield, but also it shows you where the clams are. That's very important. Now we got some aura coming out here from Dusty, being able to speed up here on top of that over there towards the end. We're already breaking over that clam, and we already got almost 50 points off this initial push. Good golly. Yeah,
Keto switching over to this V-Blaster is definitely going to be a really difficult thing for Highpoint to overcome, as now with this bubble, the Dynamo I think is going to have a much more difficult time, and the leader as well definitely going to have a very, very difficult. I mean, look at this Blaster pushing the leader all the way back, absolutely having no influence on what is happening under the zone, and even more. I mean, this Aura Pop is going all the way on. Keto going all the way around now. Can't manage to find the pick on Doritos and Callian, but the strikes are coming out, and yeah, wow.
So it didn't even matter that Keto was able to get any splats over there, right? Because the point of that was to cause pressure to, hey, look at me, I'm the target, and they go down the process. That gives plenty of time for the rest of Big Juicy Whopper or Teen Titanic Fries to be able to run over there, grab their clams, put it in there, and just get a complete 180 knockout right at the start and turn this into a 3-0 victory and get to move on to that bracket. Congratulations again to Big Whopper.
Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries.
Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries. Whopper, Whopper, Whopper. Big Juicy Whopper. Give me the Whopper of my dreams.
That went a different way than I thought it was going to go.
Yeah, I mean, same. I actually didn't expect that either. It just kind of escaped me. You know?
Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that. Welcome,
yeah,
guys.
I have a prediction for the KDs of that last match. I'd imagine that the V, I think Snivo and V Heavy there probably went 0-0 and got #1 clan carrier.
Yeah.
I think that's what they did that whole game. And I'm sure they're happy. They're very happy about that.
Yeah, of course, right? In the clan, that's what's cool about Splatoon so much compared to like a lot of other games is sometimes these games can end in like a second.
Yeah.
Like,
when you have teams that are so strong like that, it can be brutal. I mean, we didn't see any Moonlight games on stream yesterday, and that was intentional because we wanted to avoid that. But I can say we played them in our pool, and yeah, there was a Rainmaker game, double vac. GG's. You know, it was like, okay, all right, it's over. We can't. What do we do? What do we do?
Yeah, what do you do at that
just kill
point?
everything. Yeah.
Yep. So, guys, welcome again.
Yeah.
Every time I get the camera over here, I gotta show you MomoCon going on here in the back. We got some Splatoon players back here. We got so many people over here around the arcades as well. On top of that, and I think we're getting our next team set up as well.
Yeah, and I think Big Juicy Whopper is probably going to stay put as we bring Black Squid Ink Burger in to the side that High Point was in, and they're going to get their best crack at it, right? So it's the two teams that won. So the winner of this will go to Gold Bracket, and the winner of this will be taking on, it's one of the teams in top 8. I'm going to look it up real quick.
Sure. Got plenty of teams over there over in the top 8. I know the one that's on everyone's mind is going to be Moonlight.
Oh, they're going to. Okay, so the winner of this is going to play Moonlight first.
Oh, God.
In
what a first round to have.
Yeah.
You have to fight tooth and nail, claw out of this bracket redemption to get into the holy light. And you see the bright light, and you get out there, and your first opponent is Moonlight.
Yep. That's brutal.
Bro, I just put me back in redemption.
Yeah.
I was like, hey, this is the chance for you to prove yourselves, you know?
Yeah. And you know, Gold Bracket is double elimination.
Yeah.
So, you know, you have to be too scared.
I think it's a great chance for players to be able to prove themselves.
Oh yeah.
If I'm being $100, I think that's the thing.
Benjamin.
If I'm being 100, Benjamin, that's going to be what it is. So, yeah. Moonlight going to be the team that everyone's got their eyes set on. That's the team to beat, right? Because if you beat Moonlight, you have proven yourself to be like a top contender at this tournament.
You've proven yourself to be a top contender in North America.
Yes.
If you can beat Moonlight. So, you know, I know they've been playing a lot in the NA League, and I'm pretty sure with recent developments, let's just say, they're pretty high up on the leaderboard right now. So
they're doing really good
if they can,
online as well as here in the LAN. So again, if you ever want to reach that level with your team, you got to find a way to beat teams like these, even like the gatekeeper teams, you know. So it's like we always talk about how there's like different divs and stuff, but like I think like you just got to get in there, get thrown into the deep end, and see how good it's gonna be able to work out for you.
Yeah, and that's, I think, going to be the storyline that we play in a lot of the Gold Bracket, as we see some of these established teams, or maybe not established teams, but established players that are really, really high level, similar to this Big Juicy Whopper team, as we see a lot of, you know, +1 and +1 caliber players coming out into Moonlight. It's going to be who can manage to unsettle the ones with the crown, and I'm pretty sure it's a literal crown because I think Moonlight has won this tournament. I don't know if they won the last two or just the last one. I don't know if they went to the one before. But they're definitely MomoCon champions, I can say with certainty.
Yeah, MomoCon champions going to try to retain their title, hold on to that crown for as long as possible because you got some more players coming up here to try to take that said title from them and see if they'll be able to pull it off or, if I'm a betting man, I'm saying Moonlight's going to win this whole thing. But, of course, I would love to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. Prove me wrong. Someone out there can prove me wrong.
Auto 1 seed. I'd love to see them drop some games, I think. I think maybe we have to set our sights a little lower.
I want to see them drop 3 games.
And I like Moonlight. Don't get me wrong. But
Shadow wins my goat.
Shadow's
my goat.
That's how it is for the best teams. People are always going to root against them because root for the underdog, right?
Right. I mean, that's important, right? Just being able to have, ways like that. What's going on?
No, I was just saying, speaking of underdogs, Black Squid Ink Burger putting on an underdog story of their own against this big Juicy Whopper team. The Battle of the Burgers, right? So what is better, the Whopper?
I want a burger!
Or the Black Squid? Wait, but does the Black Squid Ink Burger come with fries? That's the real question.
I mean, I don't
know. Take was on comms before. We need to ask.
Okay, controversial opinion. I'm not a fan of teeny tiny fries. I like the big chonkers.
I like sweet potato fries.
Oh,
I know that maybe it's like a different sort of. Sometimes it's an upcharge. It sucks. And I don't always want to do that. But like, if that's an option at a restaurant, I think I'm always gonna pick that.
Hey, order our $25 burger, and we'll add in sweet potato fries for only $9 additional. In this economy?
Yeah. Maybe the teeny tiny fries are sweet potato fries. They didn't specify.
Then I'm set. I'm ready.
Yeah, I think I'd give it to them in that case.
Yeah, 100%.
I also, I have looked up like a Black Squid Ink Burger before. And I'm not like, I don't know, just something about it.
What?
Yeah. I know it's not necessarily like a seafood thing, but just hearing like squid, like I'm not like a
connoisseur?
Seafood eating.
You don't like
person.
seafood?
No.
What is like the furthest along for seafood that you would eat? Like, have you had sushi?
No.
You've never had sushi?
No, I'm not. No.
Brother.
But I've had, well, not sushi, but I've eaten like some fish before, like cod, salmon,
I've had
whatever.
fish sticks.
But it's like, I liked fish sticks when I was young.
Dude, fish sticks still kind of slap. Let's not make fun of fish sticks, okay?
They're just anything breaded and fried. It's like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Get yourself some sushi, man. You got to go to a good place. You got to go find a good place. Come to New York.
Yeah.
Go to California. Go to Japan. Like anywhere that be near.
Just for that, wow.
Be near a body of water. Get yourself some sushi. If you're too scared to go for anything crazy, just get yourself a California roll. Very basic. It's very safe.
Well, I'm from Florida. I have a lot of friends that really like sushi.
Oh, then get sushi, man.
Yeah. Maybe I will.
I'm gonna hold you to it.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Oh, like just sushi specifically, or like all?
Just get sushi. I just need you to try sushi. Any sushi at all.
All right.
I want you to be able to experience joy.
I think. But here's the thing: do you eat squid?
Yeah.
And octopus?
Squid's good.
Oh my god.
Absolutely.
Right. Did that make you better at Splatoon?
Yes, it does actually.
Okay.
That's why. That's why I'm a commentator.
If that's true, then.
That's why I'm talking here, not in bracket. Anyways, here we go. Redemption, round number 3. Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries facing off against Black Squid Ink Burger. Followed in there on Twitch, by the way.
Yeah.
Facing off against each other, coming over here towards the center. The name of the game, Rainmaker.
Yeah, and these are going to be 2 comps that we have seen from these teams prior. So nothing fancy, not trying to counter anything here. We're just playing what we know that we're good at, what we can do. And it's going to be Snibo coming out early, grabbing this Rainmaker, but it does look like they are going to go 2 down. A really good Rainmaker shot, though, is, or maybe it was a Wave Breaker, going to find a pick there as the push is delayed, but definitely not out of it already as this really big fight coming out, and they're going to manage to trade as the shooters both go down, and Snibo is going to have to, fend off Take here, who had to back up because of the strikes, but is still going to manage to be alive and in a good enough position that they definitely can try to stop the check, jumping out right before the Rainmaker shot comes in. Really good from them.
Really good escape opportunity for them to be able to just get out of dodge, get out of danger. Very important step here. We got to see the mallet coming in. That's going to be huge. Goes in, unfortunately gets knocked out there in the process. We have the bubbler coming in to play a little bit of defense there, but we managed to break open that first checkpoint. Throws down a Booyah Bomb just to create some space here, but Ori's still back there in the back line, getting some big splats. Unfortunately, couldn't turn left, was too preoccupied with the ravioli. Didn't see the teammate over on the left side, just taking them down in the thick of things. But Kito coming in here with the wiper. Wiper, no wiping. We got ourselves a wipeout in the process. Can we be able to capitalize, though? They went down, picks up the Rainmaker. Kito just that close, can't break open that final checkpoint. We are still at 7 points remaining here in the end.
Oh, and Ori, how does Ori manage to find that pick? Finding in that position. When's the last time you saw a player in that position? So if I'm that V-Heavy, I'm thinking, oh my god, how did they get there, you know? And, you know, that's going to be Big Juicy Whopper doing what they do best, taking care of business. And unlike that Rainmaker Humpback game, they come here with a vengeance, get those wipeouts, buy the goal checkpoint multiple times, and are able to close this one out real fast.
Teeny tiny fries there on the side as well, coming in clutch for that game number 1. Again, kind of a blowout, right? Just went in there, broke open the Rainmaker, broke open the first checkpoint, and there was no opportunity for Black Squid Ink Burger to just be able to take it back or just try to reset it back to neutral or gain any points or anything. They were just like on the back foot the entire game.
Yeah. It's just going to be thinking more of the same as Clamblitz MakoMart is going to be out next. Now, I know Roller does well on this map, but again, so does Slosher. You know, any map where Roller's doing well, Slosher's also doing. Ori licking his lips over there. Sitting down, already readied up. Yeah, we see the Roller and the bucket are the two that instant ready up because, yeah, of course, not fooling anybody. You're not thinking about anything for this next one.
Okay, let's see what we're gonna be able to bring here again. MakoMart, one of the classics out there. Maybe not with Clamblitz, but still a classic.
You know, and honestly, I looked at the MomoCon map list when it came out, and this was something that stood out to me as something that isn't in a lot of, you know, tournament map lists, but I like the map a lot, and it really confuses me as to why it's not in more map lists, because it's a totally good map to play, I think.
I think when people want to go to MakoMart, they're thinking like, you know,
TC zones. Yeah, absolutely. You know. And I think both those maps are good too. Maybe it's just my carbon bias because I have a carbon on my team.
I love variety. you know me. Like these map lists, I love how like I'm the one that wants to legalize. You know, back in Splatoon 1, I wanted more 8 towers. You know, that's what I want.
Oh my god!
I want to see nonsense.
You've lost me.
What do you mean? Ugh. You don't like fun maps?
Oh, I mean it's fun to watch, not so much fun.
That's
to
what
play,
I'm saying.
But you gotta play it.
Oh, it's
you know?
fun to play. It's fun to play. Now, if there was money on the line, you're trying to press pride, maybe it's a different story. But I'm just playing with some homies, you know. That's a little bit different.
Yeah.
All right, Clamblitz again, one more time here. We got double bucket coming out.
Try Slosher coming out over the end Zap, which is definitely going to be a much better matchup. As you know, Zap I think struggles a lot on this map. It's something that just can't really fend for itself on the stacks. As there are so many of these AOE things that Kito, like for example, on this blaster once again, is going to manage to find a lot of value in any of the fights, even if Zap gets the that jump on it.
You already see first pick coming out here from Snevo. Gets Ravioli there on the right side. Okay, gets another pick here from Ori. Going to give him plenty of opportunity to be able to pick up a lot of clams in the process. Ori on the hunt for another one. There's a lot of clams back there. A lot of real estate for Ori to be able to go there. Doesn't want to overextend though, right? If you chase after them, if you just tunnel vision, you're going to get splat by someone else. You're going to get into enemy territory. So good awareness from Ori. And we still were able to get that pick anyways. Let him go back, pick up some clams, get the splat, and let things just happen in their natural course. And this map is looking very orange right now.
Yeah, I mean, they were going all for the picks and not for the clams. You know, they had so much space afforded to them, and then all of a sudden they're looking like, whoa, who has the ball? Who's close to the ball? Oh, nobody's close to a ball. Oh my god. But you know, despite that delay, they are going to manage to get that hold right back. And now Ori on this right side, throwing strikes and skirmishing the enemy back. Black Squid Ink Burger do manage to get good positions back, and there really is just like a clam drought coming out here on MakoMart, I'm afraid, as this barrier is going to go back up and allow Black Squid Ink Burger to breathe for now.
Okay, got 59 points here with 49 remaining penalty points on top of that. Pretty good start here for Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries, but Black Squid Ink, again, here on the back foot, trying to find an opportunity to get the more clams back in there, but we are just throwing them in. Everyone is down. It is hard for anyone to try to even go for a fight, and we're also blocking out this power clam on top of that Ori, preventing them from even having any sort of like rebuttal right afterwards besides the pity clam.
Yeah, I mean, the buckets up on that top left area is just so impossible to fight against, and I'm really and there's going to be a bomb combo coming out. Well, maybe not so much a combo, it just hit the wall. But the clam running has actually not been a very strong suit for Big Juicy Whopper. Maybe something that they're going to want to look at as they get another power clam in. There are enough clams on the heavy to win, but they are going to be splatted by Take now. There's still one alive. Squeak, I think, sharking up on their plat, but with no clams to be had, I don't know if it's going to be that valuable. And they actually do get taken out. Somebody on Black Squid Ink Burger saw it, called it out, and managed to get that pick. And now this bubble up in a very good position. They have a good amount of clams. We could definitely see something happen if they can just manage to find the next pick.
Trying to find it too, right? We're on the hunt for it, scouting it out. On top of that, now see Squeak here, looking around, following up with the wave breaker, just be able to jump over, recognizing it's right behind you, going to be able to avoid those bit by bit as Snipo over here throws out a wave breaker as a rebuttal of their own. Going against their opponents, going to force out players to get out of position, have to jump out, have to focus on it instead of just trying to go for the aim and picking up the clams. We have now a power clam here being built by Squeak. This could be really huge, right? Going to the back line, actually misses the jump, but it doesn't matter. We're still able to knock it out there. One more power clam, Sniper just needs one more clam, and that's going to beat the game right there.
Yeah. I mean, from start to finish, really, really difficult for Black Squid Ink Burger to get anything back in because, you know, I liked a lot of the ideas that they had, and it looked like they were taking up good positions. It's just the fight and the mechanics coming out from Big Juicy Whopper are just so, so top tier that it's going to be what sees them through in this game 2.
This is the time to shine, right? Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries up 2-0 against Black Squid Ink Burger. They've got to find a way to, you know, bring this back here, but things are looking pretty bleak. I feel like not a single time have they scored a point.
Yeah.
You know, like whether it was Rainmaker or Clam Blitz,
yeah,
it was
they did
tough.
not.
So
yeah.
Now we're going to be moving over to tower control.
Haggle, yeah.
On Hagglefish, right? This is going to be an opportunity for them to try to get opportunity to put some points here on the board and try to take over that tower. We'll just have to wait and see. It's always that initial skirmish that decides so much of the map, right? I feel like players sometimes struggle to like find like a regrouping point after that first initial fight. You get wiped out, and okay, we're just trying to group up, and we're just kind of going in there, staggering ourselves while they just keep climbing that tower. Sometimes you just gotta stay calm and just take a deep breath and see what we can do instead.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're getting the beacon, triangle of beacons. Are we jumping to the beacons?
We are trying to get contact with ET right now.
Wait, no, we're getting contact with Clicky. Yeah.
Oh, I see what's going on.
Wait. In my brain, I can hear his voice. Can you hear his voice?
I just hear dial-up noises.
Yeah, I mean that's what it sounds. I mean, but if you're not familiar with the language, that might be what it sounds like.
Oh,
But,
I see. Well, let me try talking with them.
Yeah. Oh boy.
It didn't go through.
No, it's okay.
He didn't reply to me on AOL Instant Messenger, unfortunately. AIM. My AIM account.
We're going to see the Kraken shot as well as the Crab Pro come out. So a little bit of innovation from Black Squid Ink Burger now as the Bubble Blaster is going to be the choice for Big Juicy Whopper. And immediately Ori is going to go down, so maybe a chance to touch tower and get some points. But I think that was an auto bomb kill off to the side is going to be a difficult one to take. And Madsai is going to be the last one alive and is going to win that fight out with Keto. And now with the Crab is going to manage to set up in a good space as their team is now back alive and they're going to be able to get a good defense.
Yeah, good start here. We come right back here with the Crab, coming in with some more splats here. Just going to try to stop that in its tracks. Take control of Cleto. We try to get to that first checkpoint.
Oh!
Gets the wipeout in the process. Good golly, Matsky. You're nuts.
That was a really, really good Crab shot. And I really liked the order of things. First, I'm going to take care of that heavy, make sure they back up and can't help the team. And then finally, I'm going to look at this tower and get so much value as the members of Big Juicy Whopper are unable to do it. But I think that's an auto bomb double to try to go back the other way. Take, though, going to manage to get a bubble up in time and get that pick on the blaster as they take the lead. Will they manage to get this checkpoint down as Take is going to be pincered in? But Madsai, I think, managing to get a jump in, trading out with Ori, and it's not going to be enough for the checkpoint, but signs of life for sure.
That is the first time we've seen Black Squid Ink Burger not only with points, but also a lead in the game. So a fantastic start for them. Of course, this is anyone's game, right? That first checkpoint is the thing that matters so heavily.
Yeah, and the V-Heavy there just barely avoiding that blaster shot. I definitely thought with, the blaster buffs that would have managed to find it, but, now the Kraken is going to come out and probably not going to quite get the lead, but probably stop the checkpoint. No, actually, they're going to get swatted away as now the wipeout is going to come out. It did actually stop the checkpoint, but it's going to be only a brief moment of reprieve there as now they're going to manage to run up to this top right spot. Snivo here managing to get this really good position for Heavy as the Zap is going to be on tower and get that cooler down as a shield. Take getting splatted as well, and now the points are flying and the members are staggering, and I do think this might be it, as Ori is now in a great position to stop it. The last checkpoint is gone, and the wipeout once again is going to see big Juicy Whopper come in and take that gold bracket spot where they will face Moonlight.
With teeny tiny fries.
Team Tight Fries.
Teeny tiny fries coming in. But yeah, 3-0. Easy handshake. They're going to have to face off against Moonlight, though.
Yeah.
In their first round. I mean, that's the nature of redemption, right? You're going to take that last seed of the bracket.
Yeah.
So you're going to be fighting against the top seed when you start it off.
Yeah.
So that is going to be one heck of an order you have to deal with.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's redemption bracket, guys. I think we have our top 8 solidified.
Yeah, we do.
Wow. How exciting.
I'm so excited. That's going to be at 4 p.m., right? So not that much of a break, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of a break for people.
A
little bit of a break for us as well.
Yeah.
So
shout out to production giving us the waters. Definitely needed that one for sure.
Gotta hydrate before you dihydrate. You feel me? Word. I'm sorry. I apologize.
No, I'll do that with you. I'll do that with you. No. There's.
Go ahead.
No, go.
I was just going to say, I think that's going to be it for us for now, guys. We're going to be going into top 8 a little bit later on in the bracket, like you said, around 4 p.m. Eastern. So 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got the 4. Got the 4. So we'll be doing some more top 8 later on in the day. So, take a quick little break, get your naps in, get your little snackies, poos in. We're going to be having a lot more action going on in the day. My name's Aussie. I've been joined here by Inker2. It's been a pleasure.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and we'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, that was great. Thank you so much.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Welcome back to MomoCon 2026. The third time we're having Splatoon here at MomoCon. My name's Aussie. I'm joined here by Keon. Welcome, special guest. How you doing, man?
I am doing well, and I'll be real. Having to switch from convention brain to now Splatoon / commentary brain is a massive jarring distinction here. But I'm excited to be here in top 8, and especially with you. How's your convention been so far?
Dude, it's been so fun. Like, I've gone to so many different things. We've had the
Right?
arcade. We've had the vending room.
Yep.
My girlfriend convinced me to do cosplay, so now I'm dressed up as Cloud from Final Fantasy VII.
I was wondering if that was
without
Cloud.
the wig. Without the wig. My wig was supposed to come in. It didn't arrive. I'm so sad. I look like a fake. Like, you know, like it just didn't work out.
No kidding.
Yeah, but yeah, so anyways, it doesn't matter. We're still here. I'm still rocking the armor, and I'm joined here by the lovely Keon. And we got top 8 for Splatoon 3. Splatoon 8, can you imagine what year it is? Coming at you right now. And we got some great teams coming up, too. I see Moonlight, obviously, the one fated to win this. They were the ones that won last year at MomoCon, but now this year, they might win again, but we got some heavy competition.
Yeah, definitely. And I looked at the bracket at least a little bit leaning into this one. A lot of very familiar teams that are loading right now. As you know, Moonlight winning last year's MomoCon tournament. Now they have some very, very tough competition. I know Smoothie's here for sure. A lot of members from, let's say, the Half Hypernova pickup is here as well. So basically, if you thought last year's competition was almost somewhat to reach Moonlight, it's going to get a little bit tougher for them. So I think they got their work cut out for them coming up.
And this audience has got our work cut out for us, man. Look at them coming in here to watch this Splatoon action. I love those posters, by the way. I feel like my favorite thing about Splatoon lands has got to be the posters. Every single tournament has a theme poster just for it, and we go around and we try to get everyone to sign it, and it's so cool, so fun. I'm a big fan of that. Such a welcoming community. That's one of my favorite things about Splatoon.
And I think almost any local or even any land, especially MomoCon, any land that you've eventually gone to, you've more often than not, you just see players just go up and say, "Hey, do you want to sign my poster?" Like, "Oh yeah, sure." And then it goes from 1, it goes to 2, it goes to 3, and then and all of a sudden you're signing about 100 posters. I love this community for sure, especially with just the camaraderie that they all have, and I think that just makes it so much more special.
And I think it comes naturally with just the fact that it's a team-based game, right? Like having to talk with your 3 teammates, come in, like, hey, let's do a good job. We're going to come in, we're going to get our comms going, we're going to have a blast coming in to this tournament. So guys, if you missed it this year, hey, we might return next year. We don't know. MomoCon 2027 potentially would be really cool. I would love to see it. I love more lands growing up and coming up on the upcoming, right? Like, I know everyone's like, Riptide, every year.
Right.
It's our Super Bowl. I get it. But there's other lands out there. We've got MomoCon. We've got even locals that have been popping up, right? We've got Gridlock that happens over in New York, Sea Battle over in Seattle. There's just so many more beyond that.
And adding more to it, you have Booyah Bay obviously in San Jose, and also you have a lot of lands in Texas, H-Town, Splashdown as well. You mentioned Gridlock, the other counterpart, Big Dapple. Yep, for sure. New England and Boston. The locals are just going up in space, and I feel like it cannot be understated. Any environment where you're just playing together in person versus online, it's just so much different. The energy is there. You actually get to play with your teammates in person for sure, and it feels like that energy just translates on. So I just want to see how all the teams, now that we are about to see a few teams load right into this, at least load into the lobby, will show here. So I think both teams will be loading ourselves right in. But this should be hopefully a fun top 8 that we get ahead of us.
Absolutely. In the game number 1, we're going to be having Inkblot Art Academy here on Tower Control. We have our set map list for this set going to be coming in here to see what we're going to be able to bring up for this. Obviously, Inkblot Art Academy, one of the more popular stages, I want to say. This is like something a lot of people tend to like, especially with the likes of Tower Control.
Yeah, so Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control, if you've heard pretty much any Splatoon tournament cast, you're pretty much going to say it's almost, pretty much everything just ends up in Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control. I know a fellow friend here, Popgun, which by the way did a tournament earlier, will probably just be seething. There's like, why are we back at Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control this entire time?
It's home. I feel comfortable here.
We just end up here anyway.
I'm still stuck in my graduates. I'm just trying to get my degree here. I'm trying to get my art degree, you know? Like, it's a little bit of nonsense. But yeah, players coming up here trying to finalize their weapons before we go into the all-set mode here for the first set of top 8. You got to remember, this is double elimination. So we're going back over to, like, if you get knocked out here on winner's side, that's A-okay. You still got that extra life. We do have some people starting off on the loser side, though. So those players might have a little bit more of a toughie matchup.
For sure. And if you're having to end up in that lower side of the bracket, you only got one shot. If you lose, it's pretty much game over. It's curtains for the rest of your tournament run. So obviously, I think you may have heard this phrase a lot. It's time to lock in every step of the way. And actually, so I'm seeing the two teams right on my screen. I already know the team on the right. It's RRRemix for sure. And the only reason why I know is because two of the players over there are artists. One of them actually has a table at the artist alley down at MomoCon that has been having to man that one. One of the other members, Bugslide, by the way, is running the Poplantis booth. Also, that was actually just right in walking distance here from the tournament side. So I'm wanting to see how RRRemix has in store for them. But of course, there are the other competition on the other side. I know a couple members here. I think this is the super team with Nico and Tacos as well. So I think, needless to say, I think we have the two teams that are queued up here. But I feel like for RRRemix, it's gonna be an uphill battle, to say the least. So I think they just have to find ways to make it work.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where like it's really tough to try to find like an even matchup.
Yeah,
right? 'Cause I feel like if you're just slightly better than the other team, sometimes it just snowballs into something. All it takes is like that one initial team fight, and it can just snowball into a victory right afterwards. And it becomes very tough for the slightly weaker team to try to make a comeback. But when you get those even matches, when you get those neck and neck matches that go to the final game, ooh, they're so fun to watch, cast, play, and everything all around.
But to also add to the other perspective, if you're stuck into those very tight matchups, I think the players will have their stress meter just maxed out the entire time because like we just gotta take it home. We gotta take it home. I know for us, you and I for sure, if we're casting, oh my goodness, it's a lot of fun. The spectators are also gonna have a blast with it. Players are probably just like, no, never again, never again.
I'm putting my headphones on. I'm turning on my soundproof. I'm not hearing a thing. I am locking in. I am not locked out.
and that's all. And that's all we can really hope for sure here. I think we're just missing one member, so we still got plenty of time, to say the least, here while we're loading right in. But I think to our earlier point, you know. I think we all kind of just wish that hey, each set gets really competitive. Maybe down the road, maybe we'll have a few those washouts, and sometimes it's unfortunate. But I think for every team here, just trying to close out their set, or maybe for the interest of the fans out here, especially with the crowd right behind us as well, who are still kind of waiting patiently, are just trying to see, hey, can we make this a lot more entertaining?
Yeah, and the crowd is starting to grow, too. People are trying to claim their seats. Not too many chairs left there for people to go. I see some people standing. We've got finalizing here. We're finally going into the lobby here, picking our correct teams before we dive right in. I'm excited for this first set.
Yeah, I want to see how this first set progresses for sure. And actually, just confirming the other team, it is in fact Super G that is the other team in question.
Got
so,
you.
Yep, got you covered. So, of course, Super G is going to be on the alpha side. The Bravo side is RRRemix here. So, I think to say the least, in a best of 5 matchup, I think the most important game, especially, is the first couple, because in the first one, okay, maybe you're going to get a feel for how the other team plays for sure. Maybe in game 2, then it's like, all right, what adjustments do we need to make the entire way through? I know there's probably not a lot to read off of because everybody's going to end up back in Inkblot TC, and it's like, well, we played this map about 1,000,000 times, maybe a few in our sleep, unless you're a sicko for Splatoon, that's a different problem altogether. But I want to see how both teams kind of react to this game 1 coming up here, and I think both teams are just basically trying to get their weapons situated here, Austin.
I'm just trying to see what happened to this beautiful drawing that just happened. It just got splatted on. What happened? I was looking at my boy Shiny, Spiny, whatever. I forgot what we named him. In the previous cast, we named him like Spiny or Shiny or something, and now just completely destroyed by the spec cam, unfortunately, waiting for this next game. First game to get start off here.
I mean, I heard spec cam just like Shiny or Spiny, whatever their name is, like, nah, not anymore.
Not anymore. You're splatted now. Just yellow ink. This goo. Disgusting goo just destroyed my beautiful piece of artwork, and in a game like Splatoon, where it just oozes artwork, you know, when you connect to the internet, you get all those drawings, all those beautiful drawings all over the walls. You know what? I'm gonna say it. Why don't we connect to the internet right now? Let's see some of those drawings here. That what could possibly go wrong?
Well, this cannot possibly go wrong. And maybe, hopefully, they're all safe. I will not bet my nickel on that one for sure. We're about to load right into Inkblot, our Academy Tower Control. This is when you know, Aussie, top 8 has just arrived here. I want to see what weapons both teams want to dish out here. Of course, some very familiar weapons for sure. Wobblobber is kind of the one that strikes out to me the most from Bug Slap for sure. I love Babe, by the way, with this crab. heavy edited, excuse me, loading this one. And I know both teams are just trying to rush right down the mid and see who can take care of that neutral.
Yeah, right. We also got that brush, one of my favorite weapons out there. You just go in there. I think that's the Octo Brush coming in here with a little bit slower movement compared to the other ones. But good gosh, if you sneak up on someone, they are just completely destroyed on top of that. So now here we go. We see the first tower getting controlled right here. Going to break through that first checkpoint pretty easy peasy. We got that crab right at the beginning, doing it at such a low health. Perfect timing on that special.
I cannot believe that crab tank got popped when they were literally almost one hit away before Toggles was gone. And if Toggles did not pop that would basically could have been curtains for that push. But Super D, of course, be able to run that one past the treacherous second checkpoint in Inkling Art Academy tower control. And Zach's just able to get a few more breaks. Make that a double for sure. Tori and Bay both going down. And Aussie, the third checkpoint, about to be invaded here in just a few quick moments. But I think they're taking their time at the very least.
I was talking about how like sometimes do turn into snowballs. This could be one of them, right? We see Super Tacos right here in the enemy lines, going for the crab, trying to get some picks up here. Unfortunately, just trying to be this little bit of a distraction, trying to get back out there on the tower. Sees an opponent, trying to get some more pushes, get some tomahawk down on top of the lagoon. On everything happening over here on the inland, it's just Bugslap throwing at the Boblobs, the Globlobbers coming out here. Look out for that splat bomb!
Look out for that splat bomb! That splat bomb was just right there. That was the ultimate jump scare that Bugslap had to deal with, and Bugslap had to retreat. But it opens the door here. The wipeout's just basically that. It should be GG's. Well played. I think the Super D was just trying to toy with us there. Game 1 leading us off here, Aussie. It was a very dominant map, to say the least.
That became really scary there at the end because you saw them jump off the tower with only 1 point left. They're like, wait, they're all wiped out. Can someone just please touch the tower? Can someone just jump on that and finish it? And that's exactly what Super D is going to do here. So now we're going to have to see what Remix is going to have to bring back as a rebuttal for game number 2.
And I mean, Remix will have to deal with map 2 here. Again, those who are just tuning in, we have set maps all the way up to finals for sure. So they're going to have to deal with Robo Ramen Splat Zones, by the way, for that map number 2. So wanted to see what Remix has to deal with.
Remix.
Love the beat there, Aussie. Please provide some more later.
I'm sorry.
No worries. 10, you know what? I'll give you 10 out of 10 on that one.
But they're so generous.
Look, I gotta spread the generosity there for sure. But I really do want to see how Remix can definitely try to counter back, because that was kind of a rough first round. I think that's to say the least here. Almost a dominating game from start to finish here. But for Super D, it's maybe potentially business as usual. They may want to run back the same weapons they want to deal with for sure. But I mean, Remix, they got some time to get themselves composed. And again, it's just map 1, but you don't want to be down in 0-2 hold, to say the least, leading into this game.
All right, battle time. Here we go. Diving into game number 2. Obviously going to be Splat Zones, one of the classics, having that tournament just dedicated around it. It's one of the favorites from a lot of players. See if we got any weapon swaps here. Ooh, okay. Nothing too big going on here, sticking with the brush. Pretty much the same comps. We're going to dive here onto the center screen. You see everyone beeline towards that center. Might have one player veer off just to try to get some extra meter before diving right there into the center battle. But here we go. It's going to initiate.
Yeah, and here comes where everybody's going to rush right down the neutral. You have to look out for, if you were a Remix, you got to see if Lagoon and the Roller for sure can provide a lot of value and able to get a few more picks. That's a great start, by the way. That's 2 members that have dropped. You eliminate the Sasha. The delayed 3 is going to help their cause, and Thunder is going to be stuck in no man's land to say this. Lagoon's going to try to collapse on a nice escape at the very end by Thunder. Lead does change hands. It's still very early in this game, but I cannot believe that Thunder was able to escape.
How did they get out of there? They just got away with a crime, and now we see Thunder going for a gigantic flank here, just trying to get something. Bugslap is coming. Opt to go for just the immediate special. Just get out of my face. I am smacking down right here, right now. Thunder's going to go for yet another one. Exposes Bees in the process. Playing the long range, going to have to force him to dive out. Lagoon's going to play a little bit of coverage there to force them to back off a little bit by bit.
Yeah, and right now, Super D is doing their part to just lock out Remix the entire way through. With a couple members that have dropped, it's going to delay this a lot here. Lagoon needs to find a miracle play here with their Zipcaster, but they are kind of just stuck in no man's land. Now it's having to go underneath the ceiling. Not the place you want to be if you're using that Zipcaster whatsoever. Lagoon having to slowly retreat here, and this is still a lot of control from Super D, Austin.
And you saw Nico there playing the back line there bit by bit with that charger, trying to find a big pick as Bay is going to do the exact same thing here with the Splatling. Being a little bit low health, going to have to force a retreat here. You want to try to survive for as long as possible so you can hold on to that special meter, so you can actually try to turn the tides here as they're going to take over the control here. Remix trying to hold on to this for as long as possible, but we see those ink strikes coming in, just trying to turn up that table immediately.
And you know what? This is a solid response so far from Remix. Yes, they're down in deficit, but it's definitely a lot better than what they had to deal with in game map 1 rather. But right now, Super D is still fighting valiantly with the paint that they have. Now, I want to see how RRRemix can take out some of their priority targets. Maybe it's the pencil, maybe it's the splash that Thunder is able to have. Lagoon eliminating Thunder right on cue. As I call out Thunder's name, has taken them out. But so far, no control around this mid area yet because, again, the members are just having to wait to pop their specials. The crab tank is used. Nico eliminates them, and so far, Aussie, Super D has just been able to stem the tides, and that's just the wipeout.
Big wipeout coming out as Super D looking incredibly strong right now. Penalty points are about to get negated. They're going to try to charge up a little bit against enemy spawn to just try to prevent them from being able to push on there because the battle is going to take place over here. They can't even have a chance to get towards the center screen. They're going to just try to rush in there. No one's going to be going down just yet. We see some flanks coming out here. Wait, hold on a second. Remix coming in from the side, has the crab ready to go, but it's just not enough. We are overpowering the Ink with our own specials galore. Ink Strike happening right there on the center stage, right in the middle, to just try to prevent any sort of turnaround happening.
Yeah, and I love the usage of the trip strikes as well from Super D. It almost effectively acts like a smoke screen or basically a zone deterrent, if you will. It did not allow RRRemix to basically move right in and just be able to contest. And that's just kind of a rough place to be. A lot of valiant effort though from the group here against a brutally talented team from Super D to say the least. And now they have to go down basically an 0-2 hole here for Remix, excuse me. But Super D Aussie, they're looking pretty solid.
Pretty solid indeed. Again, they're up 2-0, looking very strong here. We've seen a lot of 3-0s this entire day, right? It's very common. Sometimes you see a game 4. This is a set where I think we might see a game 4 because Remix has been doing a pretty good job of like holding their own, especially in that previous game. There was an opportunity for them to be able to push that back and try to turn the tables on them, but they just couldn't find their mark there at the very end. There's always a world, especially when you get a little bit of a change of pace, but depending on the map, depending on the game mode, and we're going to be going over to Rainmaker this time around on Undertow.
Yeah, and Rainmaker on Undertow is going to be very intriguing because a lot of what's happening in Splatoon these days is we're going to have a weapon that provides an ink bag for a special, so maybe it's the right time to have an ink bag at your disposal here. I wouldn't be shocked if it's not going to get dished out here if you are Remix and having to go back from the L2 side. And I know for Super D, I think the choice is obvious for them, just trying to see how they can clean this one all the way home, take it to a 3-0 sweep the rest of the way. But I think, as you mentioned, this set does have potential to make the game 4. It's just putting the pieces together and just trying to single out any targets out of the box. And so far, weapon swaps have suddenly appeared here from Super D, and so did Remix. That's a change over to the Jets culture. Exactly what I noted. They have an ink back now, so I want to see if they can make it work.
Yeah, see if they're going to be able to try to get something going here on Undertow. This is going to be a very famous spot here for the Rainmaker to break open. No one's going to pick it up just yet. You got to wait until you get that first pick. Find yourself in an advantage spot before trying to go for the Hail Mary. Or maybe if you just back up enough, we get 2 splats all immediately coming out from Super D, giving Super Tacos a fantastic opportunity to just keep on pushing here towards the back line, especially with the Kraken coming out from Nico. You got to respect that. We tried our hardest with the zip liner, but it just wasn't enough. When you have the Kraken around top of you, that's just going to be like a guaranteed checkpoint break.
Yeah, that checkpoint can lead to a whole lot more. Especially, oh my goodness, Tori, that's like also the worst place to be. You have Zach using the slosher as the main weapon, just hurls ink on the other side of the map there, and it just pretty much got them eliminated. But here's the good news: Lagoon getting to stop there with that double their own forces the Rainmaker resets. It gives RRRemix time to get themselves all grouped up again, and especially with 3 members that have dropped there, it's just Taco's the only one alive, able to escape again. It gives RRRemix some time to work with.
Yeah, especially that reset to center is very important. We're going to try to bust this open real quick. Don't want to pick it up just yet. We got the Glob Blobber coming in here over on the right side. Super Nico responding in kind. Has the Kraken ready to rock. And after responding, we're responding ourselves with a little bit of a zip line. Spider-Man goes over a Spider Can. We got another splat there against Tacos, looking very strong.
Yeah, and that Spider-Man maneuver there from Lagoon was pretty solid. It actually gives them some room to work with there. And I think this is going to be Super D way out of position. The slam dunk for the first checkpoint is huge. Now that does give them time to work with. And Tori's able to respond with the roller here. Trip Strike's going to actually neutralize it right now, and they're going to try to hold the line. Lagoon's just going to get eliminated, and Bay's just going to be stuck in no man's land. A defensive ink back, not ideal in any situation, and that is at least Super D holding the line, but a lot of life from Remix, but they just had to hold on for just a little bit longer.
That was such a good answer, right, because you didn't let them pick it up, so you're going to continue that lead. It's only a 1-point lead, but that matters in a game like this.
Yep.
There's 3 minutes left to play here. Tacos has control of the Rainmaker. We're going to see if the players can be able to play a little bit of keep. Unfortunately, I see 2 players going down. This might not last for too long. Super Juggernaut's just trying to play the anchor role right now, letting people super jump to him. Thunder, meanwhile, over here in the backline, getting a little bit of support, trying to survive a little bit longer as we're coming on here, colliding bit by bit. We're trying to collapse here. No flank in sight coming up from the opposite team. Just tons of ink coming your way. I'm seeing a lot of yellow. Taco sees an opportunity. Gonna try to go for it. Gets called out. Puts it to 11 points remaining on top of it.
Yeah, and that might be the goal here, especially with a couple members that have dropped. Thunder's just going to be taking that Rainmaker and just slamming it all the way home. It's well played by Super D as they complete the sweep.
Going to make that winners finals, guaranteeing them a spot in a top 8 winners side here with a very good 3-0 victory for themselves, looking very strong for the rest of this tournament. Can't wait to see what else they're going to bring up here onto the table. But that's not it. We're going to see from Remix. We got them going to be happening over down in the loser side too. So we'll see how they're going to be able to bring up here. Maybe they're going to get another shot here, another chance at redemption in top 8.
Yeah, and now, and I gotta give a lot of props to RRRemix at the very end, at least being able to keep it as close as they could, but then basically everything kind of just fell apart for the team overall. And when you see Super G just kind of playing that one patiently, which by the way, I applaud the patience at the very end, just being able to slam home that Rainmaker, that was huge for Super D. Again, a very talented team. No joke whatsoever. You have Nico, Chico, I believe. Thunder was there as well. They had RRRemix had the work cut out for them. So it is that 3-0 sweep for Super D. And I want to point out that audience because we're seeing it right there. They got the 2 posters ready in view, and again, right there. Here you go. The posters are being held. You gotta show them off right now. Keep it shaking. We love them. That, by the way, honestly, those are the posters for this year. I believe they're drawn by Len, if I'm not mistaken. So this is that's such an amazing design.
They're incredible posters, man. I'm a big fan of them. Like every single tournament, man. The posters, the artwork, the artists always coming through for the scene. Such a cool thing to see. Such a cool thing to see.
Yeah, and a lot of and again the booth ball all over there. I hope I got my directions right this time. Having to stretch out my arms.
This convention's so large, you can point anywhere and it'll lead somewhere. Like
yeah, we're gonna be lost right there. Oh, by the way, so something I did notice while I was down here watching the sets unfold. So also, shout out to the cameraman behind the scenes for sure, providing us another view of another set that's actually in progress. Unfortunately, I don't think I recognize a lot of the members that are playing. Actually, I might have. No, that's Moonlight. Moonlight's basically playing in one of the stations on the side. They're actually playing the big Juicy Whopper team. You might actually, which I think you got.
Big Juicy Whopper with little teeny tiny fries. They were a really good team that we saw over here in redemption brackets. So we were talking earlier about how they're gonna have to face off against Moonlight as their first round. So imagine your day goes. You fight tooth and nail, clawing your way out of redemption, and you finally see the light at the top, and your first matchup is Moonlight.
That's either the worst feeling you're gonna have, or hey, just run with that with the opportunity that we have going on right now. As I just love this view, this angled view here of just watching. I believe this is also the big Juicy Whopper on the side with their backs facing us right now. So hey, that is, I believe, that is map 3 that is being played out from what we're seeing so far. And again, huge shouts to cameraman just being able to adjust the camera on the fly for that.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't put every match on stream because then we'll be here till midnight. Like that's just the way of the game, right? So this is like our first round of the top 8. We're deciding who's going to start in losers and who's going to start in winners, right? And then the winner semis is when it actually truly begins. That's when we're getting a lot of the good matchups.
I think the more we progress along the way, I think this is where you start to see a lot more of that intriguing matchups that we'll get to see here for sure. So we'll be waiting a bit here. I think I saw two more matches are pending, but I think I want to go back to earlier where you said this convention is huge.
Yep.
I'm trying to point out, we're in the area here, we're stuck in this corner where I see PC free play, I see arcade to my
I'm just going to show you guys. Look at this. Check this out. Okay. Right? I'm just going to show you the entire thing that's going on right now. So these are people behind us. You can't even see this. Just people walking by. I went as people are going to stop
Close
walking.
enough. You're doing a good job.
That's the arcade over there. That's the arcade. Tons of games over there. Some Streets of Rage. Can't wait to go play that. They also got some DDR, some dancing games, some rhythm games galore. So much stuff happening over here in the convention. This is just the arcade. It's just the arcade. You don't understand. And over there, if you go over to the yonder, we do a little bit of Matrix effect. That's where the shout out to the streamer. This is kind of like where a lot of the vendors are, right? If you go over there, you go upstairs. Yep. That's where the vendors are. And that's really cool area. It's so massive. It's so big. Come to MomoCon. It's a big deal. deal. I promise. I promise it's a big deal for MomoCon.
And I think see here's the funny thing. So I was here at MomoCon last year, obviously as an attendee here, and hey,
right.
I love this. I love this event for sure. I usually have one really big primary reason. Outside of Splatoon, by the way, spoilers. I have more lore here for sure. So this event is huge. I actually went to the. I actually had the chance to go down to the vendor hall downstairs and got to check out. Oh my god, I can't believe it! 34 aisles of
39.
39.
39 aisles.
Wow, it's
39 aisles.
It was just wild. Also, it gives you choice paralysis, I feel like, too. So it's just like,
dude,
there's so much you could buy.
You go into the aisles. Each aisle is like long too, so it takes like, if you thoroughly go through every single aisle or every single shop in one aisle, it take you like 20, 30 minutes. So imagine 39 of those aisles.
Yeah, and right now I haven't been able to venture through all of them. Although I've been checking out the artist alleys because hey, you got to support all the artists out there.
Absolutely.
For sure. So we're still, I think. Oh, actually, I think they might be going to. Nope, they actually wrapped up that game already. I see the people behind us. That's where I see the people behind us already setting up and wrapping up their set there. So we will eventually get past round one.
It's the nature of like waiting for the next match to jump on there, right? Like we got to get all the sets out of the way, then we can finally find our next match, and then we'll be having winner semis. We'll probably be saving the semis while the losers matches happen off stream. So then we'll just be match back to back. But for now, you guys are stuck with us.
You'll have to just deal with us for as long as the next matchup's going. I just love your reactions. By the way, your faces are just incredible.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know?
What are you talking about, Keon? what you meant? This is just how I normally am.
Just normally. I would see. This is why I wish I had most of your facial, most of your expressions just all in one go.
You got expressions. What are you talking about? Oh, he got the think face. He's having a big thunk right now. He's having a big old thunk.
Yep. Yeah.
See, you got faces.
See, this is where I need to expand. Oh my God, where's all my expressions? Right then and there, for sure. I'm actually just trying to look behind because I think everybody's currently standing up right now. Actually, I'm seeing from the distance right now. There's maybe players are standing up as we speak. But hey, again, the nature of waiting here for sure. As there's the camera change. Shout out to our cameraman once again. As again, I just love just how big.
Yo, is that C-Can? Is that the TO right there?
Raze is also just there trying to get everything all situated there too. Holy
Those
smokes.
are the goats. This tournament wouldn't be able to happen without the TOs here on the screen. But yeah, just trying to figure out all these players. Such a crowded area. It's very cool to see so many people show up for Splatoon, for all the other tournaments. There's more than just Splatoon here too. We got Smash Bros. We got fighting games. We've got is that Mario Kart over there on the left side? Yeah, Mario Kart. Yeah. A lot of racing games. It's not just Mario Kart. Sonic Crossworlds is there. Kirby Air Riders is there. Like, there's so many racing games. We got classic tournaments happening as well. So I saw someone playing Tekken 3 from like 1996 was happening. TMNT Tournament Fighters for the Super Nintendo was happening. So many different tournaments going on. This cameraman's going crazy, bro. Like we are swinging and sliding as we try to stall for time.
you know what's funny is because you brought up all the tournaments from the retro side events. The day before the Splatoon tournament actually started, I was actually down here playing the Tetris tournament on the Retro World Series station over there. I took home first. The medal's right now back in my hotel room. I actually went ahead and posted that, and everybody was just showing me congratulations afterwards. Again, so many tournaments are out here for sure. We're of course catching a Splatoon one. Exactly what you know, it's exactly one of our producers mentioned, the Sonic Racing Crossworlds. I keep forgetting that was out at some point within the past year, which means I gotta go back and play more of that for sure.
They have so many characters that have released now.
That's
in,
right.
DLC. They got Pac-Man now. They got Shrek. Is Shrek in that game? I don't know. They got some crazy characters.
I think they had the Dioxide like dragon characters in there for sure. And I think there's like a bajillion Puyo Puyo characters. I should know because I should know for sure because
Are you a Puyo guy?
Yes, exactly. I have played pretty much a lot of puzzle games. Puzzle games. I don't know how you would want to define
puzzles. You're solving a puzzle, even though you've memorized the patterns. It's still a puzzle.
Okay, true. Tetris, Puyo Puyo guy right here. So hey, that's I'm trying to see if I can make it to those tournaments there tomorrow. So, you know what? I'm just as excited as ever. And also, it's already Saturday. I'm gonna ignore that fact for a second. Hey, by the way, two teams have loaded into this one. That's Conga Line and Smoothie, by the way. Those are the two teams that we have on stage. I do want to see this one go turn into something that is not a sweep. Hopefully 4 or 5 games, ideally 5.
I need me a game 5. This whole weekend, I have been commentating so many matches. I haven't commentated a single game 5. I've seen some Game 4s. They've been very excited. Give me a Game 5. If it's going to happen, it's got to happen in top 8.
Look, if we can will into existence, that means the mission has been successful. But please make it entertaining. They're gonna troll us here. Don't you worry for sure. This was actually both of these teams are actually the 2 teams I had in mind for teams that can challenge Moonlight for sure. Smoothie has some very reputable players here. I see Balloon. I see Havoc. I also see Haya also as well on screen here. Conga Line I mentioned before, the half Hypernova pickup that was primarily Henlo. I think Storm's also there too. Or correction, 1/4 of the pickup because Lexi has stepped down earlier in the. Within this past year or within last year. So that, hey, this could be a very fun set that we have going in store here. And please give us a Game 5.
Give us a Game 5, but we need a Game 5.
Please.
Game 5. Really bad. I just want. I like exciting games. I like long games. I like long sets. You know, it's Splatoon. It's very normal to have 3-0s. Like it's gonna happen. Like it's the nature of the game. I talk about this almost every time I'm on a block, but I think it's a cool thing to bring up is that Splatoon upsets are so rare because if you're having a bad day, you have 3 teammates that can pick up the slack. If you're playing a 1v1 game and you're having a bad day, you're gonna get upset. Like you got no one there backing you up. So it's always cool to have people on the come up being able to catch you off. So when an upset does happen in Splatoon, it's one of the most exciting things ever.
And right now, and as you noted, Splatoon upsets only happen if basically the entire team just completely gets diffed in some way, whether it's total team play, gameplay, you know the drill, or just bad comp difference overall. So that's always one of those things that you have to deal with. Exactly what you noted. A lot of FGC upsets for sure, maybe Smash upsets are so easy because maybe your hands are just shaking, your mind's just all frazzled, they're all over the board.
My controller doesn't feel too good. My joystick is a little wonky. I only got 8 hours of sleep instead of my usual 10.
You do know that maybe some people will. 8 hours is a dream for most of us. Please get sleep, people.
I'd be dreaming about getting 8 hours of sleep.
I think all of us do.
As I get 8 hours of sleep. Everyone should be getting enough sleep in your life. Don't substitute it for coffee.
I am so screwed. I am so doomed.
Yo, my girlfriend is the same way. She lives off coffee, 4 cups a day, and I'm like, I can't do that. I would explode. What is sleep? Vapor, I'm so glad you asked. Sleep is one of the most important things you can do as a human being to give yourself enough energy. Having a bad day, go to sleep. Having a headache, go to sleep. Have a tummy ache,
go to sleep.
Are you in the ER? They're probably going to put you to sleep, but yeah, go to sleep.
Look. Sleep is important. Do not be that one person who tries to survive off of 3 or 5 and maybe 3 cups of coffee. Don't do that. Don't be like some of us out here, even including me right now. Don't be like any of us right now, because if you do, you're so screwed. So screwed for the next handful of years. It's hard to get out of it. I feel like that's the moral of the story. Just get sleep.
This sounds like this is coming from the heart, man. Are you okay?
I am.
You want to talk about it?
Maybe someday down the road. But we'll have to tackle that. We'll have to tackle that for another time here. I think all the players have thankfully loaded in. Actually, we're about to get ourselves situated here for sure. I'm actually trying to see what the teams look like. I think if I'm going to not be shot here in just a few moments, it is not Smoothie in the spectator side. They're going to be trolling us the entire way through. I can tell you that much. I think it is going to be Smoothie, however, on the Alpha side potentially. So we might be getting to. So that's what we're seeing here for sure. And again, the first map leading into this one, Mahi Mahi Zones is the lead-off map, and we're back in zones once more.
Mahi coming over here first, Splat Zones. One of my favorite maps, just because I love the water rising. It's one of my favorite mechanics in the game. The fact that the map changes based on the progress of the match is such a cool idea that I just love seeing it happen. Also, it becomes a little almost like a death field, trying to jump over the water spots and being able to get over the rows. It just becomes kind of dangerous. It's very easy to accidentally bottleneck yourself into a corner. So just a fun overall map.
And I think to your point here is also the game completely changes too when that water level does effectively lower. Excuse me here. The map becomes so much bigger, so you can get trapped in the corner in many different ways, and the way I like to see this map play off, especially for both these teams, is we got to see how they take advantage once the water level drops, because the team in control, they just got to try to run that one all the way home. And Aussie, we're about to load right in. It's going to be Smoothie versus Conga Line coming up.
Let's get it. Let's see what these weapons are. What are we bringing out for today? Okay. I guess I was piling a little bit of end zap action here for a little bit of support. Tri-slosh. I always love a good tri-slosh.
Right. As a person who also speaks as a tri-slosher main, especially with this variety, I love a good tri-slosher. It hits home for me for sure. So I love to see what Conga Line does for sure, as we get to see Henlo basically just trying to fight for paint here. So things I'm keeping an eye on for sure, because you got to see Henlo and the crew, run a double cooler comp. You can be aggressive for days, drink as much soda as you want, just to see if you can move fast with it. And so far they're doing a solid job here, Austin. It's so far this Conga Line group that is basically trying to run this all the way home. Yeah,
they didn't even get a single splat before they took over that first opening, and then they're getting splats right afterwards. Having themselves in a 3v2 deficit right now. Could be ready. The water level starting to drop because it already progressed so hard. Going to give plenty of time for Smoothie to come right back in, take over that zone, flip it on, and see how far we can push up against their type of the spot. Now it's they're trying to play a little bit of defense here, build up some special meter. I see two specials ready to rock here from Smoothie as they're going to try to gather up and go for this next immediate push. See what's going to be. It's going to be the mallet. They didn't get too much mileage off of it though.
Yeah, not enough value out of that Ultra Santos or the mallet toss, if you will, because that could have been nice to help get the zones cap when they so desperately need. As Ball almost able to juke some of the wiper shots from Henlo, but Henlo was able to get them at the end of the day. And now we're kind of seeing this very neutral game now with the water level that has already changed. It is giving Smoothie some chance to work with here, especially with Henlo already dropping Swaggleton. Great name, by the way, having to retreat back. And I want to see what Conga Line does, especially if they're trying to contest back here with the zone sticking down.
And right now, Smoothie looking very strong. Only 20 points here remaining, and not a single blue player in sight. Every single time you see someone trying to approach, they're going to get splat down there, and it's already starting to become very perilous right now. Hello coming in with the wiper, trying to get a splat, gets called out in the process, and that's going to be the end right there. No penalty points in sight. Smoothie turning a complete 180 over on Conga Line to bring it back and take home game number 1.
Yeah, Smoothie played that one spectacularly well, eliminating basically their priority target is, all right, we know Henlo is a great wiper player.
Right.
We are not allowing you to stay alive throughout most of that game. You are not allowed to play the video game whatsoever, and they did a great job just kind of narrowing down Henlo as much as they can. The rest of the group was just having to be stuck behind, just trying to provide some backup or just trying to play for space. But while that all happened, Smoothie just came out with some big plays at the end.
Splat Zones always feels like a big old game of tug of war, and that was like I thought it was going to start to become a tug of war. Once they took it over, I was like, okay, how long are they going to hold it until they get taken back? And it just never happened. They were playing the the Mario Party mini game with the giant Bowser, where you break the palm of your hand trying to spin. So that was just the Bowser player just completely annihilating and not letting anything happen, pulled everyone into the center, and that's exactly how that ended.
Yeah, that's exactly the point. Except they did not burn a hole through their hand while they're playing tug of war. So
maybe a hole through their heart.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. So, man. So of course some adjustments for sure. Conga Line were pretty much a very battle-tested team here, but they've already dropped that first map on the board. So they're gonna go onto this Museum de Alfonsino Rainmaker map. That's for sure the one coming up here. And Rainmaker obviously playing very different. Mentioned it before. A lot more ink vac usage being a lot more popular. I wouldn't be shocked if they bring out one of those weapons here from either squad.
Real quick, just want to point out, what's up, IPL Splatoon raid? I know they just had their finals online,
that's
and
right.
Now they're coming over here to MomoCon. Welcome to MomoCon 2026. Here with top 8, we are in winner semis. Conga Line versus Smoothie happening right now. And we see Smoothie already taking away game number 1 in case you just missed it. Now we're diving here into game number 2. Not too much of a weapon swap, though.
Not too many weapon swaps here across the board. Again, for those who are just tuning in for the raid, it is going to be Smoothie on the alpha side, the yellow side. Conga Line's going to be on the blue. And exactly to know it, maybe not too many changes. I do see a splatter shot on the board. They have the Trizuka that is available, so Storm pretty much on their primary weapon, looking to see if they can get a lot of value out of it. Both teams basically playing for neutral so far, Austin.
Yep, immediately right out the gate, going in there, trying to find that next. You don't want to be the one player that plays overzealous and gets a little bit too in over their head, right? Everyone playing pretty passive here, except for Boopy, actually diving out of there, diving to one of their friends just to try to regain some health here, and gives them an opportunity to pick up that Rainmaker, even without a splat. A perfect fake wing gets called out by a splat bomb, point blank, in the middle of the air gets called out. No chance inside as we're going to try a second attempt here at trying to get that checkpoint, and we do so with a dominating fashion. Smoothie breaking open that first checkpoint.
A second earlier and you would have prevented the checkpoint from being cleared, but now you have Conga Line having to play from behind here for just a few moments. Joe is stuck in a corner, not able to do much out of it, and now they start clearing out the members. Now they don't have to deal with an onslaught of attacks here from this Rainmaker push that Smoothie is just trying to dish out right now. Henlo and the rest of the group are now trying to respond very fast, by the way. They're trying to eliminate Haya. Haya barely staying alive at the end, and now a couple members having to drop here. Conga Line, they're going to have to play this one a little patiently.
Yeah, we're going to see how patient they'll have to take it, right? Because, again, we have so many points here left to go. We got the Mallet on the rampage over there on the right side. Balloon doing a 1v1 and gets the backup there from Booby, but unfortunately they went for a trade there. Booby coming right back over here to see if we can get another spot here. Gets Henlo, managed to do so point blank yet again. Has the Rainmaker over there on the left side. There's no reason to have to pop that open and break it open just yet. They have so much control here, just kind of disallow the opponents from being able to pick it up until they find a prime opportunity for it, especially because they have the soda ready to rock here. Let's get it.
Yeah, and let's see if we can move fast with our newfound sugary power up front here, but it looks like that's not going to be the case. I think they're just playing this one very patiently here. Smoothie understanding that they have the lead, even though it's not a huge lead, and there's still plenty of time left on that clock, and the triple splash that only takes a couple members down to half health, as Henlo finally throwing out the Ultra Slam. They see that is pretty much micromanagement there. See here, notice the Rainmaker drop. All right, switch to another priority target, throws the Ultra Slam on the Smoothie, and it stalls out the push.
Throw the Mallet right on top of their head, give them a big old bonk, and give you an opportunity to pick up another Rainmaker as Henlo leading the charge over here to give plenty of room for Lexi to try to get in there, but the Killer Whale attempt almost coming out there to try to see if we can try to get Lexi out of there, but he's kind of stuck, so Swiggleton gonna super jump back over to their teammate to just try to give him some stuff, but we see them just stuck in this yellow paint, this awful goop, preventing you from making any sort of like movement here. Lexi is not making any headway here on the right side.
Yeah, and I think you have to now look for your two primary players to help provide a lot of value, especially with Zorm Zuka. Instantly takes out Haya. That's the backline's going to be gone, so that gives them some time to work forward here. A couple members starting to drop a bit, and now we need to see more value out of these Mallet tosses from Henlo so far as the checkpoint being cleared. Now you have a chance to break through, but I think they got to play this one a little patiently here. Movie's going to have to escape for sure. If they can get this mob and pick up the Rainmaker to move forward for about a few unit points, that could be huge, but so far they're not allowed to do so, Austin.
Yeah, all they wanted to do was just pick that up just to give themselves a lead. They have the Mallet still. Joe getting just completely annihilated by all the specials. That gives them a prime opportunity to pick up that Rainmaker and push it over just a little bit just to take over that lead.
But here's the problem, though. They've also lost 3 members at the same time, so that is going to give a lot of space for Smoothie to work off of, and now they can move up this ramp and get a lot more yellow paint on the board here. They may have overinvested just to even get lead, and this is now the opening here. That is Joe clearing using the ink wall. They have Haya just moving right forward with the value. And again, is it really worth trying to get the lead up here and then trying to overinvest in it? That's going to be the greater question at the end, because that is already the lead changing hands.
And now we're coming right back over here to Smoothie. Conga Line trying to get some more inkage over here on the right side. Just trying to build up some special meter. We already got 3 specials here to rock. This could be the push they're looking for. Unfortunately, they got a player going down in the process, turning this into a 3v2. Still has 3 specials ready to rock. This big push could be it, right? The onus is on them to have to like move it a little bit. They can't play defensive anymore. It's now the moment to be able to push this in. Let's see if they're going to try to go back over the Rainmaker. Lexi's going to be the one to pick it up, being the anchor. It's a very smart play to be able to do. Everyone's going to have their sodas ready to rock there. Just in case they get knocked down, they can spawn right back in. Lexi going to be an anchor point for their teammates to be able to just jump back in and get right back into the fight, staying alive as the Rainmaker.
Yeah, and with Lexi being the one to hold the line here with this Rainmaker, they're now going to have to value Spiegels and Henlo and Storm being able to move forward there, but Storm has gone down. Henlo's by the way, trying to move up forward. They can't get any value as well. Now you have to stall out this push a little bit more. They do have, I think, some time left on overtime, but it's going to be around 5 or 10 seconds here. I see about 10 seconds left on this hold here from Lexi, so that's going to be, this has to get value almost immediately. If they can get a few picks on the board, that's going to be critical. Oh, Balloon has dropped, but Movie's there, but there's the flank! There's the flank! The flank was there! Joe shuts it down. I think that's going to be that here, Aussie. What a flank from Joe to take home the second map.
Joe coming in there at the very end to just get a flank on the Rainmaker where they were looking the entire time. Lexi just wanted an opportunity to move in, and they just could not find their mark. And then once they were trying to pick up that Rainmaker one more time, it just became a splatling war where they're both just shooting at the Rainmaker trying to open it up, but they just wouldn't allow it to pop and go into a moment of overtime.
Yeah, that moment of overtime there was a little little rough here for Conga Line because you're trying to provide a lot of pain. You only have maybe about an extra 10 seconds with that Rainmaker roll once the timer runs out, once the regulation timer, I guess you could say, runs out. And if you can't get any clearance with especially the point difference that was on show, it's basically curtains for that game. So a very well played map for Balloon, for Smoothie. That is, Balloon is a member of Smoothie, and now they got to go on to this Umami Ruins Clan Blitz game, and their teamwork is going to be tested here, Austin.
Yeah, everything's going to be tested right here for this game number 3. And honestly, I want to get a smoothie myself. You know, the spec cam's on to something here. I kind of want myself a little green apple smoothie.
You know what? That is so good right now. Maybe I'll get one after we're so.
Who did pick up the trash, by the way? What is going on over here?
Okay.
Yo, I thought our community was better than this. I didn't think we were leaving trash everywhere. No, we got trash cans for a reason. Yo, guys, pick up your trash. Come on, man.
Please pick up your trash. Be a good person out there. If you don't pick up your trash, the people will glare at you. And we'll probably be judgmental some way, one way or another.
I won't judge you, I promise. Wink, smiley face, cross fingers.
I'll just throw in a few winks in the fray there, just to provide all that. But wow, wow. I think, to say the least, though, Conga Line, I don't know if they were expecting to be down 0-2 against a very tested Smoothie team coming into this. And
not at all.
Yeah, it's an Umami Ruins Clan Blitz map. Again, a map where deceptively that route to the clan to that basket is a lot shorter than you think. So maybe you can make some adjustments if you're a Conga Line. But I think all eyes are basically on Storm and Hendel. Can they get a lot more value out of their Zukas and their mallets here? We'll get to see as the weapons are about to load right into it.
Coming here for game number 3. This is now the time for Conga Line to bring something here to the table. I got the wiper. We got a swap over just the splatter shot. You know, keep it basic, keep it simple. See what we can be able to do with this. We're going to dive here over to the center lane, and we're off to the races. We're going to pick up as much clams as we can.
Yeah, and I always like to call it the clam gathering phase. Everybody's just trying to build up for that power clam. Wait for that football to spawn here for sure. So now you got to look for a battle cross mid. Let's take that. I'm going to hold that thought here for a second because Balloon just got a double right there. Forces Lexi back. So that cleared up a lot of space. This could be an immediate first push on the board. I might take that back here, I'll say. I think they're going to have to wait just a bit. Now they're about to go here because 3 members have gone down from Conga Line, and now here's the first course coming in.
Smoothie already off to an incredible start at the beginning of this game, already decimating about half of that score. But this is a very easy opportunity for Haya just to allow people to dive in. Just throw one clam in, totally worth it. We get a point-blank shot here from the Splatling. Haya coming in and throwing one more clam from their teammates. Doing bit by bit, they just keep refreshing the timer again and again, and people just can't fight against this Splatling. It's just a wall, a Hail Mary they have to deal with. They're just going to continue to paint and paint. But I think we are finally out of clams, and now we're going to have to get out of dodge and go back and recuperate.
The biggest nightmare if you are Conga Line is having to deal with Haya just still stuck planted in your base, planted around the basket the entire time, and that is just horrifying news to say the least here, as the Maltos just does not quite land, or the Ultra Stamp, if you will. And again, the Conga Line just cannot find the openings here. Joe just throwing the power clam backwards. Staley is trying to save it for the team, and I think honestly about a minute and a half into this game, it's just been all Smoothie to say the least.
Yeah, Smoothie's been just dominating force in this matchup, but now we see an opportunity for Spikleton to come in here. Unfortunately, the Killer Whale going to force them out of position, but they still got the splat out of it and getting some clams from the trouble, getting it enough to be able to build a power clam. This is now Conga Line's time to shine, building up some blue walls here bit by bit. Storm trying to go for a potential flank just to build some space. We finally break it open with the power clam. We got some more clams coming in there on top of it.
Yeah, and a little bit more clams here. You at least cut the deficit to maybe 36 points, and obviously tag on some penalty points there for sure. But now you got to regroup on defense here. You know that Smoothie's going to play fast. They've already picked up a few power clams of their own, and Henlo and Singleton still trying to look for some value out of their specials here. Here's a Zuka that's being flown across. All 3 shots doesn't get anyway from what I see so far. So it looks like for Smoothie, they're still holding on the line. They got so many clams to work off of right now, Austin, and look for this. Melitos here from Hello to land, does not land either. Conga Line just cannot find any values out of their specials. Maybe this one, nope, not a chance so far, Austin.
And they're going to go down without a fight. Balloon coming back up. Storm, should we be able to do it? No, they just dove into a 1v3. I mean, that's a hard position to be in, right? You're just trying to get up there, get some pain, pick up some clams. Got back up a little bit, get some splats on top of that. Just make sure we color the floor a little bit of blue there on the end just to make sure that your opponents can't come in and try to get another power clam in. But Haya's got one.
Yeah, Haya has a power clam that is available, and look at all the pressure that Smoothie's having. They just managed to clear the space in front of them, and now here comes the small clams. They cleared out their penalty points here. Now the question is, can they get the other ones out? No, that is a huge advantage that Smoothie can dish out so far, and so far only the power clam, the speed jumped in, they throw in one, that came out of nowhere. I just saw that, the pity clam back at base to jump it in, and then one more for the support. That was just a 3-0 Smoothie, and that was Smoothie's dominance from start to finish.
Dude, no way. I can't believe this. Smoothie getting a 3-0 victory right there at the very end, securing themselves a ticket in winners finals here at MomoCon 2026. Smoothie on a tear, a rampage right now in top 8.
I think some of us were a little surprised to just see Henlo and the team kind of struggle a little bit, but I think that was more credit to Smoothie. The fact that they played their comps very, very well, also gained a lot of value out of their main weapons. And I just saw Ball just lead things off with a double, which just is all you need to really clear out the space at the end of the day. So what a finish so far from both teams there. Both teams basically picking up their controls, excuse me, and they're pretty much interacting with all the players around them.
Yeah, get a load of this. Like, just all these players coming up here for MomoCon, securing themselves a really good spot here for top 8 of the tournament. I believe we have the other side of winter semis happening off stream, I want to say.
Yeah, I think
Moonlight?
it is. I can simply turn around. Yep, they're actually playing. I see Umami Ruins Clan Blitz actually loading up right behind us. So I think that at least shows that they are in game 3. The question is, will we see the result? Who knows? They'll probably report it here in about in a handful of minutes.
Yep, so we just got to try to move the tournament along as we continue to be here. But guys, if you're just now tuning in, welcome to MomoCon 2026. This is the top 8 of Splatoon 3 here at MomoCon, our third return here towards the event, and we couldn't be happier to be here. We got ourselves a nice little space over here, spectators behind us, watching up there on the big stream. We got this whole convention beyond us. I know we just got rated by IPL, so I'm going to do it one more time. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a tour, okay?
Yes,
this is MomoCon. So over here, right behind the monitor, we got ourselves a potential arcade over here. People coming all over to be able to play some of the games. We've got some Street Fighter, some Tekken, Streets of Rage, DDR, dancing games, all galore over there. Meanwhile, you walk over this way, there's some more booths over there, and there's some vending rooms over yonder. That's the main stage, by the way, for Splatoon. Audience right over here. That's Keon. Say hi, Keon.
Hello.
And then we got a lot of areas right over there to be able to go for the vending room. Guys, the vending room is 39 aisles. There are 39 aisles over there. Can you believe that?
There is so many. So much shoppingness to be had. Is supposed to be had here in this tournament for sure. So hey, if you're able to make it, if you're able to make it out, please also bring Splatoon back. It would be so much. It would be so awesome.
It's such a fun time, man. It's so fun over here. There's more than just Splatoon. There's there's nerd culture. There's video games. There's anime. Other tournaments for Smash Bros, Mario Kart. They had a Kirby Air Riders tournament. They had a Sonic Cross Worlds tournament. FGC. So that means there's Tekken, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear Strive, Grand Blue Fantasy Versus. There's so much stuff happening here, and it's such a cool event.
Yeah, it's such an amazing event to just be out here for. I know it's obviously very different than the usual like Riptides or other places that you guys may have heard of. There's so much to do. You're never gonna have basically any downtime unless you need to decompress for a few quick moments. I know. Yesterday I was at a panel, actually a very popular panel that basically almost filled up the entire room too. So I was just in awe of just the energy that was here. Obviously, I was also at the couch competition, which also has their own set of tournaments there too. So there's almost tournaments everywhere, honestly. There's no shortage of anything.
Absolutely. Splatoon is just growing day by day, and it's cool to see how far it's grown. Just in like the last 6 years alone from after COVID, right? We've seen so many lands start to pop up and so many lands start to go down. And even though we lost a couple, we have grown many more to like replicate what has happened. We've got MomoCon now, and we've got a bunch of locals that we've talked about before, like obviously all over the country. People, if there's a tournament you want to go to in person, there's probably a way to get there that's kind of close to you if you're in the States.
It's a fantastic year to be a Splatoon fan, especially if you want to be at an in-person local or a LAN of this size here too. MomoCon, I'm not sure they were here for the past couple of years. We got a pan in for the audience. Are they going to show off the poster? Yes, they are.
Yeah,
yes,
there it is.
Yes, the poster was being shown. But again, shout outs to the artists who designed this poster. I think again. They're gonna fact check me here soon. It was I believe it was Len that created that poster. So that poster design's amazing. But yeah, going back over here, there's no shortage of a lot of things that we can do here at MomoCon. Again, you already saw the arcade in front of us. There's so much to do, and there's only so much time.
So much to do, so much to be. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? We're gonna come in here for some more Splatoon action. Guys, welcome. If you're having a blast, type 1 in the chat. If you're not having a blast, type 2 in the chat. If I see any 2s, you're getting banned. That's all I'm going to say.
If you ever type 2, I'm just gonna look at you
I'm going to get Lily to say some mean words to you. That's what I'm going to do. Shout out to Lily for keeping from home, being our support, our moderator for today, making sure our chat's nice and clean, making sure the stream's nice and clean. But also shout out to Stick Production for bringing this on. Really big fan of the guys coming in and make sure that we have a stream so we can showcase the tournament to you guys right there at home. Offbeat, always a great, fantastic stream to be able to work with. Shout out to the TOs on top of that. We got C-Can and Rays putting in some mad work, make sure we have a tournament even here in the first place. People have a place to come to play some Splatoon.
Yeah, and I actually love, and you add to the shout outs also the camera guys out there who are also adjusting the cameras.
Yep, that's Offbeat, brother.
Providing all of the support here, and also gives you another view of the Lander locals that I think nobody will ever get to see here for those on stream for sure. So hey, huge shout outs to them, and I'm also just seeing people mentioning that Lily should be asleep. Lily, if you wake up, we're gonna shout out a handful of extra
Good night,
times.
Lily.
Lily, see, Lily's actually understanding our value of rest.
They
took
took my advice.
Lily listened.
Lily took my advice. I'm so happy.
Look! Give all the praise for Lily for actually taking Aussie's advice. I'll take only 2% of the loyalties on that one, but
I get 98, so that's good for me.
Hey, look, more value for you, Aussie, at the end.
You know what? I might take a nap myself.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Did something just happened to the stream? We're back.
We're back.
Hello?
You know what's funny is that we had the freeze frame there the entire time that just gave you like the Aussie yawn there the entire way through.
I'm gonna take a little bit of a nap if you guys don't mind.
Look. That's
Splatoon.
And here you listen to you hear the sounds of Aussian nature sleeping, waiting for the next matchup to arrive. And going full Woomy the entire time.
Hong Shu. Oh, that's a good nap for me. You know what I'm saying? We're back in it for some more Splatoon action. We got our players coming up. A good bit.
Here, now Aussie has officially woken up from his snooze. It was a very good nap, but I think.
Oh, dude, I dreamed of Splatoon Grand Finals. It was like it was a dream to be able to happen. But what's that? Is that Winners Finals happening right now on stream? Someone cut this bit, bro.
I can cut you off here. Don't you sweat. Actually, I don't think it's. I think we got a whole different set of different teams.
Oh, is it losers?
Oh, actually,
I want to a bracket.
Yeah, it might be because I think it's because the winners semifinals matchup is actually taking its time.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe we get a combo action. Maybe. Don't worry.
Mayhaps.
We'll see. This is the power of me looking at this direction. I can also just wave to the crowd the entire time as well.
That's something you could definitely do.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe they're just trying to load up here. We'll see. I think that's the case. I believe so. Actually, it could be losers final. Yeah, because that Moonlight set I think just went past map 3. That is. So
whoa,
there you go. Oh hey.
Whoa! What's happening here? What is this?
Oh my goodness! These are all the. By the way, there's the medals. The medals are here. I think I got the bronze one.
I got the silver. What is that? You got gold?
You can open it. You can open it.
Look, hold on, guys. We got the medals here. That means I didn't have to play, and I won the tournament.
Hey,
no one will ever know.
You
I can't do this with my gloves. This is impossible.
I can help you
out.
Can
Me?
Here, I got one for
As
you.
As a soldier first class, this is actually literally impossible. Okay, I win.
Hey, Cloud is just here commentating Splatoon. Don't ask where the Final Fantasy crossover came from. Oh.
Ooh. Oh, wait, the light is it's so shiny.
There you go. You got it.
There we go. Good angle. Good angle.
Nice.
But the medals here. These are really they're hefty, you know? Like
I think also
good guys.
I think also Tori designed some of these medals here too. Yeah, I think we are getting some confirmation that Tori's here. Also, yeah. So because we also see you guys out there. Yeah, these medals are amazing, by the way. Here, I just want to point them out. They are so incredible. Why are you eating the medal? Why are they?
I need my iron, bro. Don't worry about it. What are you talking about?
Okay, so one of them will have Aussie's chew marks at the end. Don't worry about it.
You can sell that for money.
I was not expecting that.
Yep.
You know what? We'll worry about that for time. Don't worry, I'll cut you off there.
No bits are getting cut when we have to stall for time.
No, yeah. This is. Welcome to the fabled stall tactics in a LAN. If you've been on the mic in an in-person site, you will understand for sure.
Do you think I could chug this entire bottle in one gulp?
I will say yes. I'll give you some hope. All right. Let's take a look. Let you focus. Wait, here we go.
Oh, it hurts.
You are almost there.
That hurt. My
you,
chest.
You know what? You want the crowd gotta give a good all around applause.
Oh
They tried to chug the
God.
bottle.
Oh,
he tried to chug the
Why
bottle.
did I do that? Why did I do that? What?
Look, you agreed to it, but also you just really wanted some hydration in your system. It's okay.
Hydrate
it's
before
okay.
you dehydrate.
It's okay. It's okay. You'll be fine. You'll be fine for sure. Don't, Austin, come back to us.
I'm sweating. I got the sweats now.
All right. See, hey, look, we successfully solved for time. We'll get you back. We'll get you back. Hey, by the way, remember you might be having some deja vu. By the way, Conga Line is back here again. So we are still, I believe, waiting for the winners matchup to be concluded. Again, the beauty of looking behind us is that matchup is still in progress. So we're gonna give you guys a losers round matchup. I'm actually having to see what matchup it is. I know for sure it is Conga Line. I think that is the big Juicy Whopper team that's playing. So I want to see how this all plays out. Yeah, they're about to load right into it.
Keon, I think I lost the ability to talk.
Dude, have you now? Well, how soon will you regain it? Are you able to talk right now?
Maybe when the match starts.
Maybe when the match starts. I got you covered. I got you covered, boss. Don't you worry. So again,
my goat, my savior.
Yeah, no worries. Look, out of the lower side of the bracket, as the other winners semifinals matchup is being played here, Conga Line versus Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries, by the way, is the one that's moving on. Teeny tiny. That'll be queued right into this one. Conga Line going to be on the Bravo side. It will be the Big Juicy Whopper on the Alpha side of the fence. You already got to see a lot of Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries in the previous game as well. So hey, it's all deja vu for you. Conga Line is back here once again in main stage for us, and it is going to be the ship cargo tower control because I just learned that it is losers quarterfinals is the exact word. The match has started. Aussie, have you rebooted?
I'm ready. Let's get it. Tower control. One of my favorite modes of all time because you just want to control the tower. That's all.
Exactly.
It's literally in the name of the game.
I know, right? It's called tower control. It's not called moving the tower magically. I guess that's the phrase I'm going to use here today. As we're about to load right into this one, it is the Big Juicy Whoppers for Teeny Tiny Fries. We are going to be seeing a wiper here. I was not ready for the Henlo Luna Blaster. That is still an Ultra Stamp on the board from Henlo, so that's what we're going to get to see. Otherwise, pretty much similar weapons that we've seen from previous games as well. I want to see how they all materialize here. Fight for the neutral side here, about more than 20 seconds in, rather, and it is for a couple members going down, and that is Big Juicy Whopper already gained points on the board.
Already off to a fantastic start here. Conga Line going to be able to get that first initial push over to that first checkpoint, see if they can be able to break it. We got blue team coming up from the opposite side, see if they can try to break open this defense, break open this barrier. That's going to be coming over to them. We got a nice score here from Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries. Unfortunately, going to be able to break over that first checkpoint, and we got ourselves a wipeout to just stop that push in its tracks.
Yeah, and Conga Line doing a great job there. The first checkpoint gone, but you pretty much negated or reduced the damage, that you could have taken from that one push alone. So I want to see if you have a response. You have a lot of blue paint on the board, and the sodas are being drank here as Swaggleton in a very interesting or precarious location, if you will, and now retreats to much better ground, middle ground that is, and the lead already quickly changing hands. Back and forth we go, but maybe a much better push coming out of Conga Line, especially with the two members that have dropped.
Right, we already going over to the final checkpoint here is going to come in bit by bit. You're going to have to find an opportunity to try to stop this push in its tracks yet again. Swaggleton's going to go up there, go over for that final checkpoint, see if we can be able to bring it. Gets a splat for its trouble. Going to get almost a break out, going to go back for the soda. Just helped out with that final push here. Is going to be able to get the soda, get back in there, get a respawn, and that might be it. And I think that's a wipeout to end the day.
It went from back and forth to already 100 just from one fell push. It's a very infamous map, if you will, because ship cargo tower control past the first checkpoint, it is just a snowball path path to the second. And if you don't have control of your defenses that entire time, this is exactly what you get to see here. That is Conga Line with that first map, and definitely rebounding after what happened in Winners earlier.
Yes, being able to get that rebound is going to help put them in a very, very good spot here as you try to ready up here for game map number 2. Mahi Mahi, a very popular map. We're going to see that a lot today. And yeah, I actually missed what game mode it was, though.
It was Zones. It was Zones.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Zones, obviously a very, very popular mode that we see all over the place. It's just King of the Hill, man.
No. And that's just a mode that everybody gets to see all the time, and exactly what you noted here too. I'm having some deja vu. We did see Conga Line in Mahi Mahi zones earlier. This is just basically their exam at this point. What have you learned after dropping that game from earlier? That's going to be the bigger question for Conga Line, and see how you can turn that around. And I know for Big Juicy Whopper had the big start and then just went out of control. So I think we're like all of us, we want to see what adjustments Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries, by the way, dish out as we will soon eventually load it to the second map.
Yeah, it looks like I heard the ding. The
yep,
bell.
I heard it.
Off to the races here. We're going to start with this game number 2. Going to see if we actually have some weapon swaps on top of that. I can't imagine too much of a swap here. Maybe a little bit more inkage. Splatana.
There you go. So I see the Splatana. And no changes from Conga Line. So that Splatana has Booyah Bombs. That has the ability to get control of the map if you can throw it in the right direction. Combine it with Ori. It's a lot of AoE, by the way, too, because you have the Booyah Bomb and the trip strikes that you can dish out. You can get a lot of control and a lot of paint on the board here. So this could be some very solid ground that they can work off of. The problem, though, also is that if you also drop one, that also slows things down a bit, and that's already the zones being captured from Conga Line.
Yeah, Swaggleton off to a fantastic start there, just literally painting the floor and just like, wait, is there a player there? I'm going to aim at them real quick and get a splat for my troubles, too. Meanwhile, Lexi over here going to the back line, going to be forced out of position from these ink strikes and also lose the zone and get a little bit of penalty points for their trouble on top of that. Not too big of a lead there for them.
Ooh.
As Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries is going to take over this lead and see if we can get another push from them.
Yeah, and that other push could be aided by the fact that they were able to eliminate 2 on the board. You also have to look out there, the triple splashdown and the ultra stamp, or the mount if you will, already available. There is no triple splashdown on the board. They have just went down with it. Although they picked up the soda from earlier, but that is still a lot of control from Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries as they're past the threshold where the water level starts to go down. And now let's see if they can build off of this control here, Austin, especially with the Booyah Bomb that's available for them.
Looking like a big bulky Fries right now. Is going down to 35 points remaining. Snivo is sitting over here with the splat lane, going to wait for this initial push. Conga Line trying to build up some meter. Has one special for the trouble. It's going to try to build some ink there with the Booyah Bomb, but not enough. They got to push. The Stamper is your last hope. Going to throw it in there, trying to get a splat. The trouble managed to get the penalty, the points to go on there. Even though they lost it for just a second, those penalty points buys them some time to try to regroup and come back in. You see the pencil going to back up there, try to hold on to their special for that next push.
Yeah, and exactly to your point, it buys you the time that you need to get yourselves regrouped here. It's a lot of penalty points that you can try to chew through and see, hey, how can we regroup and get some of those targets out of there? But again, that time not necessarily on their side, especially with a couple members that have dropped on both sides. And exactly to your point, when you get this cap, you give yourself some time to regroup here. And now Conga Line with the 2 members that have gone down, make that the delay 3. They can build off of it, and nobody has captured the zone. It's all up to Swaggleton to be able to do so. And Keto is just trying to fight for it. At the end, I think they're going to get cornered here. And this is now Conga Line getting control of the zone, but maybe for a few seconds.
The tiniest of pains just to reclaim that zone is all you need. Is Henlo's going to get another splat. Do we see a double coming out from Henlo, playing out of their mind? Takes it open, takes over the zone, shakes up a bomb, and brings us back to a nail biter of a set, which could have been like a runaway from Conga Line.
Yeah.
Or from Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries, I mean.
Yeah, you got it. You got it there, Austin. And this could be the time. This could be the chance to make it work. Here, as you eliminate Cycles, you cleared off the midline. Now look for Keto to throw this weird ball right towards that zone to get the cap. You neutralize it. There you go. And that's just a part of their comp. They got AoE that they can work off of. The Booyah Bomb displayed that one perfectly. Now if you're Conga Line, you got a lot of room to breathe there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds is an eternity in Splatoon here, Austin. As right now for Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries, they're just trying to hold.
Those penalty points are starting to go down bit by bit. This is an opportunity for Conga Line to have to come right back in and try to take over that zone. We saw this again. Here comes the Stamper.
Nice!
The immediate toss from Henlo gets a double for their trouble. That's going to be a very fantastic trade for them. That's going to give them a prime opportunity to get in there and try to paint over it in this 2v1. But the Wavebreaker going to just try to push them back bit by bit. As Snivo has to back up, can't get away from it. Gets an opportunity for players to be able to jump in there, but he's going to jump right on back and regroup.
Yeah, now they have to start regrouping here, but then there's no specials on the board here for Big Juicy Whopper, so no AoE to sort of speak of. Triple Splashdown available for Cycleton to at least hold the line and prevent them from moving in. And Cycleton is positioned on this right side of the map, trying to see if they can trying to zone them off. I think they're waiting for the specials to be thrown. The dribble, Ink Strikes, and the Booyah Bomb. That's what they were waiting for. Also, they're trying to combo them to get the zones cap. But what did that lead to? Not really any control. Just buying themselves some time at the end.
Got ourselves a Splatana action now. Oh, that's going to be 2 players going down in for their trouble. Lexi getting a prime opportunity for all the players to regroup there on the center, being a super jump beacon for their teammates, as well as putting down some soda for everyone. And now we see Snivel getting down. Again, Henlo just playing the backline bit by bit. And another splat. The high ground means nothing to you as you're going to come right back in here and get a splat. Penalty points are off the table. We are lowering down this score with 43 seconds on the clock. We're throwing a Hail Mary. We got that. That picked up on Snivel. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Henlo just threw that Ultra Stand from distance and got a couple members gone, and this is going to slow their push here for just a minute. These chip strikes have to land. They don't land at all, but they eliminate 2. They eliminated 2. They got the delayed wipeout the entire time. The Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny friends are still holding on to some level of life here with 15 seconds left to go on the clock. They have to just go through these penalty points. They got to push them back. This has been a crazy map so far. They got 10 seconds to work off of. Lexi Cycleton is still trying to look for value with these picks. They're going to be used. They got 3 specials, by the way. The triple slash down, the ultimate being used. They eliminated Cycleton. Cycleton just went down for sure. They lost 2. That should be a lead swap that could be coming up here in some way. Tino and the rest of the guy is trying to hold the line. They hold it off for just a bit longer, and that is Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries. They stole the second map in a nail biter.
It's losers' corners.
Are you kidding me, dude?
What is going on?
Are you kidding me?
Brother! That might as well have been finals in my brain. Like that was dude.
I'm just as speechless as you are. They're not wasting any time.
That's Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries. Evening up the score, bring this to a game 3 situation. We're finally not getting a 3-0. It's happening, Keon. It's happening.
There you go. Your wish has been granted. But will we see more than 4? That's a big question. Actually, we're never going to figure that part out sooner rather than later. They made that game a lot more interesting than any of us ever expected. I know that board camera is gonna get fade away. We'll fix it. We'll fix it at some point down the road. I'll see. I swear. We will get ourselves regrouped. I like to think. There you go. He's cleaning that up. I think both teams are just loading right now. There's gonna be no changes whatsoever.
Okay, let's dive into this game number 3. Conga Line bringing it back here bit by bit. I was gonna come right back for Rainmaker. Here we go. The game is try to get that center point, pick up the Rainmaker, and bring it over to that first checkpoint. See if we can be able to do that here today. As Conga Line coming right back in with the yellow team. Gonna see if we can be able to try to hold on to that. Gonna be able to pick the Rainmaker to start off the games.
Oh. Yeah, and the 3 members are dropped. I think that is going to be the go button here if they can get a lot of control around this map here. Keto is still trying to poke with their main weapon. Hey, the jump shot fadeaway there to eliminate Cycleton is looking pretty nice right now. That's the only member they've eliminated. Okay, made that 2. Now they can build off of this momentum. The lead changes hands quickly. Checkpoint cleared here, and that's going to be nice.
Looking very strong here. Going to be able to get more to for the troubles too. They can pick up the Rainmaker again one more time just to push it a little bit, a couple points there. That could mean the world later on in the day, but they've got to wipe out just being able to stop that push in its tracks. Going to give an opportunity for Big Juicy Whopper with teeny tiny fries to be able to push this right back towards the center.
Yeah, and now this is going to be Conga Line, by the way. Just trying to see.
Conga Line, yes.
I got you. Conga Line trying to see if they can get that checkpoint cleared here. Cleared so far. As it is just going to be a lot of yellow point. Again, lead changes hands. It's still very early in the game for sure. Both teams still trying to vie for position so far. As that Rainmaker game popped. Now you got to watch out here. If you let Conga Line get a breakaway push just from being able to swim through. That could be huge. Spikleton eliminated. They get the trade onto Squeege, and I think this Rainmaker not going to have enough time for a second push. They're trying to swim right into it. Henlo picks it up just in time, and they get an extra 7 points off of it. Honestly, I can't believe it.
I can't. Not only did they get the extra points off of that, but he also prevented the opponents from being able to pick that up to give Big Juicy Whopper with Team High Prize an opportunity to bring that back towards the center, as the pressure from Conga Line is still alive and well here in the enemy base.
Yeah, and that pressure from Conga Line is actually pushing Big Juicy Whopper with Team High Prize further and further from the base. There you go. There's that Rainmaker reset that needed to happen if you are the Big Juicy Whoppers. Squeeze is trying to provide a big jump scare there on the Henlo, and Henlo just went down horror movie style, if you will. Ori is still trying to paint for coverage here. 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go on the clock, and I think needless to say, the Big Juicy Whopper with Team High Prize has their work cut out for them.
Now Sniper coming in here with the splat lane from the back bit by bit. We got that reset back to neutral. Going to get an opportunity for them to be able to pick up this Rainmaker. Not going to go for it just yet. Wants to try to get a splat for their troubles. Try to make give himself a little bit of advantage. Nothing to do it from that Mal, but that super Booyah Bomb coming in clutch to be able to just kind of push players away. He's going to try to pick up that Rainmaker one more time.
Yeah. Now we have to see if how this Rainmaker push holds so far. The Rainmaker has been dropped so far. A couple members have gone down. Now we get to see this potential push materializing for the lead change if Keto is able to provide some space that they need. Storm is being pushed back. The Rainmaker going to get dropped as well. I think they got picked up by Lexi from Ranger with that Sniper Rider, and now this is just turning into an all-out brawl across this Rainmaker. Nobody's able to move forward here. Aussie, it's about close to 2 minutes left to go on the clock. Blue Bombs and Specials are being used right now, and the Rainmaker being picked up here, and Snavel's trying to move to the right side.
Now we got Snivel coming right back in. Barely has a fraction of a health. Brings that back in. They almost got the 1 point on top of that.
There they go.
On top of that, they pick it up one more time. They take the lead in the process. Big Juicy Whopper and TD High Fries yet again bringing it back and showing that they are still in this match.
They are still very much in this match, but the thing is they always have a minute and 40 seconds left to work with, if you're a Conga Line, that is. So there is still some time to work off of.
There's hope.
And there's still very much hope. It is not like the previous game where they were able to clutch on in the last 25 seconds. Storm trying to move right. It only takes them to half health, but that isn't enough to make it to get the push to materialize. Minute 20 to go. Henlo throws out that ult with a very awesome toss and trying to go for poke and is not able to do so. And the lead changes hands once again, and now this is looking really soft for Conga Line.
Immediately, just like that, gonna be able to trade. There's 1v1 right now happening. Cycles in, fighting for the life, gets the wipe out in the process. Tries to go back and pick up that Rainmaker. They manage to pick it up, take it all the way to the home base, and almost gets a slam dunk, but they can't finish it off. So now, Big Juicy Whopper or Team Tiny Fries has to bring it all the way back to the other side and finish it off, or else it's gonna be game over.
It could potentially be curtains right now, and Stevo's actually waiting for that Rainmaker I thought they were gonna wait for that Rainmaker to respawn. They probably recognize they don't have much time to work off of, but you saw it from the previous game. They have the ability to come back when the cards are stacked against them, and with 38 seconds left, they're trying to go for whatever setup they can. The trip strikes are available, they can have it materialize, but so far it is slowly developing here, and specials are being burned. This is quickly materializing in a hurry here, Austin.
Yeah, it's getting really scary right now. Again, we're going to wait for our players to dive back in, try to go for yet another push. Sniper's going to chill in the backline, try not to lose the Rainmaker in the process. Only 15 seconds left to clock. And now is the moment to be able to try to push this in and try to take back that lead. Booyah Bomb from the backline. Kilo throwing out a flake. Going to try to get some of the process. Unfortunately, they're going to go down. Force the Rainmaker down. They have to pop it open and try one more time. But that Rainmaker's not popping. It is not popping whatsoever over there in the backline. And that's going to be it. They couldn't break it in time. That's going to give Conga Line the lead there for a 2-1 lead in this race to 3.
Yeah, and that was a lot more intense than I think any of us imagined. Close to less than 2 minutes on that clock. You have basically what could have been a very solid push there, but you also have to hold your defense as well. Conga Line just found ways to just break through time and time again. You had a very strong AoE setup, and it just could not get it to materialize whatsoever. They had to wait for the combo to work off of, excuse me. Just didn't get it to work, and right now the 2-1 lead, as you mentioned there, Aussie, they're just not wasting any time. They're just gonna go right into it.
They're both, all 8 of these players,
right,
have a fire lit under them, and we are just going immediately into Scorch Gorge Clan Blitz for this next game. So this is gonna be quite the doozy, right? Clan Blitz is one of those game modes that could just go any which way. It's all about trying to find the correct moment on both sides and see who can be able to get the most clams in the beginning and try to get that first initial push. And also not just getting the power clam in, but also getting the follow-up clams to try to lower that score as much as possible before you get the penalty points.
Yeah, and I think, and to your point, who gets that first punch and who is able to break it through? I know the margins that people like to talk about is 60 points remaining or 40 points cashed in, because that gets you more than 2 power claims to work off of for the margins, that is. So I want to see how this all plays out here, especially if you're a big Juicy Whopper with Teenage Titan Fighters trying to force a Game 5, something that we haven't seen often so far on stream. So let's see how this all works out here. Swaggleton switching over to the Vanilla Nautilus, just an 8-storm that's available on the board, but they're still running double cooler, if anything, so only a minor change at the end of the day.
Yeah, right. It's all about just trying to get in there and feel what's more comfortable for you in this game. Immediately, big pick here from Lexi, recognizing the player was a little bit out of position there on the right side, gets the problem for the troubles, builds a power clamp, tosses it back over to the anchor, gives the players to be able to get back in there and try to be able to make some space for their teammates. The players going to be able to respawn in there, turns back into a 4v4. Another power clamp being built there from Big Juicy Whopper, Tiny Fries. The point blank, Hello is on fire with these stamps, by the way. He's never using the hammer as intended. He's just tossing it.
Yeah, Henlo is just trying to use those Ultra Stamps every time to get value just by using that from range and trying to eliminate any members from far away. And it's just working out so well for Henlo. Exactly what you know. Maybe in most circumstances, hey, I would just want to stamp and clear a path. No, I'm just going to use it as a weapon to just chuck and make sure that we don't allow the Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries to materialize. And so far, all it is at the end of the day, honestly, it's just neutral being traded, no power clamp on sight.
Absolutely. Now we're seeing some more players jump back in here with these super jumps. Sandal being that beacon one more time for the players to be able to get back into that fight. Squeak, meanwhile, throwing down the soda here to be able to get some players some more, respawn timers as well as a little bit more recharge speed. Oh, Keto getting cornered into his boss, forcing out a special breaks through the armor. No Booyah Bomb coming out in sight. Henlo on a tear right now, taking out Squeak on top of that.
A complete departure from what Henlo had to deal with against Smoothie. It is now Henlo fully unlocked and ready to go to try to close this out. And there's a couple members. That's the wipeout. That's going to be the first cash into the game here from Storm. Now, is there going to be the follow-up? Yes, they're already going to be close to past the 60-point threshold I mentioned before. 60 points remain or more is what you ideally need to give yourself the deficit to work off of. Storm breaks it past the halfway marker here. Austin, this is looking really good for Conga Line.
It is, because they're starting to stagger the opponents, too. On top of that, Henlo throwing out another stand. Not going to be able to find his mark. Never mind. Managed to do it. Catches an Ori from down there, and also gets a trade with Squeak. Turns into a 35 points remaining as we continue to put these oysters back in there. The clams again and again. 29 points remaining here. So Swaggleton going back for 3 more clams. Refreshing the timer once more from Lexi. 20 points. We're about to get a knockout in the very first opening push. Only 2 more clams and we do it. Knockout immediately. No penalty points required. Conga Line dominating that final game that turns into a 3-1 victory for themselves as they're going to move on into loser semis, guaranteeing themselves a top 4 finish in this tournament.
Yeah, the top 4 finisher, and just the look of just distraught, by the way, from Big Juicy Whopper team, Tiny Price, and probably a sense of relief, if anything, there from Conga Line at the end of the day, because they're like, all right, we got dropped in the lower brackets. Let's see how we can continue on for sure. And they just able to keep throwing so many repeated punches time and time again. You know about here too, Henlo just had an amazing series, to say the least. Again, the departure from the winners semifinals matchup to now, Henlo just was on another level when they desperately needed Henlo to pop off.
Yeah, so unfortunately that's going to be the end of the run for Big Juicy Whopper with Teeny Tiny Fries, going down with the 5th place finish, but that's nothing to scoff at, right?
No.
If you saw the competition that's here today, like there's a lot. We had over 20 teams entering this bracket, and that's one of the results you got in the top 5. That's something you can take home with pride on yourself. Yes, you wanted more, but still a really good play. So give shout outs to them for putting up a good fight and doing up the good fight. But now we got some more matches coming in. I believe we've got winners finals. I want to say diving up here. Or are we going over to another side of losers?
Well, we gotta see here, because right now we are seeing the previous matchup that we're just seeing just clear out. So we might have some time to work off of, but I do know from what we saw, the winners finals matchup that is in play here, and yeah, I do see it. Smoothie versus Moonlight. I'm
waiting for this.
This is, I think, the matchup that, for those who are at MomoCon, they've already looked it up and they're like, all right, we're already excited here. But for those in chat, for those wondering, yes, Moonlight versus Smoothie is their winners finals matchup. I think that is going to get queued up here. I think they're still waiting for people to clear out right now, or they're waiting for other matches to clear out. The deals are going to figure this out for us. We're just here trying to entertain you guys.
That's what we do best.
Right?
Here at MomoCon 2026. We got listen, there's been a lot of energy happening right now. I think we're going to take it down a bit. Take it down a notch. We wait for this winners finals to come up. Guys, how you doing? Welcome to MomoCon 2026. Splatoon 3 for the 3rd year at MomoCon. And the question on everyone's minds, where are you? Why aren't you here? Do you hate me? Do you hate Kion? Do you hate the tournaments?
What?
Nah, it's okay. You're watching here. We're just glad you guys are here watching us and tuning into the stream with us. But next year, though, MomoCon 2027? Interesting. Could be a really good tournament to attend in Atlanta, Georgia. Might be worth a shot.
Hey, if you guys can please come in and help support and just go to all tournaments, especially if Splatoon comes back.
Begging?
Please,
Begging?
just please do it for us. Do it for Austin. Do it for me.
For me.
Do it for the tournaments. Do it for all of us.
No, just do it for me.
Okay, no. Okay, erase what I said. No, we're doing it for Austin. We're doing it for Cloud, actually.
For Cloud.
For Cloud.
For Cloud that lost his wig.
Yeah, Cloud.
And his sword.
What happened to your sword? Is it nowhere?
Bro, I don't know.
Yeah,
I
it's
found
somewhere.
a medal instead. Here it is. The Splatoon medals again.
Oh my
yo,
God. Oh, whoa,
yo, is that
whoa,
Tekken
whoa.
8? Hold on a
Whoa,
second.
whoa,
Yo, wait,
whoa.
hold on. I'm about to switch modes up here. Okay,
Go.
Okay, we got Twice coming in here with getting a big kick right now. Already putting it down at half health. Trying to get some more rage meter there in the corner on the Pac-Man stage. Trying to get another wall spot on top of that. Big combos coming out. This is looking devastating. We're going to try to get this KO. Managed to do so with the second round. We're going to jump in here into round 4 as
This is why you're darn elite, Austin. You have no idea.
Tekken's hype, man. I love Tekken.
You do more than just Splatoon. I do vividly remember that. Oh, sorry, the glare's throwing me off. You do a lot more than just Splatoon, though. I remember this.
I can cast paint drying on the wall, and it's a lot of fun. You should try it sometime.
Hey, okay. Maybe we'll get you a 9 and Zach later.
Let's do it, man. You know, while we're stalling between matches, we get
Right?
some walls, dry some paint. You know, have you gone painting recently? Have you painted a wall recently? Do you know how hard it is
That's
to
right.
paint a wall?
It
It's
is.
harder than you think. It's like, nah, man. I'm just gonna use one color, and I'm gonna paint it down, and it's gonna be a red wall, and that's it. You think it's easy? No, man. If you make like the wrong stroke, it's gonna show up.
It's over. It's
Bro,
over.
I can't do it. I can't do it myself. That's why my wall is great.
See, and this is why I leave the painting to the professionals. For me, unfortunately, they'll know better than I will.
In this economy, I can't afford a professional, so I just gotta do it.
Very true for sure. Very true for sure. I'm still in all by this. Actually, let me see if I can open the other one. The other one was the case. I was holding the 4th place medal. This is the very fittingly 3rd place bronze medal here. Again, Tori designed all of this, and I'm sure one of these probably got chewed up by Aussie somewhere along the way. But
I was hungry.
You're hungry. You said you needed more iron.
I need more iron in my diet.
You need iron in your diet. Am I actually opening these? I'm opening these in order, by the way. That is iron apparently. This is the silver one right here.
That's 2nd place.
Yep, 2nd place.
She went from 4th to 2nd.
I am looking at the gold, at what appears to be gold.
Oh, the Holy Grail. First place, going to one of these teams. It might be one of the ones from winners finals. I don't know.
I mean, you know what? I just realized the math has kicked in. One of them is going to be holding on to one of these medals for sure, because I think that is top 3 for sure. So the question is, they have dodged the 4th place medal, which I got it the wrong one. Close enough. This one's more iron colored than I thought it was. There. So this is not in their sights. That one will probably be gone sooner rather than later.
Yo, is that Shadow?
Yo,
look at that POV. Hey, yo, what's good? Yo, they got the glitter on. Yo, look at these cats though. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
The cats.
The cats look cool. Why they all got glitter on? That's sick.
Yeah.
Big fan.
You know what?
Big fan of Moonlight.
You know what? Moonlight has all the fit today. They got the glitter on as well, and then, also again, shout out to our cameraman just adjusting that all on the fly for there. Hey, you got to see the back of my head there for a hot second. There you go. We're here now. But yeah, no. Moonlight is here for sure. I'm seeing them close to us. Hey, by the way, they won last year's tournament here, and they're trying to make the run back once again. They got a Smoothie team. Aussie, we got to see them earlier. Dominance. So hopefully,
absolute dominance.
We need to see if this can go to 5. We got 4. We got 4 last time, so
could
we're
happen.
almost there. We're almost there. I think this could be a very fun matchup that everybody gets to watch here.
Game fine. Wait, hold on. I just got a call in from Twitch chat. It's Shadowwind's birthday today. Wish him a happy birthday.
Yeah.
Is that true?
If it's Shadow's birthday right now, someone's gonna wish him a happy birthday at the end of the road.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Shadow!
Happy birthday, Shadow! All right, cool.
Oh yeah,
bet.
cool. We got you. All right. See. One of our cameramen has queued us something. It'll be a surprise. I think it's gonna be more funnier that way for sure. But don't you worry there. I think both teams are about to load right into this one eventually. But I mean, Moonlight was here. I think you were the MC last year. You got to hype up the entire audience. I vividly remember that.
MC was so fun. I love
right?
MCing, man. It's like one of the most exciting things you can do.
It's very different. You get everybody amped up and ready to go, trying to get.
Yep.
And especially with the crowd right behind us who are just eager for a very fun Splatoon ahead of us.
You also got to learn how to stall.
That is also
which is something fun. That's very fun to do. I love stalling. If the whole stream was just us, vamping, I would be happy.
You know what? I'd be ecstatic too. We'll figure out some more bits along the way. We'll farm up something for all of you.
More bits along the way. So I have a real question.
Yes.
So going back to birthdays, circling back. We're gonna circle back to birthdays.
Go.
When you go to a restaurant and it's like your birthday, and you're with a group of friends, do you want the servers to sing happy birthday to you? Or is that like embarrassing?
It's not that embarrassing. I mean, at this point, you already know your birthday's already here. It's like it's bound to happen for sure.
So if like 10 servers all came to you in the middle of your dinner and they all started singing happy birthday to you and started clapping, would you feel embarrassment? Would you feel happiness? What would you? What's going through your mind?
The clapping would probably be the partial embarrassment, not the actual.
The clapping's loud, by the way. It's like deafening.
Oh God, then it would definitely be embarrassing afterwards.
Okay, yeah.
That's my view. What about yours?
I don't have a birthday, so it never happens.
I'm
forever 21.
Forever 21.
Forever 21.
God, you know what? We'll believe that for sure. We'll believe that for sure. You know what? I trust that you're 21.
See, my birthday is March 32nd, so it just never rolled up again.
We just never hit March 30th.
Yeah, it just never happened again.
That's true. That is definitely one way to never celebrate your birthday. It's just have it be on March 32nd, which never hits everybody. I wish we all knew that strat. I wish I had February 30th for a hot second. I had to think about that for a second.
You just got to find a way to be able to get that. But now I think we're starting.
There we go.
Winners finals, guys. Smoothie facing off against a Moonlight. Who's going to be the one to take it home? I know Moonlight is the team that won last year. Like we said, the others started to get up and alive. This is a very, very important first game of this set because if Smoothie can take this, that sends up a message that Moonlight is not invincible at MomoCon.
And that's the big thing. Do we have a challenger for Moonlight at MomoCon? That's the ultimate tale here. As you guys will know already, Moonlight is going to be on the alpha side. Smoothie is on Bravo. Very similar ones that we saw from Smoothie. Your typical weapons here from Moonlight, the only exception to the board is Nolan on the vanilla 96. You pretty much know Nolan dish out the 96 deco with the Kraken every time. But it's always a fun back pick that we get to see from Nolan. Speaking of which, Nolan already popping that back. And both teams are basically trading blow for blow right now. Trying to aim it right in the balloon side. And they both end up getting traded. At the end of the day, the advantage goes to Moonlight to start things off, Aussie.
Yeah, Mega trying to get in there. Maybe potentially had an opportunity to place down a bubble on top of their opponents, but it just wasn't enough. Havoc coming right back in, throwing a lot of specials from the entirety of Smoothie. Throwing in so much to be able to try to reopen that open, manage to take over the points, put some penalty points back on there, but Moonlight just takes it right on back even with the penalty.
And now we're at this point where with both teams already getting capped, so now the ultimate goal is who gets the last one there. Nice little snipe there from Basil, getting them onto Boopy there. Now we want to see how Moonlight can continue to provide the pressure, especially with both teams not having any special except Nolan using one, and now Omega has found a runway and gets a couple slashes off the board, and the 3 members have gone down. This is looking really good for Moonlight.
Looking like a runaway for himself. Xiao's just over here painting some free real estate, getting some free specials, as well as just getting a lot of yellow ink there on the floor to be able to give them some more opportunities to be able to escape, to be able to maneuver, as well as just be able to regain some health. This points are starting to tick down bit by bit. 30 points here remaining on Moonlight's side. Smoothie's got to find a way to break open this barrier that's happening. We got our specials ready to rock. Havoc trying to find that opportunity, breaks open the bubble. Only 15 seconds left on the clock. Haya trying to paint some with the splatling from the background. This might not be able to happen. Killer Whale's last-ditch effort, trying to get their paint, actually gets splat in the process, and that's going to be the game number 1. And Moonlight showing just why they were the champions last year, but getting game number 1 in a pretty dominant fashion.
1 year delayed, and so keeping the engine rolling here from Moonlight as they're taking home that map 1 in style, to say the least. It had to make something pretty solid there. They just couldn't get that to materialize, and that is a great start if you are Moonlight, trying to keep this one going so far. And I know both everybody from Moonlight is feeling relieved, and you might be wondering why Balloon's looking at the phone right now. We've hit winners finals. It is counter pick time, by the way. So we get to enter counter pick territory.
Can't wait for Splat Zones.
Oh God, it's gonna happen, isn't it? Is this is just a fact of life.
Welcome to Area Cup here at MomoCon 2026.
You know, I wouldn't be shocked if there's somehow a gentleman's area cup. Please don't actually do this to us. The Teals would like to wish upon that right now. So, but I think we'll see the counter big event down the road as they're all getting themselves situated. But I think, to say the least, though, Moonlight definitely has not lost a step so far, and it has definitely showed how they kept their dominance, especially with the tough match that they had earlier today.
When I was looking back at the bracket on Start.gg, I'm pretty sure they only lost one singular game the entire time. So they've got a lot of 3-0s to get up here with 1-3-1 that happened, I believe, over in, I think, day one that happened. I don't remember who it was against, but yeah, a lot of 3-0s to get them here. So they're very used to just taking another 3-0, and it might just be routine as normal here against Smoothie, but you know it's not exactly what Smoothie wants. Not only do they want to win a set, they at least want to put a dent in their armor by taking away one of the games, because even then, you got to remember that gods can bleed, man.
Yeah, gods can definitely bleed here, and I think Smoothie wants to just try to derail Moonlight's run here as soon as he can. All roads just end up going back to 8-Bot Academy Tower Control, don't they? Yeah, that seems to be the standard.
Let's go! Not Splat Zones. We got Tower Control.
Some Popgun is probably gonna be out there molding, just seeing that again. It is the year 2033. We're playing Splatoon 5, and somehow we're back in 8-Bot Art Academy Tower Control. Nothing has changed for sure. But in all seriousness, I want to see how this all works out here for Smoothie. Kind of a punch in the mouth, if you will, for Smoothie. A bit of a big departure from what they had to deal with, and just trying to see how they can take Moonlight down a notch, and I think this might be the kind of that they're looking for out of it.
Yeah, just going to try to get some shake-ups here. You know, obviously the Tower Control on the Art Academy is definitely a comfort pick.
Yes.
This is definitely like, okay, I play on this map a lot. Whenever it's in rotations, I play the full 2 hours. But, like, comfort picks are important. You know, if you know the map inside and out, it's going to give you a little bit of an advantage when you come into that next step. But you got to remember that the other team probably also knows it. Backwards and forwards. Forwards and backwards.
It's just the dreaded problem of picking a map that everybody basically knows. Like, well, we're gonna try to take them on a map that they already know. It's like, well, we also play this map. We have to play it about 30 million times, and I know that's what's gonna happen. Shadowin is trying to get the crowd pumped up. I don't know if it's gonna go through, but the crowd is definitely behind us, very much amped in as we're about to load into this one. Again, the counter pick here from Smoothie, Inkling, Art Academy, Tower Control, Blaster. I am seeing Blaster from Moonlight. That is Omega on a Blaster. I'm trying to remember the last time Omega has played this version of the Blaster, but I want to see how this works out.
What year is it?
I know, right?
Coming right back into here. Again, Smoothie coming here on the blue side. Gets immediately splatted right there to start off things. Shadow going to be able to shake up a bomb before throw it right there onto the middle before going for that first tower. We have ourselves a little bit of advantage here. We have some soda on the table. 2 players down, unfortunately, though, so we're going to have to back up here. Shadow's going to play a little bit of a flank. Gets in a little bit too much for their trouble as Balloon's going to be able to get that splat here on the right side and bring this into the first check, but we see Smoothie with a slight lead.
Yes, Smoothie with a lead that they can work off of. Now they're just trying to get past this first checkpoint for sure. Now there's some defensive ink pad to help neutralize any paint that's being thrown right into them. At the end of the day, they only get a 1-for-1 trade. Now just trying to lob that shot there. They know that Boopy is pretty much right there in the corner. Boopy's stuck in no man's land, so just has to escape. But Nolan had to invest a lot of time onto Boopy, and that it gives Smoothie, some clearance to work off of with the tower route so far, and Havoc's just trying to collapse on them. But this is kind of a slow developing push here, Aussie. Starting with a couple members that have dropped and Nolan eliminating one. I think that might be it for this push.
That tower starting. No, I don't know. Okay, you're right. You're going to be able to knock it down. That second checkpoint was looking a little scary here. Moonlight trying to bring it back here towards the center. Seeing a lot of orange ink here on the middle of the map as we're going to try to push that tower bit by bit over there. Every time we touch the tower, we're going to be able to get a little bit of super meter. Shadow trying to go back here, playing a little bit safe, hiding behind walls, using cover to its advantage before we start to make that first push. Immediately point blank splat coming out from Omega. Havoc doesn't realize they're stuck right there, trying to get out of dodge. Managed to be able to do so even with the blaster. Going to hide behind this bubble as this tower's going to break open that first checkpoint and going over to the second one. Immediate snipe coming out from Basil.
That is Basil 2, Boopy 0 on the set so far, at least what we see. And now this is now the impact, a very solid impact around the tower, and this is looking like Moonlight has found their footing here. They have to escape from the tower for just a bit. They have to make sure it doesn't reset, or else the tower's going to reset with it. That's all right. They got through the second checkpoint. They lose 2, but that is damage done here. Smoothie's able to get a couple members off the board, and I think Shadow's just going to be done where they stand. Now, they did get a whole lot of points, but it doesn't matter. The second checkpoint, the more treacherous one, has been cleared, and it gives Moonlight some room to work with down the road when they play defensively.
Yeah, as we're trying to regroup here on top of that too, Smoothie does have a super here on the board, a special rather, and we're gonna see if we'll be able to use it. Does it? Opposite, go for it. We also got a wave breaker here. Basil's gonna be able to throw it there, force players out of position as well as force them to have to like look at it. Gets a pop there from Nolan using the vac, looking like Luigi's Mansion right now. Is gonna get another splat on top of that. Nolan shooting it out there. Forced out of position though from those ink strikes coming their way. Omega over here on the right side, see if we can try to get a potential flank. Has to back off though, but can't get away just in time. He didn't have enough mobility. That's going to be Smoothie cleaning up shop and push the tower right back. That fair trade for Smoothie on top of that. Putting us into a 3v1. Easy control for that tower to go right back towards center.
Luigi, also known as Nolan, taking care of 3 Smoothie boosts just like that. Exactly what you know there. And it gave them a lot of clearance to work off of and taking it down to the 24 points. And it's just a lot of control that Moonlight has had so far in this game. And Haya's just trying to make this one work, trying to help re-anchor the backline for them. And now Ryan Desauer with all their might. And Smoothie trying to find some time to regroup. They have a lot of time to work off of until the bomb eliminates them, and that's just going to slow them where they stand. The 3 down is just an unfortunate situation. Moonlight rides the tower. They got a wave breaker running with the tower here, and also Moonlight just trying to go for another attack.
Keon bringing the commentators curse to life right now.
Right on cue.
Bringing that tower as far as we can over here. Moonlight pushing it bit by bit. Only going to play a little bit of defensive here with the ink back, but we see the point blank again here coming out from the opponents. Booby right on top of themselves, gives themselves a double for their trouble before going down finally there at the end as Nolan trying to go back over there towards the center as Smoothie is bringing this back here towards the center of the map. We're going to try to get another push with a minute left out here on the clock.
Yeah, and the thing is, Moonlight, with as much control as they can, that is a huge win for them at the end of the day, because Smoothie has to keep bringing the fights onto them the entire time. They're just getting eliminated either by bombs or just by directs from Omega from earlier, and Nolan's also getting a few picks of their own, which is a big support here, and Moonlight's just playing really well as a cohesive team, and Smoothie's just having a hard time trying to get them to materialize. Omega does drop, but they have to find more support and look for the members from Moonlight that they can eliminate here. They have trip choice that they can work off of. It's only members just going down one by one, but they're getting traded at the end. And Aussie, any trade here at this point, Moonlight's just going to take that every time.
Yeah, every single time. They're going to take that to the bank. We got another opportunity for players to be able to super jump here towards the towers. Haya's going to be, again, that anchor to help the players get into the faster regroup. As Smoothie's going to push it right back here. This is one of the hardest hills to be able to jump on. Have it going for a potential flank. It's surrounded right behind him. Omega does not flinch whatsoever. Gets a wipeout for their troubles, putting it at 13 seconds left on this game. I think that might be a wrap. I mean, I don't think so. I don't see Smoothie anywhere. No one to super jump to. Playing a lot of orange here. Boopy's like the last hurrah to be able to jump on there. Wait a second. Boopy going for the Hail Mary. Jumps on there, gets splatted immediately, and that's going to be game number 2 going in favor of Moonlight.
Yeah, Moonlight. It's good. Moonlight showing that dominance, able to get the rebound there, especially with kind of a rough start that was kind of materializing at the end. And I think to your point, when they tried to go for the last possible push that they were looking for, no, it didn't happen. Moonlight tried to deny it every single time. Up 2-0, burned one counter pick, did not get it to work, and now they have to go for a second and effectively their last counter pick that they can work off of in this set. And having commentated several Splatoon tournaments where you're down 0-2, especially in the counter pick stage, you got to make this last one count, because otherwise it's just curtains at the end of the day anyway.
Yeah, right. It really matters there, especially when you can't just close it out. I feel like Smoothie struggled to take away that second checkpoint so difficult. I mean, it's a very difficult hill to climb, obviously. Like, you're at quite literally a downhill battle trying to go up there. And it was just tough. Moonlight just had a pretty big lockdown on that second checkpoint, so there's nothing for Smoothie to do there. Even on Inkblood Art Academy, one of the favorite maps, the counterpick map, so now you got one more counterpick underneath their belt, so even if Smoothie counterpicks this next map and gets a win, they've lost all counterpick advantages for the rest of the set, so this is going to be a really tough fight for them to try to like stay alive in this winners finals.
Yeah, without any opportunities to get counterpicks the rest of the way, because they got to win the rest of the way, and they leads to Moonlight. It's a massive advantage that Moonlight can try to take over here. So that's kind of what we need to see for Smoothie, is what is that counterpick that they can use to just take Moonlight down a notch, if anything, because if they don't have this map right, obviously it's gonna be a 3-0 sweep, and they're gonna have to do it again in losers, but they gotta find something that I think can neutralize Nolan, that's for sure, and then just try to prevent Omega from reaching basically their front lines. I think that's going to be what the counterpick has to be, whereas as both teams, I think I'm slowly hearing the sounds basically of a map getting chosen.
Yeah. And for that final map here, we're going to go to another classic. You know, very safe picks coming out here. Mako Mark Splat Zones. Obviously, this is like the most neutral stage in existence, according to a lot of teams, because it's just so nice, even, open, and it's also Splat Zones.
Yeah, exactly. It's zones. Welcome to Area Cup, except we did not get 3 zones maps in a row. Thank goodness for that. We did not need to get into that point. But yeah, no, exactly your point. Mako Mart Zones, I think some people like to call it the final destination of Splat Zones maps coming up here, and for good reason, as you know, very neutral. You have the stacks to work off of, and I'm wondering what Smoothie can take advantage of, because the problem is there's still sightlines that Basil can take advantage of. Basil, I mentioned before, Basil 2 got several plays against Booby, and that's kind of what I think could give Basil, excuse me, there some chance to just get a few flicks, a few snipes, if you will, and I want to see what Smoothie has in store for this particular counter pick. Who do you end up neutralizing? I think this is what Smoothie's going to have to deal with.
The thing is, like, you got to find a way to, like, get that first zone, and then you got to hold it. I think that's the most important thing, right? Like, once you open up that zone, you can't let them flip it every single time. And I feel like that's what happened in that first game, number 1. But I did hear the bell. I heard the ready sign. We're diving right in here for game number 3 of Winners Finals.
Let's go. And this is basically match point to advance the grands here for Moonlight and have a second straight grand finals appearance here. And so far, no weapon swaps on the board. I think Havoc only going over back to the Slosher that has the triple splashdowns readily available. So I want to see what ends up playing here to start things off.
We'll see how this is going to be able to shake things. We got ourselves a pretty even match already out the gate. No splats here inside. We're just trying to play a little bit of neutral here, paint as much as we can while playing safe. A lot of cover being having from the players. There's the first push. We have the Ink back being able to go in there as well. Nolan playing very safe here, getting rid of all the bombs, all the ink coming from their teammates. Gives them a prime opportunity to be able to get the push, as well as a couple of splats here. Shadow going for a potential flank here with the bucket. Can't find its mark, but tries to get the landing. Unfortunately, gets flanked themselves. Going to turn them into a really good spot here for Smoothie to try to bring this back into this 4v3. Trying to get rid of that penalty points. Unfortunately, no. Moonlight's going to keep control of that center zone.
Yeah, still keeping control of that center zone. Maybe not for long, though, but at least it applies penalty points and gives you some time to work off of. Now Smoothie trying to go for their first push. Again, who are the targets you got to worry about? Nolan has a lot of ink backs. I think that got popped throughout this set and is allowing basically Moonlight to just move forward. 3 members already going down, and that ink back did a lot of damage. Even if the wall shot doesn't land, it still gave Moonlight a lot of space to work off of. And with so many members just going down here from Moonlight, they have some ground that they can work with, and Basil's just holding this left stack with all their might and just trying to make sure that they can get eliminated a few. Nolan with a long range big on the high end. This is just looking all Moonlight right away.
Yeah, they got that initial takeover, got rid of the penalty points immediately, got themselves a wipeout, only 45 points left on the table, looking like they're going to guarantee themselves a ticket over here to Grand Finals unless Smoothie has an answer. They have to rebuttal something.
And yeah, but where is the rebuttal right now? It's still only a trade and only a couple members going down.
They're staggering.
They're staggering. That's the problem. And with 3 members have gone down on top of it, and Balloon is just trying to play a Hail Mary shot. Actually able to get the bang on the Shadow. They're going to have the neutral. They're going to have to look for the paint here soon. And Austin, this is Smoothie's last chance. And that's a triple. The triple lands from Balloon, and that could be important.
That could be really huge for them. It gives them a prime opportunity to try to build up as much special as possible. Gets another one for the troubles. Yeah, I know there's one more player left alive. I'm going to go in there and get that final split on top of that. 69 points left here on the table here for Smoothie to try to take as much as they possibly can. They're up in the enemy base right now, forcing Moonlight to try to play a little bit more sneaky. There's not really a path for them to be able to try to get a flank, which is what they're kind of like thriving off them. The second they feel a little bit of sneak, we got ourselves to the Smoothie coming out here, putting out the soda, gets a point blank, a trade for their trouble. That's going to be in their favor, right? Because they can just spawn right back in as fast as possible. They have the soda underneath, but the zone has been taken by Moonlight.
But look at how many points that Smoothie was able to capitalize off of on that push alone, and that is still going to be nice if they are able to get the zones back. The problem is when you're also getting staggered because Moonlight wants to make sure you don't get a chance, that's going to be much bigger trouble if you are Smoothie, and they have the Wavebreaker that just got popped, and a cooler already insta-bombed the minute that it's available from Booby. And for right now, only plus 13 in the penalty box, and now a lot more has been added. Smoothie is still keeping this very competitive, and they need to see if they can keep this they need to see if they can keep this momentum going.
They're staying alive. That's exactly what's important right now. All around the right side, Shadow throws at the soda, but unfortunately gets splatted immediately before even being able to pick one up. And Basil over here in the back line trying to use the charger, trying to find a sneaky little snipe if we can, but unfortunately getting the auto bomb coming their way. Gonna throw out the wave breaker to force players out of position instead. And now we're seeing the points starting to go down bit by bit right now. The penalty points are gone. Smoothie's trying to take over this lead. Nolan was trying to pop that ink back to try to get a little bit of aggression, but unfortunately Shadow finds the mark there on the left side, regains their health before going right back in there, paints over the zone, adds the penalty points.
Oh.
They're fighting for their lives here. They want the penalty points before it goes back in. They managed to do so. 50 penalty points being added over to Smoothie.
Yeah, 50 penalty points added to Smoothies. That was Smoothie's best chance, though, and you can definitely feel like they may have something to work off of. They're able to pick off some of the important tracks that they need to do, and now Omega having to use that bubble on the left-hand side to make sure that they don't get encroached upon on this left-hand side of the map. Highest solo popping this wave breaker here. They have the Slosher that has dropped, and he trades value in Moonlight. Moonlight takes this one home with a wipeout. This is likely going to be the game here, and Aussie Moonlight will get a second trip back to Grand Finals to take this one home.
That's the birthday boy right there taking home that victory. 3-0 and a handshake, moving on into Grand Finals. Looking very strong here for today at MomoCon 2026. And also, I gotta say it. Hey guys, did you guys know it's Shadow's birthday?
Do you guys know it's Shadow's birthday?
Let's sing happy birthday.
Let's sing it.
Let's do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Shadow. Happy birthday to you. Beautiful stuff.
Love it every time. Shadow definitely happy. All smiles from Shadow for sure. Hey, we all learned it was Shadow's birthday, and everybody's singing happy birthday to him.
Imagine having your birthday at MomoCon.
I know, right?
I'm jealous.
That's
it's got to be around the same time every year because it's always Memorial Day weekend.
Yep.
Did you guys know MomoCon happens on Memorial Day weekend? And if you come here in 2027 on Memorial Day weekend, you guys can also come to MomoCon 2027 and you guys can help support the Splatoon scene. Wouldn't that be really cool? Wouldn't that be really nice? I think it'd be really cool. I don't know. I think that would be kind of I think that'd be kind of sick.
I think that would be awesome if you can spend Memorial Day weekend with all of us.
With all of us.
Maybe a lot more of you. Let's be real. The person who looks like Cloud right now, whatever happened to a sword.
But yeah, my wig.
Or your wig.
See, that's the thing about MomoCon. You can cosplay. It's a convention.
Know, right?
It's anime. It's video games. Nerd culture.
You got all the animes. You got the video games. Just join us. It's a lot more. There's a lot more to do out here.
Yeah.
Please.
It's in Atlanta, Georgia, 2027. We're just glad you guys are tuning into the viewership and being able to, see this tournament live happening online. It's a very fun tournament. I can't stress enough how fun MomoCon is. It's a super sick tournament. A lot of cosplayers all over the place. I've seen some of the coolest cosplays out there. I feel like such a faker over here because I don't have the wig, I don't have the sword. I'm just wearing like this whatever. And people out here literally painted up. Like I saw a Hollow Knight cosplay. It was the Silk Song. Wow, the main character of Silk Song. She had the mask on. She had the robe, the spear.
Whoa.
It was really cool.
Yeah, I know. The cosplay scene is just incredible, to say the least. And you can say that really for any convention that you go to, but MomoCon especially as well. I saw some incredible cosplays. I will admit my eyes have been tunnel vision into Uma Musume gachas recently, so that should tell you everything. But they have but you got all the cosplays from all the different series. I know I saw some from Witch Hat Atelier, which is an anime that's airing this season, especially for those who keep an eye out on that. And I mean, you mentioned before, the cosplay scene has been very undefeated, to say the least, here at MomoCon.
It's just fun to people watch here, man. I just walk around the venue and I just watch all the different costumes and cosplays. And people are so kind. People are like, "Oh, I love your costume," blah blah blah, all that.
Yeah.
It's really, really, really cool spot. A lot of photos being taken too. So they have a car show too. Did you know that?
I do vividly remember they have a car show down.
I saw some degenerate cars over there.
Degenerate is definitely the best way to put it. I was gonna say that might be the understatement of the century.
I've seen some cool ones too, though.
That is true.
There was an Ace Attorney car where it was Phoenix Wright shouting objection on the car. It was a really cool play. There's a lot of nerds out there driving cars.
I do know a friend that has a Pikachu car actually back in town too. So
is it one of the official ones, or they did it themselves?
I think it's actually not an official one. I think it's the one they did themselves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's like people just deck out their cars with all sorts of some from anime or from video games. Again, to your point, there are some degenerate ones out there, but yes, some people just go all out.
They go all out, man. Especially with the cars. You get the free parking too. You know, if you're in the car alley, you know.
Yeah, that's true.
You just park your car there.
Just leave your car there.
Yeah, I'm just gonna park my car. I need a parking spot for MomoCon. Oh yes, I'll park inside MomoCon. Perfect.
You know what? You're not going to be charged about $30 probably for parking. Look, those parking fees can get expensive. They know the trick.
This is why I take the subway.
That is very true.
Anytime I can. In Atlanta, from here to the airport, subway.
Yeah, every year, always taking the subway. I know that.
$2.50. Easy peasy.
Man, it is definitely not bad. I think what a lot of people have learned, especially if you go to any other events, is right. I have to worry about Uber or Lyft. No, this is probably the most easily transit accessible.
New York City. Sorry, there's something in my throat. My bad.
I wonder what that was. But no, it's so easy to get to your hotel or end this venue by train. It's amazing. And so you don't have to spend maybe $50 probably having to
on an Uber.
It's a lot these days. So yeah, it's by all means.
So yeah, I mean it's just a cool thing. But yeah, MomoCon, really fun event. I've been coming to MomoCon for a very long time. My first MomoCon was 2016, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I was doing Smash commentary over there.
Oh, so, of course.
Yeah. So this weekend I'm doing Splatoon, Smash, the whole shebang. So.
You got the entire bonus. My first one was 2018 because I had some friends that went. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you come for fun?
I came here for fun.
Oh,
So
yeah.
So 2018 was there. I had a bit of a break in between. Obviously, COVID happened, so I had to
rest
put that on pause. Yeah, I know, right? And then I came back a lot more regularly in 2023, actually. So it was just, I think, a year before Splatoon, and basically entered MomoCon as well. All of it was just for fun. And this year, obviously working with you, but it's also another event where I got to hang out, have fun.
I'm glad you were able to jump on too.
I know, right?
For those that don't know, I was going to be the sole commentator today. So I'm very grateful that Keon was here to save me.
I don't know if you want to burn out your voice for about, I don't know, 3 more hours.
It's fine. We're almost done, right? We're like losers, semis, losers, finals. What are we at?
Please
I already chugged my water. You want me to do it again? I'm not going to do it again. I'm not going to do it. All right, guys, actually, while we wait for these tournament breaks, for these tournament matches to happen, I'm going to give my voice a break. We're going to give Keon's voice a break, and we're going to take a quick little break. Don't go anywhere. We got some more Splatoon 3 action coming your way.
There we go. Oh, I needed that break. Yes. Yeah. That was good working with you throughout.
415,000. We're going to see how we can be able to jump off of this. Here we go. Diving right here, driving through the center of the screen. I think the objective of this game is to try to go as far as you can without hitting any of these squares, right, Keon?
That is right. You just got to dodge all the squares, and hey, the player in question is doing a fantastic job just maneuvering around them. And the more that this progresses, there's going to be a lot more squares you have to deal with.
You have to be able to dive, weaving and wiving over here, left to the right. Got to be able to avoid those squares. Look out for that yellow one. That's okay. We're doing a really good job. Our scar's trying to go over to 100,000. We're getting into a little bit more of a hard difficulty. What are you doing?
No.
What are you doing? Just completely bops right into the right wall. You want me to give it a shot? I'll give it a shot. Give me 1 second.
All right,
Aussie Levis to try.
All right, we're gonna give Austin a shot here as our fabled player in question did not do a fantastic job dodging the cube field. Now let's see. We got Austin basically sitting down. He is basically stretched out his hands, ready to go. His hands on his keyboard. Now he's about to execute, moving right along as he's about to drive down the alleyway. Here comes all the square walls ahead of us as he is just working. He has immediately crashed into the wall once again. Now he's starting a new game once more. The alleyway basically being cleared, and once he sees the amount of blocks, he has to just get out of that one. He does a great job. He made it past the first set of obstacles. Now we got to see if we can get to the next set here. He's doing a fantastic job. A little bit of movement, a little bit of schmovement, if you will, going left to right, so far, just a lot of red, a lot of orange, yellow, I suppose. Now entering down into this alleyway, our previous competitor, not doing a good job navigating through this diamond intersecting field here, and he makes it to the second one, but got past the first. He's basically done just that. I guess I'll give it a shot as well, but I gotta understand how to play.
All right, game is rigged, but that's okay. We got Keon jumping over here. We got 90,000 to beat. Can he beat 90,620? We're going to see right here. Keon diving right into the action, driving through it as fast as they can. Now, this is the hardest part, right? It's harder than it looks. The control's harder than you think because when you push left ever so slightly, you go diving towards that direction. So now we're seeing him drive through these squares bit by bit, looking very calm, looking very poised. This is the Keon we all know and love, being able to just navigate through all these squares, making me look like an absolute fool. Oh my gosh, he's actually doing a really good job right now. But here's the hard part, going through these walls. It is harder than you think. It's harder than you think. You dive really, really fast. Unbelievable. It's second try, though. I got a second try. Keon gets a second try. It's only fair. Dive again through these squares. Okay, this is the easy part, having to navigate through these warm-colored squares without having to hit any of them. This diagonal is doing a really good job. Seeing where we're going to go to the right. That was a really close call for Keon. I was going to dive here into this next section coming up. This is the do or die moment. Here we go. Going to the left. Keep it calm, composed. Oh, we're driving. We're driving really fast right now. 90,000 is the point to beat. Can you get 90,000? Oh, they beat my high score. Okay, Keon's on a tear. They're actually the first ones to get through that wall. They're looking pretty smug for themselves. So we're going to continue on through these squares. Again, one more time. That was the most Battletoads action I've ever seen in my life. Being able to navigate through that narrow square right there is going to come up here for the second time. Moving it to the right, moving it to the left. Go to the left. Go to the right. Now, 2 hops this time. Is going over here to the dude, this is actually, I'm getting mad nervous. This is giving me a little bit of anxiety as Keon trying to navigate through this wall. I managed to go through the second time on their second try. Going to keep going through these squares, trying to beat up that high score, which I believe is 400 something. 415,000, I want to say it's around that ballpark. More squares coming up. Here comes the third phase. I feel a speed up. Whoa! It's starting to turn green now. I don't know what's going on. We're going into hyperspace. The Matrix has be able to invent us, or we're in the Tron world, one of the two. We're going to keep going through these squares, driving through like a cruise on a Tuesday. It's Saturday, but we're going to keep going through these squares again and again. The Matrix squares are not going to face Keon in the sides. But by the way, guys, this is Keon's second try ever on this game. Navigating again, one more time, over to the left, over to the right, gets the diagonal, just completely obliterating my score. Another wave maker for them. Are they about to get the high score on their very second try of this game? That is insane, but these squares are starting to get tighter and tighter as you're going through these neck and neck woods. As we're going to go into these narrow turns now. Very close call there on the left side. Staying alive, going as far as they can. Almost makes it to the second wall. Narrowly avoids that corner. We're going to get it back in there. Do I see 400,000 points about to get onto that scoreboard? Here we go. Now is the moment where Keon can try to prove himself on how good of a speedrunner he actually is. Here as we drive through space as much as we can, weaving and wobbing through all of these squares. Another speed up coming in. We're going in the black and white section. I've never seen this before, folks. Folks, don't try this at home. We're going to go even faster through all these squares. Keon is driving through every single time, trying to get to that next section of the wave. Let's see if we can do it. Do I see 500,000 points about to happen? Oh, we're getting a little scary here. Losing a little bit of control here. Get some oil on those wheels. Here we go. Oh, no. Almost 500,000 points gets the high score. Keon's second try ever on Cube Field. Good Lord.
So, hi, everybody. First off, my name is Offbeat. I'm one of the production guys here. First off, pleasure to meet you. This is the first time we've been doing production for anything Splatoon 3 related, though we've been doing a lot in Smash in the past. First off, I want to thank you all for giving us the chance to be here to entertain you and to bring some of this lovely action to you guys. And second off, just to clarify the bit right quick and to assuage any fears of IPL for, you know, this, we are simply waiting on the set for Losers Finals for us to begin that. Loser Semis is still going, and yeah, they're still sitting down and playing, so we are simply just killing some time waiting on that to happen. Again, thank you guys for sticking with us. I hope this bit was good. Wasn't my idea.
Good bit, good bit, good bit.
Good bit.
100% bit. Good bit, good bit.
I'm glad you all are getting a kick out of the sneak peek for the minigame for Splatoon 4.
How'd you know?
Exactly.
Wait. This is Splatoon Raiders?
Yeah, yeah, this is Splatoon Raiders. You guys didn't
this
know?
This is like an early build, man. Like, is this alpha? Like,
hey, greatness has to start from like very humble beginnings, you know?
Yo,
this is just
as Miyamoto once said.
Exactly. This is just like an Inkling with a very odd shape swimming past salmonids.
Do I just suck at this game? Because everyone's getting it on their first try. Like,
no, I'm bad at it too.
Oh.
Don't worry. My co-producer and one of the guys that has been like running the desk, if it wasn't me, Shadow Draw over here. He's the one that came up with this bit. Said that he played this game back in middle school.
This looks like a Newgrounds game, I'm not going to lie.
This game is old, apparently. I've never seen this. This needs to be uploaded to YouTube. True. This is, you've heard of Squid Jump. This is Squid Swim.
Is this the new Ink Blot Art Academy on Tower Control?
Yo, the redesign goes crazy,
This
man.
redesign goes foolish, actually. Wait a second. Wait.
The ink color change mid-stage.
Dude, the color change was actually hype as heck.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, here we go. Wait, hold on. Are we about to get 500,000 points? Wait.
Hang on. Uh-oh. For context, this is this gentleman is one of our audience members. They're just here watching, and we called for volunteers to play, and
they answered the call.
This guy is about to. Oh my God!
They didn't get it. They didn't get the high score. No
Under
way.
100 points from top. That's insane.
That's so sad.
All right. Oh well. Oh, he's trying to show us the strats. There you go. The early game strats.
Bro, what a cheater.
No.
Ruining the fun of the game.
If you so he was telling me about this yesterday. Apparently, there is like back in the. Shut up. Apparently, that little skip right there, you could just hold right, and you would basically be able to get infinite points. And then they patched it out recently, apparently.
You guys been abusing it too long. It was not
that is all Shadow Draw.
You're messing with the vision of the creator.
We were not meant to simply hold right the entire time. You have to click other buttons. Once again, y'all, if you did not hear me earlier, or if you've just tuned in, wondering, I wanted to watch Splatoon. What are we watching right now? We are simply waiting for Losers Semifinals that is playing off stream right now before we get to our next set in Losers Finals. Yeah, and yeah, this was the bit that we decided to go with to kill some time before we get into Losers Finals. Oh, and Asti walked away to go check on something there, so you are stuck with me. Hello, everyone. First off, I want to shout out MomoCon for giving us the opportunity to bring a Splatoon 3 LAN. Highly recommend you guys come by and play some Splatoon 3 next year if we can have it. I want to give a big special shout out to UGL, who is one of the equipment guys here and stuck his neck out to guarantee that Splatoon 3 could happen this year. He is honestly the reason why we have a LAN this year to begin with. So big shout outs to him. Name is Leo. Awesome dude. He has probably supplied a lot of things on the background you guys probably don't know about. Uh-oh, he's locking in. He's standing up, he's hunched over, he is in gamer stance right now. And that was his mistake. He changed positions, he hunched over the wrong way and just messed with this flow. Anyway, it looks like we are finally at a point where it looks like we will be getting our Losers Finals match going again. I will hand it back over to Keon and Asti here, and we will be getting started here with Losers Finals very, very soon. Stick with us, guys. We will be there in just a moment. Thank you.
Lamau. Guys, welcome. We got losers finals here. MomoCon 2026. My name's Osti. I'm joined here by Keon, the lovely Keon, being able to come onto the mic here just in the nick of time. We got losers finals. It's the final set before grands. See who's going to be able to face off against Moonlight.
Yeah, and we got losers semifinals already catch up here, and losers finals. We got our 2 teams ahead of us already loading up in the stage behind us here. Smoothie versus Super D is gonna be the match ahead of us. Winner of this one gets a date with Moonlight in grand finals. I can't be any more excited to do this one.
Yeah, right. Going to be able to see who's going to be able to get that 3rd place finish and who's going to be able to have that opportunity to go into second. But guys, just now tuning in, this is MomoCon 2026. Big anime convention happens in Atlanta, Georgia at the convention center over in the heart of Atlanta downtown over by the Five Woods. And it's like a really, really cool tournament scene. I'm glad that we're able to come here year after year to get some more Splatoon action for you here. There's nothing like LANs, man. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, it's always so much fun to just be able to do a Splatoon tournament, let alone in person for sure. And just having this be 3 straight years of Splatoon at MomoCon, it's just amazing. Hopefully we can get ourselves back up here for a 4th straight year. And I want to see what we have in store for this for the 3rd edition of Splatoon at MomoCon, especially with Smoothie on the right hand side and Super D on the left hand side. We got our players loaded in. We already got to see them earlier today in different matchups, of course. And I think that, and I've talked about it a little bit with Race Nutters. This one has a high potential to be a very close and fun matchup that we have ahead of us, which means it will be a jinx somewhere along the way. Hopefully, I didn't do just that.
Right, like you don't want to be able to have the opportunity to be able to play against the players that are going to send you down there. But now, losers finals, starting off with Hagglefish Market, Splat Zones. Big fan.
It is the most neutral. It is the most neutral of the zones matchup next to Mako Mart zones, of course.
It's like that or Mako, right?
Yeah, it's either one or the other, and it's still basically the same thing at this point here. And we got Smoothie. By the way, going to be the Alpha side. It will be Bravo side, Super D. For those keeping an eye on the colors here. And I would like to remind those who are just tuning in and are wondering what's happening on the break. This is Losers Finals. This is counter picks the rest of the way. We don't have preset maps anymore, so each team has to strategically figure out their maps and see how this is all going to play out here. And I want to see what both teams have in store for those. And for those who are trying to be familiar with what teams we have available from the bracket side of the fence, I mean, Super D, you know that there's Thunder. You got Nico Chick, you got Tagos and Zach on the board. It's Smoothie, we saw them before. Ball is out here. Joe, Boopy, and Haya. Haya, I know from South Florida, Gold Fame as well. Who's actually a student over there, if I'm not mistaken, too. So I want to see how close this set can really get. And again, winner of this one, Moonlight awaits them, and we're about to load right in.
And you got to remember, the Moonlight set both these teams the losers. So, like, this is like a way for them to try to get the rematch. So it's not only winning the tournament, not getting 3rd place, but also getting the run back against like some Moonlight. So here we go, losers finals, diving right into these comps right now. I see Pencil, I see Bucket. This is going to look really strong, and Zap's going to be a good support weapon on top of that. We're just going to dive right towards the center.
Yeah, and I think these are going to be very familiar weapons, I think, that we have seen from the last time we have seen these teams here. Haya's going to be the one that's holding the line with their heavy splat lane, and I know Ball has been a fantastic RBP deco player on the board, so I want to see how this all plays out. Joe is the player I have not mentioned and gets a pick onto Tagos to start things off, and at least it's first points on the board, but Booby's about to get things through. What an electric start here. Aussie, it's a wipeout to get things going.
Yeah, Smoothie off to an incredible start to be able to shake things up here, pushing immediately into their back line here. Thunder's going to try to find a way to break open this defense, but unfortunately the Killer Whale coming in clutch to be able to get the splat. Not only use it as displacement, but also get a little bit of some action here as Balloon's going to try to go towards the back, get the paint there as they're going to start to lose control. As they're going to get that Super D an opportunity to take back that center zone.
Yeah, and an opportunity for Super D to at least buy themselves some time, but they've also left members on the board. They're all having to quickly go back to respawn here. And I think this is just now when you're breaking this game down and slowing things down a bit, you gotta figure out who are the members that are giving us the problems. You have basically the Blaster in the 52 in question that can cause a lot of problems if you're having to deal with them. So for Super D, how do you deal with Smoothie so far? They got a grab tank that's available, and Smoothie has already cleared through these penalty points, and so far a lot of paint being thrown right in, but still not much left, and it's still the Smoothie's control here, Austin.
Getting a giant splat there, too, on top of that. In the back line, another point blank coming out from Thunder, looking for a 1v1 here against Haya. They both just kind of like opted to just run away, but unfortunately, Haya maybe not even saw Thunder.
Yeah, I didn't even see Thunder at all. I think the Thunder just threw out that shot, probably guessing where Haya was, and at the end it was still an indirect shot that did just enough damage to send Haya back to spawn at the end. And this is going to give Super D a great chance to get a lot of points off the board, especially if you plant the crab tank around this zone right now. Smoothie's having to move back just a bit, trying to get some space to clear off of, but also it's kind of danger time right now. It's past the halfway marker, and Super D still has control of the zone the entire way.
Taco's coming in here and trying to get a potential splat. Unfortunately, going to get called out here by Joe's going to take over that center, get rid of the sprinkler, take over the zone, add the penalty points, and put themselves in a very nice spot here with a 32-37 lead.
Yeah, and what we're seeing right now is Toggles going down with that splash is actually eliminating a majority of their pain. When Toggles goes down, you could bet that that zone could be changing imminently here. So for Super D, it's just not only keeping the splash alive, it's a matter of how do you build up with that crab tank and how do you allow the rest of the team to move forward here with the support that the splash can provide from Tacos. And so far, they're having to still answer that riddle. Smoothie is still holding control of the zone for just a few quick moments. Yes, they're losing members, but Smoothie's still in control.
Yeah, Nico just backing off there, trying to avoid the whale in the process, while Zach has the high ground here, trying to throw out some buckets, as well as being a beacon for opponents to be able to, teammates to be able to super jump to. Here's some soda happening here in the back line. Joe just wants to back off a little bit and just stay a little bit alive. Okay, here come the ink strikes right there on the center of the map, going to force out a potential swap out, but no, it doesn't happen. No penalty points being happening until now.
Yeah, until that very moment, and I think the triple splashdown and the crab tank helped provide a lot of paint coverage to get the zones back in their favor. And Super D is doing a great job trying to eliminate some of the strikers. Nice direct shot from Thunder. It at least eliminates a few, but not able to do a lot more than that because a couple members all went down. It's a delay 3. It looked really awesome, but Smoothie still retains control at the end.
Balloon looking very strong right now over here on the center stage. Haya gonna throw down a little bit of a wave beacon to be able to just kind of throw out the breaker to try to call out some teammates from having to be able to jump over it or what have you. We have another crab coming out here from Taco, trying to put on the center of the map. Nico, meanwhile, here in the back line with the charger, the pencil, just trying to like paint it a little bit by little bit, but right now, Smoothie doing a fantastic job holding onto that zone. They refuse to get any sort of penalty points. The top of that timer's starting to tick down right now. 20 points left remaining. It's going to try to get as close as possible, and they finally put the penalty points on the board here from Super D.
But at what cost? They lost a couple members in the process trying to even get the zones capped and trying to force penalty points to buy themselves some time that they need, and Smoothie's able to regain their ground here. So I want to see more. Who are the targets you need to focus? Is it going to be Balloon? Is it going to be Joe at the end of the day? They're having to rely on the trip trades to get the zones back when they need it. Zach is kind of stuck in no man's land. Does get the trade at the very end, but Balloon and Joe are moving, basically 2 players moving at the same time, and it's giving Smoothie a lot of runway to work off of. We're going down to near the 30-second marker here. Austin, the tug of war is only continuing, but Smoothie will take any zones trade at any day of the week.
They're trying to buy some time, but it's just not enough with only 28 seconds. Like you said, penalty points being added on here. Super D about to lose control. See if they get the penalty points up. Oh, that's going to be huge for Smoothie, being able to take over that map, even just for like a second. Still going to add on those penalty points onto their opponents. And if they continue to hold on to this for another 10 seconds, they're going to be the winners of this game number 1.
Yeah, they could very well be the winners here if they can stem off just a little bit here from Super D. Super D just needs to get the cap right now to force overtime, but the sprinkler being thrown in to provide some additional pain just buys them a lot of time. The trip strikes just too little too late at the end of the day there. Smoothie takes home map 1 to kick off the best of 5 in losers finals.
Looking really strong right now to try to get that run back in Grands with a nail biter of a game number 1. I think we're in for a treat in this set, Kyo.
Yeah, there's so much neutral train that we saw, just the back and forth that we kind of saw between both these teams. But how this back and forth even happened was Tacos was pretty much their primary painter for Super D, but then you have the rest of Smoothie, basically the 2-headed monster I always like to use. Joe and Balloon just providing so much pressure from range the entire time. It left Super D in such a rough position to go for any contest. So you're having to burn crab tanks, you're having to burn every special on the board just to even get Smoothie out of there. And that's just kind of how it all plays out. So Smoothie taking home game 1 in what has been a neutral battle, very close back and forth. And it's time for the counter break for Super D to kind of materialize. And CK and Tio is the one hearing it.
And they're thinking about which map they want to go to, what zone they want to be able to bring out. A very safe choice. A lot of people want to be like, I'll just go to Inkblot Art Academy for Tower Control. I'll just go to Splat Zones, Hagglefish. I'll just go to Mako Mart, any mode. So it could be a safe pick. It could be a wild pick. There's a lot of maps legal here at this tournament, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think the way that this could play out if you are playing strategically is, do you have an oddball pick to throw off the team, or do you have a pick that kind of suits to your strength? There's 2 conventional ways of thinking that you can go to. I don't think I need to say any more, Austin.
Is
from
that
there.
Tower Control Inkblood Art Academy as the first counter pick stage and mode? Wowee.
We have okay, so the year is now 2046. We have Splatoon 6 on the horizon, maybe Splatoon 7, and we're still counterpicking Inkblood Art Academy Tower Control.
Dude,
the saga keeps going.
I can't wait to go to Inkblood Art Academy in Splatoon Raiders.
Oh my god.
Very excited, very excited.
Man, Splatoon Raiders are just going to hit hard every time Inkblood Art Academy Tower Control shows up. Both teams about to load right in. Again, 1-0 advantage for Smoothie here. Not much in the way of changes from what I see so far. I see a blobber from Nico Chico there, and I do see the Vanilla Blaster just flexing over to a different kit here from Thunder. So I want to see how the Bubble and the Ink Storm basically materializes for Super D as both teams are approaching mid.
I mean, all he's going to do is lob some blobs, because that's one of the things that you got to be like on the lookout for, especially like in the back line. It's just like it creates a wall sometimes. That's going to give Taco enough meter, by the way, to be able to put down the little soda, give people an opportunity to get that additional respawn time, and then we're going to be able to take that first tower here from Nico.
Yeah, now there's only just a tap of the tower here, so not really much in the way of points, so to speak. Both teams still fighting around neutral. Only one member is going down at a time. It's not really multiple members down. Maybe the delayed 2 is going to help the delayed 3 because Thunder just gets a double of their own. This is going to give Super D a chance to strike, and now members are kind of stagnant a bit, but they are getting traded a bit here as Joe and the whale that is also being used is also dispersing them by a bit. That could have been a little bit more damage. It only ends with just 12 points on the board.
Only 12. That's the thing. Like, you see him get such a great lead. Super D thought he was doing a really good job, but like you said, only 12 points were knocked off, and we still have the tower here. But Hai is doing a fantastic job of just covering the floor with orange paint and making it such a difficult job for the opponents to be able to get in there and try to get something going against them.
Yeah, and a lot of things basically just trying to work against Smoothie here. As right now we start seeing a little bit of a different kind of gameplay that we have seen from the first game. It's been the trades backboard, nice little shot there from Thunder to take out Haya. But now Super D looking like they are the team, in firm control so far. Now approaching the second checkpoint. You see that one chip text being thrown into the tower to provide a smoke screen and help protect the tower a bit. Now they're trying to go and find Balloon, who has been a problem them the first map. And here comes a second checkpoint that might get cleared here soon, which will be huge for Super D. And it does get cleared. And so far, Austin, things are looking really good for Super D.
Looking incredibly strong right now as they're going to go towards that final checkpoint of the game. Meanwhile, Smoothie has not got a single point on the board. Like you said, the final checkpoint now is do or die time. Nico coming in, throwing down the cooler. Checkpoint number 3. Can we be able to break this? We're seeing a lot of mileage getting out of this blobber. And they're going to be able to, yes, break that open, push it right there into the end. Looks like it was almost like a no contest. The Super D about to do it. No, gets the wipeout, and now it's up to Smoothie to have to get pretty much a knockout at this point.
I mean, effectively, it may as well be close to a knockout unless we get the rare 1 versus 2 scoreline, so to speak. And that was the way that Super D played that very well. Was okay, you eliminate Balloon, you took out one half of the problems that you were having to deal with, and now you got yourself down to 2 points remaining. Clearing the 3 checkpoints is huge because it buys you the lead that you need. But here's wrong though, Aussie. 2 minutes and 20 seconds, still plenty of time for Smoothie to make something count here. They've already eliminated a couple members off the board, but so far with the tower slowly retreating back to mid, now they got to see if they can build some control around it with the Zap dropping, and Zach going to be following suit here. It's still points on, but they don't quite have the manpower. Joe puts Thunder into a corner, and maybe a counter response here, Aussie, as Smoothie's about to approach the first checkpoint.
I mean, they're approaching it, right? This is the opportunity for Smoothie to show, hey, you may have gotten a really good start. You might have caught us off guard with these weapon choices, but no, as I say that, there's only one player alive, and that's going to be effectively a wipeout coming out here from Super D. They're going to take back over control of that tower. And
I love how Thunder's kind of positioning themselves basically in the front to just not let Smoothie get a chance to fight across mid. And this is giving Super D, they're choosing the option to just put the tower into the side of Smoothie, excuse me. And that's just great play overall. It's just buying themselves some time to prevent Smoothie from making it happen, because the tower only moves in one speed. It's gonna be, they can't move it any faster basically, even if you throw all the players into the tower. And right now Super D's just trying to play a denial game basically, Aussie, with the fact that they're keeping this tower strictly in Smoothie's base.
Denying, disallowing them from being able to play any sort of game that they want. And again, this map looking extremely blue. You see them trying to get a charge in, but Thunder's doing a fantastic job of just negating any of these pushes. Even with the whale on their tail, they're able to survive a little bit. As Haya's going to go straight back over to the tower. Less than a minute left on the clock. We got the spot Raider Rock, but gets called again by the blob.
This is a very different game than what we saw in game 1 so far. And this is Super D's counterpick looking really, really solid. They've been playing the map very well, and Smoothie's just having a hard time just getting out of base, getting any pushes to start. Anytime you see them get past the 25 points that they cashed in, there's a response from Super D every single moment, and multiple members down by Smoothie advantage Super D every time here. Aussie with 25 seconds left to go on the clock. There's a lot that Smoothie needs to get this to work, and they got to make this push count. Maybe this is a chance to do it.
This is the opportunity. Oh no, unfortunately, called out immediately again by that blob coming in clutch. Only 15 seconds left to go. Super D looking very strong right now. Smoothie does have control of that tower for this potential push. Trying to get that checkpoint past the tower. No, it's not going to happen. 5 seconds left here on the clock. A lot of blue here on the screen, and that is going to look like a potential victory. Wait, hold on a second.
Nope.
No, Poopy has like no health. All they got to do is touch the tower, and that's going to be the game, and they managed to do so. Turn this into a 1-1 score into a game number 3.
In typical Splatoon counterpick fashion, Aussie, you see Inkling Art Academy Tower Control's like, oh god, here we go again. The one time that counterpick actually worked phenomenally well, you take any advantage that you can get in Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control, and it just shows in spades. You see Thunder doing their part as a blaster, but really the rest of the team did a phenomenal job just to lock out Smoothie in that tower control map overall. Anytime Smoothie tried to get the engines running, the engine kind of got stalled out. It was basically the transmission just completely failed the entire way through. And now we reverse course. Smoothie has to make a counterpick next to see how they counter what Super D did to them.
Now we got to put this car into reverse and go beep,
Yep.
beep into game number 3. Again, like you said, Smoothie's now got the counter pick advantage, seeing where we're going to be able to take these guys over for this next big game. This is going to be a very important game, right? Because whoever wins this will have a counter pick advantage for the rest of the tournament set. So not only are you going to have that extra point on the board, you also get that advantage, which is very important.
Not just that too. It's basically an effective best of 3. Now you got to win the next 2 to take this one home, and if you win this one, you have that counter pick in your back pocket if you need to make it count. But ideally, you don't want to get to that point. You got to be able to play against their opponents, and no matter which map you're having to dish out here. And Smoothie still trying to iron out what their counterpick is. CK is still waiting in the wings. Our fellow TO here as well, trying to record what the counterpick is going to be, and I think there's still some deliberation, and for good reason. It's a pretty important set.
I think it takes longer than like a quick little 20-second convo to be able to decide, okay guys, what map are we going to? What game mode are we going to? No, it takes a little bit of deliberation to decide like what we're actually going to do, because this matters. This is like losers finals and set. There's more. If you lose this set, you're going down with the 3rd place finish. You got to find a way to get there into grands.
It's also kind of like Super Smash Brothers counterpicks as well, even in actual tournaments.
Yep.
And I'll see smiling right there. You knew what I was talking about. So it's like every counterpick starts to matter here the entire way through. Museum de Alfonsino, Clam Blitz being the counterpick. Not often I see Clam Blitz
counterpick.
Not often I see Clam Blitz be the counterpick in these kind of tournaments, and I'm kind of stoked. I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting possibly you could see Zone, maybe Rainmaker, but I want to see what they have in store for this Museum de Alfonso Clam Blitz. Maybe it's a way to neutralize Super D, or they got something up their sleeve that they're not showing us yet.
We'll have to wait and see what we're gonna be able to see for this next game. Clam Blitz. Weapons coming out for this could be a complete crapshoot.
Yes. So you could stick to the same composition that you had from the previous games. I mean, it worked out really well for Smoothie, that is. Joe had the 52, Balloon had the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco in that regard, and you could run basically the same two players up front, try to play for the aggression, try to clear out the space that you need. It's been the struggle that we saw from Super D in Game 1, but Super D, as you saw, they fought back valiantly in that second map, so battle time shows we're going to be entering map 3 here. Again, the counterplay from Smoothie was Museum de Alfonso Clam Blitz. I want to see what the weapons are going to be here, giving us a second. Okay, no real changes from Smoothie here. Super D kind of sticking with the same. So tried and true. If it worked for us and if it worked all tournament, why not keep it the same?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We're gonna dive here into game number 3, Clam Blitz. The name of the game. Try to collect 8 clams as fast as possible. Turn that into a power clam to be able to break open that hoop and try to get some more clams on top of that to be able to get the points. And right now, out the gate, turning into a 3v3 right now, Keon.
Yeah, 3v3. I mean, this is what we both like to call the neutral phase. With the power clam having to be spawned right now, it's all about getting control of mid and basically all the surrounding aspects of this Museum de Alfonsino map overall. Joe has picked up a power clam, so they have power clams that they can work off of. But now, how do you eliminate the rest of Super D? It's kind of a defensive formation, if you will, from Super D from that very moment, trying to defend their base. But they're also trying to see if they can move up forward with it. It's been a couple members down across the board, and I think also we are not seeing any advantages whatsoever. That power clam going to disappear right in front of our very eyes.
Yeah, unfortunately, you saw Joe was actually in the thick of things, so they weren't able to even go back and pick up that power clam. They just disappeared. Hate to see it happen, but you can't waste those power clams whenever you have those opportunities to be able to pick that up. Thunder coming back in here, get the high ground versus low ground fight just did not work out for them. Now we got a power clam here from Haya, waiting for that opportunity to be able to go for like a potential jump towards the team if they manage to clear the gates. But right now it's a very even match, and we're going to jump to avoid that ink strike.
I love that jump just having to avoid the trip strikes overall. That was just well played so far there. I do see that 3-down setup there that did basically materialize, but what is the value that's going to come out of it? So far, no power clam on site, and members just going down across the board, 2 for 2 on both sides here. Zach trying to fish up that power clam to keep it alive for their team, and now this is kind of the first real stranglehold of any team really in this game, getting a chance to get points on the board, and it looks like Ligo Chico's just trying to find another avenue in. It's a very defensive setup so far from Smoothie. Smoothie's just not giving them an inch to work with.
Yeah, literally, they're just so hard to get through this wall. I mean, on both sides, honestly, like no one's able to get a single power clam in just yet. It's already been 2 minutes. Taco's gonna be able to get a pick on Joe. This could be an opportunity. We do have a power clam. Thunder going into the back line, tries to get like
there it is.
Gets the swamp, gets the opening. This could be the moment that you've been waiting for. We come in there, we deposit both power clams at the exact same time, putting in a clean 46 points to start off the gates here.
And I think the play here is that Thunder needed to break through for the opening that they were looking for, and Super D just took that home and capitalized on it. I mentioned before in a few previous sets, you want to ideally get to that 60 points remaining threshold, or 40 points in, and they did successfully that. 48 points remaining is the score, and Smoothie has been stuck trying to figure out the answer so far. They've eliminated 3 on the board. They have a power climb I just saw from Booby's end that they're trying to fish and move forward to. Balloon is right there trying to poke everybody from range, and there's the first score on the board. The second one follows suit, and Aussie, I think we might have a really good counterattack from Smoothie.
This could happen, right? They managed to get a pick. They got some clams to be able to deposit in there. A third power clam to throw in there to remain the points down to 31. A fantastic opening gambit here coming out from Smoothie. As they're going to be able to continue to even put some more clams in there. Hold on a second. We got one more period of trouble, swinging down to a 19 points remaining. No penalty points here left on the clock. Balloon trying to push some pressure against them. Only 2 more clams. One more clam. Boopy's
there. It is.
They toss it in. They get the win. They bring it to a game 4 scenario. They're now up 2-1 with one opening. No penalty points required.
Only one push was all you need, and you and I probably looked at each other thinking, okay, maybe this is the thing that the push that kind of opens the door for Super D, and Smoothie's like, no, I can do you one better. You're gonna have to get your health in check, and that was a 100-0 push just from that one push alone. And also, what aided that was the 3-member sit-down situation. When you're stuck in that situation after a push, that is all paint gone. Every advantage you built up has kind of disappeared before their very eyes. Smoothie played that one spectacularly, even using the free clam back at base to jump to cut the deficit, and that was just masterful play from Smoothie, and Smoothie up 2-1, looking really solid.
Once they use that pity clam to open up that third one, it's like, okay, cool, they have a significant lead here. Now, this will be really good for when they go, the penalty points get added, and they can go in there. Yep. Oh, they're just going to close up the game. Okay. They just closed it out. It was just over at that point. So now, like you said, game number 4, is this the moment where we see a game 5? This is the moment, I think.
This could very well be the set that we are looking for here that could go the distance, and I think we cannot understand more importantly. So this counterbreak, the last possible counterbreak for Super D, it has to be the one that extends us to a game 5 situation here. You know that Smoothie in their back pocket, if they have to run a counterbreak, they will have to get that one ready. But Super D still trying to figure out on the wings what is going to work out well for them. We kind of saw very interesting comps. You see Thunder kind of flex between the Custom Blast and the Vanilla Blaster. You also got to see the other assortment ones. Blah Blobber from Ligo Chico, that is the one I was trying to remember. Could they pick a map that suits that map? I feel like that's going to be the choice in question. So that's the one I'm going to have my eyes on. But of course, the importance of this counterpick cannot be understated.
Right. Like, again, the counter picks is it changes the game up so dramatically. Instead of just having that set stage list, it's like, okay, what maps are we good on? What game modes are we good on? And that's what Super D has to take into consideration here, is we're trying to figure out where we're going to end up going here for the finale. Super D desperate to get that run back against Moonlight over in finals, but so is Smoothie. Again, both these teams want to get a run back. They both got sent to losers by Moonlight. So they both want to get that run back, get that victory, try to at least put a dent in their armor, because right now Moonlight's looking unstoppable, and in this set alone, Smoothie's starting to look unstoppable.
I mean, Moonlight is going to be basically here sitting in the wings, just trying to. I'm just turning around. Yeah, Moonlight in the audience, by the way, watching this set intently, trying to figure out what their opponent is going to be next, and you know full well. If your team basically in this set wanting to get that revenge on Moonlight, trying to put a dent onto them, you have that opportunity if you can close this one out. I know Smoothie just sitting there. I think they're just talking to each other right now, just trying to see how this is all going to work out. Smoothie, look at those faces, still trying to lock in a bit. I think they're still deliberating, and honestly, I don't blame them. It is a very important counter pick at the end.
I agree. You got to deliberate as much as you can, but eventually at one point you got to go like, okay, we got to go with our gut. Like,
yeah, go with our gut check.
Because we can't be second guessing this now. At this point, you just got to pick that map, get that game mode, and ready to rock. Because right now you're starting to lose that steam. Like Super D, if they had any sort of fire underneath them, there's like the longer you wait, the longer you're gonna like lose that morale that can help you out.
Yeah, and you also don't want to necessarily overthink it too. It's like, oh, we could go like Galaxy Brain, Giga Brain thinking here. It's like, oh, this could actually work for us, and it turns out it just blows up on you. And again,
what if I put in Splatoon 1? Wait a second.
Hang on.
Boot up Clam Blitz or Tower Control on Moray Towers. Wait a second.
Let me dish out the 8 Wii U's we have underneath on Swords. Let's just get the Switch docks out of there.
Give me that. Okay, so I missed the Wii U gamepad purely because I like the map being down there.
Oh, that's true.
I'm still not used. I know it's been years. It's been almost 10 years, but I'm still not used to opening up the map with the X button. I just want to. Yeah. I just want to look at the map on my little screen. You know?
When I played Splatoon 1 back in the old days, I remember the Global Ink Strike special. And part of me was like, ooh, it's just fun to tap this and just figure out where it goes, and then just cause a lot of craziness. So, man, I have a soft spot for Splatoon 1. I'm not gonna lie.
It's so fun. I know it's jank. I know it's jank,
super
but
jank.
It's super fun.
It is super jank. No doubt about it. I'm glad 2 polished it up, but I still vividly remember 1 the most. Counterpick. Wait, we have all 4 map modes in this set, by the way. Rainmaker has appeared, and it's Humpback Pump Track Rainmaker, excuse me. Honestly, my description for this one is always, it's a volatile map because it's so condensed, and basically any pushes can go in any direction. So this could be a lot of things.
This could end in 30 seconds. This could go to timer. It's all up in the air. Humpback is notorious for being able to end as soon as possible, but it's also notorious for running the time.
If there's a good thing that Splatoon 3 introduces the checkpoint system in Rainmaker, because in Splatoon 2 that game could end in about 15 seconds. No,
beloved. No checkpoint.
Nope. In Splatoon 2, no checkpoints existed. If you end up losing one fight, that's the game in about 15 seconds there. The checkpoint gives you some time to breathe, but that can still end in about 30. So this is going to be huge. Super D again, one more, they can force a map 5, and Smoothie just wants to take this one all the way home in 4 games. Looking at the weapons right now, Smoothie's going to stick to their guns and go with what they have. We have weapon changes, and it is Tacos, I think, if I'm not mistaken, from the select. Yes! Dish out the Vanilla 96. I mentioned before, Inkback has been a very common special in Rainmaker, and not surprised I see it here.
Yeah, and again, right here in the center, Thunder gets a little bit overzealous there, but that's okay. We turn this into a 3v3. Zach going for it. Can't find the pick there on Joe. Actually lost track of them. Didn't know if they were actually down there or not. But Zach, having the cooler is going to be able to help them out a lot as he tried to push in there and get some more damage. Has to jump over the wave breaker to be able to avoid potentially getting splat by an unforeseen moment. And Tacos right there in the center thing, going to be a jump point here, and no one is yet going for that Rainmaker. No one has an advantage yet.
Yeah, and kind of the theme that we saw in the past 3 maps here is the fact that no true advantage materializes until you see like multiple members all go down. At least 3 has to happen for anybody to hit the trigger button. I called it out right there. 3 members already down from Super D. Smoothie immediately picks up this Rainmaker. That's first checkpoint, and Balloons is in prime position to poke.
Yeah, Balloon did a fantastic job of just diving in there, preventing anyone from trying to even decimate that Rainmaker in any moment. Meanwhile, Taco's over here going for the Ink back. He's just trying to stop in its tracks. It actually stops the Rainmaker push as well. On top of that, it's going to be the end of that push, but getting that checkpoint open is going to be a really good, strong start here for Smoothie.
And all things considered, even though it's the checkpoint that's cleared, it does open up for more push down the road, but ideally you want to go for a little bit more points at the end. You just have to take what you can get at the end of the day, excuse me here. And Zach and Thunder are just trying to creep across his Rainmaker. That Rainmaker's been picked up here by Haya, trying to save it and just kind of trying to make all the nifty moves that they can do. As I'm kind of amused there that the Rainmaker shot kind of got blocked by the cooler there, but a couple members all going down. And Tog was kind of stuck in this position of the ink bag, just has nowhere to go at the end of the day, so that Rainmaker just gets dropped.
Yeah, when your teammates are down, you're stuck in a corner, you can't climb out, it just becomes kind of, abysmal at that point. And like I said, we were talking about how this map could have been a very, very quick game. That is not the case.
That's definitely not the case right now. Nobody really had the breakaway push that they were looking for to materialize. And we go into this volatility setup here where both teams can now fight for any semblance of a lead. Trip Strikes forces Smoothie backwards. That just clears up the space for Super D to get the checkpoint. Now this could be a whole lot more. With two members all going down, sure, you lose on your own, but this is the go button right now because the impact got used. Nico Chico just going to try to cash in on the points. I don't blame him at the end of the day. They are Aussie. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go on the clock. And that could be huge, as this could be a lot of points and possibly the KO.
This is the opportunity for Super D to get in there. Oh no, they couldn't get it at the last second. They spawned in just the nick of time. Smoothie coming in, turning that down to 10 points remaining here on the board. Super D desperate to get that game 5 situation, but Smoothie is trying to deny as much as they can. Going for some more pain, trying to prevent some people. Going to let that Rainmaker reset over to the center of the map. Hopefully they don't get flanked in the process. As Poopy coming over here, trying to get some pain control here. 2v1 against Sakos, but going to pop the ink back, prevent being going down in any fashion. Actually gets the plop on top of that, and all of a sudden everything becomes blue. And now things are going in really high favor here for Super D.
Yeah, this is looking really, really solid for Super D, and they're able to hold the line after cashing in on the 10 points they have remaining. So for Super D, it is just holding down the fort. This lead can still change. We are back into basically Splatoon 2 rule set here in Humpback Pump Track, so you don't want to give up your defenses too quickly here if you are Super D. But they're doing a phenomenal job shutting down Smoothie in any direction that they go. Smoothie's stuck having 3 members back at base, and the Rainmaker's poking right at them. Minute 30 left here. Aussie, they have an ink bag that's ready to go. They're looking for the home run push.
Just definitely looking for the home run. The Grand Slam coming in here. Super Nico has a clear path, gets caught off guard, but that's still a fantastic push for them, right? Getting all the way there. Not going to be able to open it up one more time. Super Nico tries to pick it up again, but it's just not going to be able to work out. Thunder's going to be able to back up here, try to prevent any sort of push or any sort of leverage gain here. Finds an opportunity where they might get 2v1, so they're going to be able to back off instead. Joe going for the killer whale just gives them an opportunity to just kind of displace the opponents, forces out some super jumps in the process. Going to try to get that Rainmaker to reset towards the center stage. It's going to reset back to neutral, but there's only 1 minute left here on the clock.
Yeah, the home run push that they were looking for only ends up in a fly out basically out to left center field. So that was kind of the rough situation that Super D were trying to go for, but now you're at this point where you're about 45 seconds left. Do you think about stall or do you think about pushing forward with it? In Humpback Pump Track, I would not go for it. I would not go for a stall. Just go for the control. Just try to prevent Smoothie from moving forward with it. You don't need to pick up the Rainmaker. Just make sure they don't get the pop. 30 seconds left to go, and Smoothie only has a few pushes left in the tank.
I feel like we're just stuck in a loop right now of Smoothie picking up the Rainmaker, pushing it in, getting splatted. Reset back to neutral. Smoothie picking up the Rainmaker, push it back to the end. It's like over and over again. Super D rather. Smoothie needs to find an opportunity to pick up this Rainmaker and go in, but now we have ourselves a wipeout.
Yeah, we have the wipeout here. About 12 seconds left to go on the clock, and this could be the time here for Super D to force game by. But again, you don't want to get overzealous on defenses right now. 5 seconds left, and Joe gets a few picks. This could be a huge push at the end of the day. Thunder needs to find directs and gets Joe out of the end. 2 members have all gone down. High is the one that's holding the Rainmaker. 50 seconds are on the clock for this Rainmaker push to materialize. Nico, Tacos, and Zach are just trying to stall for time. They got 2 special work off of. They just got to burn trip strikes. They got to burn the ink back. There's the trip strikes being used. He forced backwards. They're forced backwards. Thunder gets a pick onto the Rainmaker holder there. Hayas goes down, and Aussie, it definitely happened. A Game 5 in Losers Finals.
A Game 5 for MomoCon 2026 finally on stream here today in Losers Finals. No less. We got ourselves a very hype set to see who's going to be able to bring this towards the Grand Finals. We're seeing some signs of life here from Super D as Smoothie now on the back foot here with the final counter pick of the set.
This, again, could have not been any more equal here. Both teams was just trained blow for blow for blow, and you also kind of saw the vision that Super D had at the end. Few home run pushes. Didn't really need the home run because of how the points kind of materialized at the end of the day here for Super D, and Smoothie at this point, the entire engine just could not get rolling basically at the end. Yes, you got the first checkpoint, couldn't get any more out of it. High just tried to go for one last desperate push, couldn't get it to work, and exactly what you mentioned. Last possible counter break coming up here from Smoothie here. I'm actually just trying to remember. They won map 3. That was the Clam Blitz Museum de Alfonsino map. And if this is just typical counterpick rules, they can't pick de Alfonsino, they can't pick Clam Blitz. So 3 modes that they're left with in their disposal. I want to see what Smoothie does, especially with this being the most critical counterpick left.
And now we see C-Cant, the head TO over there, trying to collect some stage picks here from Smoothie, the final one of the game. They knew exactly where they wanted to go immediately. There was no deliberation, very, very little deliberation, actually. They just went right into it. They knew exactly what they were going to do for this final game of the set, and everyone is waiting to see what the results are.
And I know Moonlight is probably pretty much just sitting there just eagerly waiting to see what their next opponent is. I know the crowd right behind us, but here, just keeping an eye on how the set's progressing at the very end. And I want to see what Smoothie has picked up, because we are hearing these sound effects basically. What is the map in question so far? And right now I think we're about to see, no, they've been trolled. There it is. Mekomar Tower Control. Oh, that's unique.
Interesting. Okay, it's Mekomar's a very popular pick, but for tower control specifically?
I think I can see where this can go. This is Smoothie's counterpick, right? So yes. I think this is going to be Joe and 52. You have Balloon on that RBP Dego. They haven't even changed their weapons basically. So you kind of feel like you kind of see the vision. Around that second checkpoint, you can loop around on the right hand side and then try to go for a lock. You can take advantage of poke that way. I wouldn't be shocked if Thunder goes to the custom blaster here to get the triple splashdown in play. Tacos, by the way, we saw them with the splash earlier in the set. I think there's a lot of ways this can go, a lot of permutations, all the statistical words coming out of my brain here. And I think Super D, I don't blame them. They're still having to deliberate what comp is going to work out for them, because again, they've been the only team this set that has changed weapons.
Exactly. You're just keeping it it's a comfort pick with weapons when it comes to it. You just want to pick the weapons that you're going to come in and you're strongest with. And if it works with the comp, it's going to work for the team. It's going to work for the game mode. Now we're waiting here for the players to ready up for the final game of Losers Finals. Who's going to move on into Grands to face off against the demons that are Moonlight?
Yep.
We'll have to wait and see. It's either going to be Smoothie or be Sunlight. There's just so many different options. So many different chances here. And now we're coming in. Good guys, we got some Game 5 action. Let's hear it.
Game 5 action, please. Give it up here as... Okay, so not really much in the way of changes, just sticking with the vanilla blaster the entire way through. Thunder's just going to keep the bubble in play if they absolutely need it. And so far, I mean, both teams just fine for neutral. I feel like I've said this more often than not in this set already.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nature of the game, right? It's going to start to loop here and there, but we're here in the neutral, waiting for that tower to be able to move here. Nico getting a big splat there, using the glob, going to look themselves a very good start here, but unfortunately, it's going to be Smoothie jumping in there to be able to get that first initial push. Again, it's only 87 points, not going to get too much mileage out of there. That's barely a lead. You can't even count that as a lead at this point.
You can't really count that as a push at all. It doesn't make it to the first checkpoint quite yet, so both teams still trying to vie for position so far. I want to see here from Tacos, I believe, how Super D can make this one all work out. I think Tacos was the one with the blast, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to see if they can take advantage of this at the end of the day here, and I want to see if they can keep this push going. Smoothie has found somewhat of a breakaway opening here, but I don't think that's much in the way of control here. Aussie, if anything, this could be the first checkpoint cleared, but probably not a whole lot left if Super D is still lurking large.
Yeah, but hey, that first checkpoint could spell millions right now. Smoothie continues to push that tower bit by bit. Meanwhile, Zach here in the background trying to throw out some ink strikes just to create some space. Displacement on top of that. Gets a splat here on Balloon. Takes the tower back. Another double there on Haya. That's going to lead into a very easy wipeout. Take it back to the center now. It's their opportunity to try to break their first checkpoint as a response.
Yeah, and Super D has a perfect opportunity to see if they can capitalize for not just the first checkpoint, but a whole lot more. A couple members have gone down. Again, these are the plays where you see Smoothie are just trying to find openings against the Super D formation here, but they don't go down. And now the lead changing hands, now approaching the second checkpoint. Can they make this one count? They did lose Tacos, the one in the end zap, from earlier, but Thunder still trying to poke with range here. They're using a bubble, a very well-placed bubble. Aussie protects this push and makes it to the second checkpoint, if anything. But can they clear it? The answer is going to be Yes, and the second checkpoint clear here. Aussie, things are looking really good.
This is looking really good here for Super D. Unfortunately, they did lose 3 of their bodies, so that's going to give Smoothie a potential opportunity to bring this back towards the center. And they got to try to break over that second checkpoint. Having that 2 checkpoints down on the side of Super D is going to look really strong, but now we're going to build up some meter here. I see a special here ready to rock from the side of Smoothie. Got 2 specials potentially. We're going to continue to build bit by bit. We got ourselves a trade as Joe's going to go run right in there. Have a 1v3 from the lower ground, playing as safe as possible. Unfortunately, cannot get that trade they were searching for, scouting for. Zach's going to come in here with another Ink Strike, just throwing them out there, trying to throw out the bombs and just try to create some space for themselves.
Yeah, right now, I think somebody will be very content to keep things neutral if they absolutely need to, especially with the 2 checkpoints that are cleared. That second checkpoint absolutely sucks, to put it bluntly, to break through if the defenses are strong. And you kind of see from both teams, their defenses have been pretty good so far. Super D is just getting better offense from what we're seeing so far. And Super D has another chance to strike for more points on the board, and that's Thunder that has gone down. Taco's gone down, I believe, to a bomb or some poke damage. At the end of the day, though, Super D is just going to be content keeping this tower in Smoothie's base the entire time, and Smoothie still needs to find a way to break through.
Trying to back up now. Zach managed to get out of dodge there. Goes for another super jump to back up here. Meanwhile, we're checking out what Joe's up to get ourselves a little bit of a cooler action. Helps out with it, avoids the splat bomb in the process, gets a splat, has an opportunity for Smoothie to make this push, looking for a potential flank here. People don't know that Joe's back there. Ink Strike's going to force Balloon off of the tower, has to force another interaction to be able to go over to the side. You can try to go to the right side. I see Thunder over there looking for another mark, trying to get something going there. As no splats, we finally see a big hit coming out from Thunder as we say, in a double figure trouble. Balloon Joe going down. Can we get a third? Another one! Triple coming out from there, takes down Haya, putting themselves in a really good spot, stopping that push of their tracks, and we're about to go down to a minute left here on the clock in this Game 5 situation of losers finals.
And Thunder's triple could be huge for basically the setup to this end game here, as Thunder's triple basically pushes that tower deep into Smoothie, and it's forcing Smoothie to just have to reset everything that they can think of. But they've also lost a couple members on the board. But so far, the trades are going to value Super D at the end. Thunder, again, the only one alive, and finally had required 2 players to take care of them. It's down to about 43 seconds left to go on the clock, and right now, Smoothie needs one big push.
And that's exactly what they're trying to go for here. Haya, we got the Killer Whale coming out here again, trying to just push the players back, get some kills in the process. Here we go, going over to the second checkpoint, 30 seconds left here on the clock. Haya's going to back up to get away from the Ink, has an opportunity to be able to go in there and try to get something going. Jacob Gamer over there, we got the lost tower. Unfortunately, Haya still staying in there on the tower control. Thunder playing a 1v2, gets caught in the process. Haya staying alive for as long as they can. They can't break it open. They can't do it.
They can't do it. Super D holds on at the very end. A valiant push by Smoothie is going to get cut short. And Aussie, the one team that has their chance to get the revenge on Moonlight, it will be Super D to advance to Grand Finals.
Super D finally finding a moment to get a rematch against Moonlight in a set that, if you watch that game number 1, if you watch the first game of that set, everyone was thinking, okay, I think Smoothie's got this in the bag. Gonna be a 3-0, maybe a 3-1, but then Super D from out of nowhere brings it back and wins on the final map here, bringing it to a 3-2 score to get that final challenge against the Demons that are Moonlight.
Yeah, Moonlight will get to play Super D, a rematch of winners semifinals waiting in the wings, and what a well-played 5 games there as well. But Balloon obviously fist bumping their opposition the entire way out. Again, being a great sport at the end. And I mean, Smoothie just so close at the very end there too, but when you giving up too many offensive pushes during the counter phase, just completely bit them at the end when they so desperately needed it, and they're just looking for more and more openings to work off of. And I mean, that's our grand finals set coming up here. Moonlight versus Super D should be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's just a lot to say about it.
I mean, what more can you say? This is going to be a rematch for the Century. Again, the last set was a 3-0. They sent them to losers. This is an opportunity for them to now, okay, I'm not going to let this become a 6-0.
Yeah.
I can get back in there and get something going and try to get a win on a game and maybe even get the set. But that is such a tall order, man. You got to win 6 games to take home this tournament. Not only do you have to reset the bracket by winning 3 games, you got to win an additional 3 on top of that. That is difficult. What do we got here? What's happening?
Oh, I see it. You got. I think you got.
I missed it.
Yeah, it was there's a picture of a cat, by the way. There it is.
I love it.
That is an amazing cat.
Good cat. Good cat. 11 out of 10 cat. Good cat.
Have you heard of Elf in the Shelf? But have you heard of a cat in a hat?
I've heard of a cat on a phone. That's what we just witnessed. That's what we just watched.
That newsflash there for sure. I think both teams understanding Oh, actually, they're taking their time leaving the stage here. So Moonlight's just been in the corner. I did see Omega, by the way, in that corner as well, waiting in the wings. So I think everybody's going to give themselves some time to clear out here for sure. But man, this has been that was a very fun losers finals matchup. I think MomoCon as well, going down to the home stretch here. The finish line nearly in our sights.
What more could we ask for?
Right?
I asked for a Game 5 somewhere on this stream this weekend. We finally got one. It made me happy. I cried a little bit. A tear went down my cheek. He almost witnessed. He saw it. Everyone saw it happen out here. And now I'm just satisfied that we can go into grand finals. But I'm also a little bit sad because that means we're almost done.
Yeah, that means we're almost done here. Only one more, potentially 2 more sets here waiting in the wings. And I think for Super D, they have their work cut out for them. They've already know that Moonlight's going to be coming up soon. But again, the champions of last year's MomoCon, they took out Go, I believe, was last year's team. So Moonlight, hey, they want to run back they want to get some more medals on the board here. We still got those medals, by the way.
And they're fantastic looking medals to add.
Yeah, let me, let's
show them to the camera.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out the one. So the first place medal right here.
Ooh.
Again, these medals designed by Tori PNG, if I'm not mistaken, by the way. So shout outs to you, Tori PNG, for that. And I think I picked up the iron one.
Iron?
Yeah, I know, right? The second place medal kind of looks similar, but I see the vision. The third one, the more aptly bronze medal, which by the way, bronze medal going to the guys over at Smoothie there as well. Iron, I believe, was the
fourth place, I believe. Fourth place.
Yeah, it was fourth place. I'm just trying to remember the team. Oh, it was the Conga Line group.
Oh, Conga Line, yes.
Yeah, there we go.
And we also have a very lovely poster to show you guys. This is the MomoCon poster, dude. It's so sick. The fact that his afro is the peach is chef's kiss.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh my God, I just noticed the peach, by the way, too. The big representation of everything at Atlanta here as well. This is quick, and it's just bothering my OC, if anything.
Welcome to Splatlanta.
Yes, Splatlanta is here. Love the art. Amazing art, by the way. Again, I think it's Lynn. Someone's going to fact check me on Blue Sky probably, or in chat here soon. But yeah, shout outs again to, by the way, not just the poster art, it's also Pop Lantis, the booth outside as well. They've been selling all the Splatoon merch all weekend long. Man,
there's a lot of Splatoon merch over there too. Like just in general, a lot of merch just to be able to check out at the vendors alley. Really cool place. Really cool place to be.
I got a few merch. I was able to buy a handful of merchants, excuse me, but primarily from the artist alley. I love supporting my fellow artists out there. So got a few, and I'm pretty content as is with it. So hey, hey. Coming down to the home stretch, man, MomoCon is coming down to the home stretch. No kidding on that. I kind of already missed some of it, but hey, we gotta crown a grand finals winner. Moonlight will load up to one of the stations here at some point. We'll see them eventually, right? Will you get to? Can I sass them later?
Yo, DQ.
DQ
from Grants.
That would be comical.
And your champions are.
The champions are the team that reports through. I'm sorry you have to see the back of my face here. I'm just trying to keep an eye where the team is.
You've got a lovely back of the head.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And it looks like.
Thank you so much for playing on my game.
For playing my game. Yeah. Oh my God!
Hey,
yes.
Yo, there he is. Oh Lord, he coming.
There he goes. Fanfare from the audience as well. Absolutely love it. And where's that actually? Oh. There it is, his position right next to Thundering Gang. That's what I was trying to recognize there. All right, that's awesome. Oh, there they are. Moonlight's loading in. We've been waiting for you the entire time. Shell's the first one.
They're trying to extend this tournament for as long as possible.
Hey,
they don't want it to end, man.
I don't blame them. If they can keep this going for a little bit longer, I mean, just get some sentimentality out of the way. That'd be awesome.
Eventually, I gotta get some food in me. I gotta be real.
Exact same way. I also gotta get food in my system, and I think they also understand too. Moonlight's about to load right in. Hi.
This guy right here.
You understand that the cameraman is smiling. I'm calling you out though. I appreciate you, by the way. Here, much love to the cameraman, by the way. All of our staff who's been watching the entire time. No, here, love.
My goats.
Yeah, my goats. The cameraman is on stage. That's awesome as well. I think the Moonlight guys are about to load right. They're getting themselves all situated. I see Omega trying to get their switch. Excuse me. I think Basil's also taking their seat as well. So, man, And I'm also seeing the shouts there. They're also Kraken, one of our TOs from Riptide, also mentioning, please get the TOs food. TOs also need to get food as well. They've worked hard all week in Austin.
Listen, the TOs, it's a way easier job to be a commentator than a TO.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you that right now. Like, we got it easy.
We're just talking.
The only thing that's gonna happen with me is I'm starting to lose my voice. That's it.
I don't blame you. I still got a left in the tank. I don't know how, but I'll help you out.
I appreciate that. You know, when you do 8 hours yesterday and 6 hours today.
Has it really been 8 hours for you? Good God, you need to.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess also did that include
combining
Smash?
everything? Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm like 8 hours of Splatoon.
This is the final block though for the weekend, so I am going all out for this tournament. Even if it's a 3-0, even if it's a 3-0, I'm still going to give it.
Hey, you know what? Hey, you got to make
It's not going to be a 3-0, though. It's going to be a game 10.
Oh, God, 10 games? That would be awesome.
Game 10, baby. Come on.
10 games would be awesome now. That'd be awesome. Please don't let it go to 6 or 7. Not entirely the point. But Kraken apparently says that as a TO, I know it's. I don't believe you. Well, I'll chat with you when I get back. We gotta have a lot of sass here. There we go. The teams are waiting in the wings. Oh,
they're taking a big photo.
Yeah, it was a big photo. I think it was Batson actually that was getting a photo of the rest of the gang. I don't blame them. There's the rest of the finalists here. Hey, there's our photo, by the way.
We be scene changing out here, guys. We're trying to give you all angles of this tournament here at MomoCon 2026. If you guys are just now tuning in, where you been? Like we've been here all weekend, man, and now this is MomoCon 2026. Splatoon 3 tournament happened to grand finals. Moonlight sitting over in the winner's side has to lose 2 sets to be able to get a second place finish. Super D, the big challenger, the big humongous right there, right next to the beautiful, beautiful kittens, giving us the wires. Such great cuteness, such great wow.
It's so much wow from the kittens here. Don't let the kittens chew the wires though. They gotta keep those wires intact.
I always gotta be hiding my wires, man. My cats always want to chew the wires. I'm like, hey, come on.
Just glare at your cats the entire way with all the chewed wires. Please hide your wires carefully. I know most cat owners out there. I have one friend who has to deal with all that too.
You get it.
Yep. Everybody gets it for sure. I think we're still waiting for everybody to load right now. I thought I was hearing all the noises of people probably. You know what? It's probably all the sounds of people loading in right now. You can tell how excited I am for Grand Finals Austin.
These sound effects always giving me life. What's
right?
cool is that like whenever I'm like looking at Smash Bros over there and they're like playing over there. Well, there was one time when I heard like the splatter shot sound effects like hitting on someone. Like what's going on? Oh, Inkling's on stage. I see.
You probably had to have your fair share of Inklings in your Smash Brothers cast. It was like, wait a minute, the crossover is real.
Crossover is definitely real. Yo, is that the Spec Cam guy?
The Spec Cam guy is giving us a quick
zoom in.
Oh my God.
Yo, shout out to Spec.
Yeah,
bringing us some great matches today.
The Spec Cam guy has been amazing. Actually, I feel like the Spec Cam guy is going to hate me here, but shout out to Paradigm, our Spec Cam operator, by the way. Taking us all the way home. Yeah, she's giving us the huge love. Absolutely love it.
Shout out to Paradigm. Their address is, and their zip code is
now
PO Box 437
2571 along the way. Hey, by the way, both teams are ready to go. Mako Mart zones, of course. We're back here at Mako Mart. Grand Finals map number 1 underway to wrap up MomoCon 2026 Grand Finals. All the weapons here shouldn't be entirely. Wait, hang on. We gotta pump the brakes here. Omega's and Thunder have traded spots.
Why?
What?
Oh, I think we understood what happened. Great game 1.
Yes, game 1.
Good.
Let's go.
Good game 1.
Fantastic. All right, so I'm gonna dock 1 to production later, as I jokingly say.
I was gonna say I was looking at the way that something's not like the other.
It took me a second, then I realized the decaf was with everybody else. Well, see, we're gonna pull the curtains here. There we go. It's actually really hard to see the ML sometimes, I think.
But why isn't Thunder running the super tag? You ever notice that?
Yeah, I did notice that. Thunder, I'm giving.
Homie thinks they're the lone wolf in this team. No, I mean I get it. Like you're getting the splats. You're getting the splats. So.
I mean, Thunder did pop off on the previous set, so maybe Thunder got the rights to not put super in their game tag. I don't know. Maybe Thunder really just wants to be the lone or be the anti-hero, the lone wolf in this anime plot line. I don't know where I'm going with that, but
You know what I say? We're going to let it ride here with Mako Mart. Again, Splat Zones for that game number 1. Obviously, it has to be Splat Zones Mako Mart for game 1 of Grand Finals. It just has to be.
It feels natural.
It feels correct.
Yes, 100% of the way here. And by the way, nobody should be surprised for those tuning in. We are still in Counterpick Land. We got to see it in all of our finals matchups today. Now we are seeing a little bit more deliberation. This makes a lot more sense than what we're seeing here. It's like, oh, they loaded in correctly. All right, so also the in-game trading of Thunder and Omega has been nullified. We cannot allow that anyway. That's all good.
I agree. Don't let it happen to you.
Don't let it happen to you. Please do not randomly trade players in the middle of your set. That seems weird.
I feel like there's a tournament format for that. That seems kind of sick, actually. Treat it like a White Christmas, you know, like or elephant. White elephant.
Oh
Christmas.
yeah.
You trade players mid-set.
Sure. Oh yeah, just constantly trading players, and then each set it just changes. That actually would rule. I'm not gonna lie. Some team's gonna cook that up. I'm pretty sure. Sure. Please
I'll
don't.
cook it up.
You'll cook it up,
I'm
Austin?
gonna burn it and spoil it too. Yo, whoa, this cat.
Oh my God, the cat's here. I just realized that. Hello.
That was my co-commentator day 1.
Oh really? The cat.
Yeah.
The
cat carried me.
The cat did a phenomenal job. All right, now with more gusto.
The real game 1.
Real game 1 approaching us. No surprises with the Super D for the most part, other than Thunder going to the triple splashdown. So I think the custom blush has been used for primarily these zones maps. By the way, Taco's going back to the end zones. They're going with the kits that have worked in their previous set for the most part. Moonlight has kind of just stuck to try to shoot. You know the Tri-Slash Nouveau, which by the way I haven't called out earlier, being Chao's end. You see Chao's been dishing out a lot, as 3 members already going down, and actually Super D's looking really good right out of the gate.
Yeah, Super D doing a very good initial skirmish there for themselves, being able to take over that first zone, get some points remaining here for their troubles on top of that. Taco's going to be able to super jump towards the fight, try to give his teammates a little bit of backup as his times remaining starting to tick down bit by bit. Right, almost going down to 65 points. Gets a splat. It's going to be huge here for Moonlight. He's going to try to dive this back in. Turns it into a 4v2. Basil looking for that next opportunity. Manages to take over the turn and puts the first penalty points here on the books.
Yeah, and the first penalty points there. Basil with a nice little snipe. The well-timed ink back also protecting the rest of that zones cap is actually going to be really solid for Moonlight here. They have a wave breaker available from Basil. If Basil wants to use it for any sort of zoning here. Super D's still trying to look for an avenue. They've already eliminated Shadow on that Tri-Slash Nouveau, but there is another pick. Omega is there, and a Commentators gone down. Thunder has to burn the triple splashdown to even get the neutral of the zone, which did not happen, and Moonlight has the lead here, Austin.
And we got the ink back as well on top of that, be able to play a little bit of defense for their teammate just to prevent them from being able to get splat here, as penalty points have yet to be applied to them, right? We saw them lose the zone for just a split second, but they managed to take it right on back. Moonlight kind of doing a runaway right now with these points, right? Only 25 points remaining. Nico's got to find a moment, but unfortunately they just keep staggering right now. There's only 2 players left on the side of Super D. That's going to be 1 more down, going down. 10 points remaining. This is going to be really huge. There's an opportunity for them to go for a flank.
Yeah, this could be the best opportunity, but they have the trip strikes and the supporting paint to force the zones cap. We'll look at how much Moonlight has eliminated from their points that they can deal with. But Nolan stuck in the corner is going to go down. Thunder has cleared off a lot of space there. Omega's stuck in the same corner as they were, and Thunder was doing their best to provide a lot of pressure. That gives a lot of blue ink on the floor here for Super D to work off of, and no penalty points left. The dangerous position to be in. Moonlight has an ink back. They got the wave breaker readily available. They could be looking to use it here soon.
Yeah, they got rid of the penalty points here. There's the ink back. Unfortunately, they go down before even being able to fire off their retaliation shot. Zach coming right back over here, keeps the zone in control of them. No penalty points being added to them just yet. Seeing a lot of blue right now here from Super D as the points starting to tick down bit by bit. All they need to do is get below 6 or maybe even a knockout. Try to take over this first game. This would be unprecedented for them to win for game number 1 against the likes of the champions of Moonlight. But here comes a push. Nolan coming in with the ink back. They're not going to disallow them from getting the lane. Trying to get the paint on there. They got to get the penalty points, and they do so. Now it's their turn to take down those points bit by bit. A very close slobber knocker of a game number 1.
Yeah, very close so far in game number 1, and the points could not be any more close right now. It's still looking, Moonlight is still looking for the attack here. Omega just taking a lot of damage, excuse me, and basically trying to look for some of the snipes that they can with. So far, not able to find a few. Omega did go down from earlier. Shadow's trying to look for another spot to maneuver around. They did lose zone for only just a few quick moments here. About plus 20 left in the penalty box here. And Aussie, neutral for now. Trip Strikes is going to not force the zones cap if that Moonlight retains it.
It didn't work out for them, but Thunder's still here and alive and well, trying to find an opportunity to be able to get into the penalty points. Are starting to go down bit by bit. 6 points left remaining here. This is now the moment Super D's got to go. Oh no, this Splat's going to spill everything. And that's going to be Moonlight taking away game number 1 in such a close fashion to start off Grand Finals.
You kind of may get the feeling that Moonlight may have rusted a bit, and it took a bit here, maybe close to the halfway mark for Moonlight to get into full gear. But Moonlight got what they want in the end, able to hold the line for just as long as they could, because that would look really treacherous there. Thunder laying a few directs at the end of the day, nearly opened them up the map for Super D, but Super D just couldn't take it home.
I couldn't believe they didn't get the penalty points from that Ink Strike. That Ink Strike I thought for sure was going to add it on there, but they just competed with it with their painting abilities, and we got the cats lounging with us. Look at them. They're beautiful, beautiful cats here on the screen here for Grand Finals at MomoCon 2026.
The Maneki Nekos are basically out here. The cats are just showing up just for show. I mean, you could tell we're getting down to the last stretch of games here as we are waiting for a counter pick. I'm big here potentially. No one's up there trying to record the counter pick. I'm gonna just roast the Teals here for one quick second maybe there, but I think they're just sitting down. I think they're just waiting for that to materialize. But going back to that game 1 though, at the end there, Aussie, that looked really close at the end. But I feel you could attribute to maybe Moonlight rusted a bit, or Super D was just trying to carry that momentum onto map 2.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see where we're going to be going. Again, this is going to be Super D's counter pick, but where we're going to go, Super D trying to decide. It looks like there's going to be tower control. Inkblot Art Academy.
There we go.
Good answer. Good answer.
The year is 2061.
Show me Inkblot Art Academy.
Yeah, so the year is 2061, and we're still picking Inkblot Art Academy in Splatoon 9. Yes, thank you. Everybody's excited for Inkblot Art Academy tower control. I love it. Here, but I feel like we've seen this kind of. Actually, I think we have Inkblot TC in every map that has been counterpicked so far in this format. This
game number 2. It's
always
that.
game 2. Even the cats are agreeing with this. What on earth?
Inkblot Art Academy tower control, my beloved.
Man, I love it. Everybody loves Inkblot TC. Man, I'm sure everybody's just gonna be questioning all of our sandies here by the time we get to that point. I wonder, but in all seriousness, I wonder what Super D has in store. I think, if I remember the previous set, it's already kind of a blur. Smoothie, I think, won the lead off, and then Super D took home their counter pick. Yes, it was Super D that took home their counter pick. But Moonlight, of course, very battle tested. This is a very different assignment that they're having to deal with here. So Super D having to recreate some of that same magic from Losers Finals. Maybe this is their time to do it.
Could be their time to shine. We'll just have to wait and see what the results are going to be here. As we're getting prepping up our final weapons. Omega finally getting that check mark in. Game number 2. There's the bell. Love to hear it happen. As we're going to dive here into game number 2.
Game number 2 about to load right in for Inkblot TC. Omega going to the Blaster. I think Nolan may have also flexed over to the different 96 kit. Nope, just my imagination. Still the same 96. It is Omega versus Thunder. Mono a mono. Blaster versus Blaster duel coming up here. Who will be the better Blaster at the end? This is going to be where time will tell here in this game, map number 2. Everybody rushing down mid and trying to fight for any sense of control around the tower.
This is more than just the tournament. It's about proving who's the better Blaster out here. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of pride here on the line. Shadow taking a big hit, going to force himself to back up a little bit. He's going to take over that tower, getting that first initial splat. Not going to get too much mileage out of it here. We're going to try to find an opportunity for Shadow to get there into the back line. Super Taco's taking it right back on over to the center stage. 92 points remaining. That's barely anything.
Not a whole lot in the way of scoring. Doesn't really mean a whole lot until you get to that first, then second checkpoint. And both teams still neutralized right now. Thunder, nice pick on the Basil. Should open up the floor a little bit, but they did lose Nico at the end, so both backlines gone there from both teams. And then I did see Nameback get used. Members dropping a bit from Super D, still very neutral a minute into this game. Nobody really getting the full advantage until that very moment. Moonlight did get a few, but still lost a few of their own. So at the end of the day, I'll see it's still neutral, but with more than a minute passed in.
And it may be neutral, but we still got some incredible plays going on here. Omega getting a lot of splats here. It gets the likes of Thunder as well as being able to put up some damage here. Now we're seeing Shadow here with the bucket, trying to play a little bit of shark action here. Finds this opportunity to try to find out where the team is going to go. Get away from that suction bomb, trying to survive. Good instincts to be able to just back back off there right when it mattered, and now we're coming right back here towards the center of the map, and we're trying to push it little by little. That first checkpoint starting to approach in here. We got the ink back ready to go, trying to cover for Shadow here. Omega gets a splat. It looks almost like accident, actually. Being caught there right on the center screen, but we managed to get the bubbler out, and we break open that first checkpoint.
Yeah, and the late 3 opening the door a bit here for Moonlight. Omega still poking with a lot of damage, finally getting eliminated here, but it gives Moonlight the first checkpoint to work off of, but they can't get a whole lot more from that. A lot of members still dropping the late 3 down, basically allowing Super D to get control of the map if they can make it happen there. I think there's still a lone member from Moonlight that is still getting picked at the end of the day, so for Super D, they did regain some ground. Moonlight still needs to find some room to work with, but Super D is still trying to do their best to get the first checkpoint at the end. And Omega getting only a trade. Omega and Thunder getting the trade at the end. Both blasters going mutually assured destruction.
It's also going to force Tacos to have to jump out of there, give up that tower just for a little bit, regroup with your teammates, get back here towards the action. We're going to have to avoid these globs as well. Here come the Ink Strikes coming out from Moonlight, from Super D, just to try to create some space as well as just display some players. Got some people jumping in here to regroup ourselves. The Shadow's going deep into the back line here. Not too deep though. We're trying to back up, regroup with the teammates again. This is going to be another opportunity for Moonlight. Try to push towards that fabled second checkpoint. This is the checkpoint on this map. I feel like this is the wall that everyone gets stuck on.
Yeah, everybody generally gets jammed here in that second checkpoint because of where the bats are located, where the spawns happen there. Omega with the pick onto Thunder with the direct, and that was really important because that second checkpoint is cleared, and there's a second, the third from Omega! The triple from Omega opening the door, but the tower resetting at the end of the day. A nice little highlight play at the end, but Omega doing it by themselves. The triple and the second checkpoint being cleared, that's going to be nice for Moonlight.
Putting themselves in a beautiful spot. Breaking over that second checkpoint is going to be such a boon for them for the rest of this game, because the onus is on Super D to not only go over one of the hardest checkpoints of the map, but also get past the 45 points remaining. And you only got 90 seconds remaining on top of that, Nolan. Going for the ink back again. Opportunity for Moonlight to try to play a little bit defensive. This is the classic strategy we see a lot from Moonlight. Give themselves an opportunity to try to play a little bit more passion. Fantastic jump. Unfortunately, going to give Omega a little bit of, a daily dose of ink for his troubles. Going to get that easy splat for himself and send him right back over to the home base.
Yeah, and Omega getting shipped back to home base there. No one's going to get that jump punish. Now this opens the door here. Zach is going to try to move on that right-hand side of the map. Thunder, Nico, and Tacos on the left side. So they're trying to do a 3-1 setup right now. They clear the first checkpoint. Thunder picking up the sword. Immediately picked up. I think that was either Basil or Omega with the direct that did that one. That neutralizes any sort of counterattack that Super D were looking for at the end, and this tower is going to have to reset back to mid. Moonlight is still holding their defenses really well so far. Trip Strikes just to disperse Moonlight a bit, but Moonlight, I'd imagine, are content playing this one defensively. Basil with a nice snipe on the Tacos. The end tap is gone, and a second one. 2 picks for the price of 1 for Basil, and Nolan with the aim bat to absolutely ensure that No Pain is going to speed support around the tower. And Aussie, Moonlight's defense is on point.
Dude, the incredible snipage coming out from Basil. We're playing the anchor role here in the back line, just making sure their teams is able to enable all of their gameplay to be able to go on there. The timer's starting to tick. Super D's got to make a move right here, right now, because right now Moonlight has a slight advantage here. It's a 3v3, has an opportunity here. Time's starting to tick down. Nico and Zach right here got the cooler ready to rock. Soda, Ink Strikes just to prevent any sort of movement coming out, throwing us some spot bombs on top of that. But wait a second, we're trading like crazy, and that's going to be Moonlight stopping it down in its tracks, touches the tower, and that's going to be game number 2 as we approach potentially the final game of the tournament.
Championship point now looming large for Moonlight, and looking to punch home their second straight MomoCon title there. I saw that, by the way, producers. Here, so the giant Maneki Neko, or the cat, just showing up right now. Moonlight got themselves stuck in a very interesting neutral position. That was as neutral as we got for the first 2 minutes of the game, but Moonlight able to wrestle it firm. Let's be real, the highlight, Omega's triple to then cash in on the second checkpoint. Basil's critical double. I know I say critical a lot, but Basil's double at the end to prevent any chance of Super D to contest in the last 30 seconds, I think, were huge at the end of the day. And right now, last counter break left for Super D. They got to make this one count.
Was SpecCam mogging us there for a second? Did you see that?
I may have saw that. Maybe.
The nod.
Nod. The nod.
Dude, what an incredible final set for MomoCon 2026. We saw Moonlight win 2025. Probably might be able to do it again here with the cat here in the background, holographic, as we enter this potential final game. But this might actually be a reverse.
could be the chance.
Super D could come in. They could win 3 games in a row and reset this bracket. It's definitely possible. But this cat right now is saying, nah, I'm out.
that cat's just running for the hills. The reverse sweep potential is there, and if this team that so far has looked like they have the potential to get the reverse sweep, it has to be Super D right now. Thunder, I feel like the members you got to look out for for those who are tuning in. Thunder's blaster has been amazing, and they've done a decent job neutralizing that. It's been the teamwork of Omega and the rest of the group here. Shadow, I know, has been the unsung hero. We have not called out Shadow's name throughout here, but Shadow's been doing a great job with that Tri-Slasher and the cooler being provided for Moonlight.
It's not fair, man. They got the birthday buff.
Right?
That's just literally powering them up to be able to do whatever they want.
And just Shadow's just allowed to just play with so much style. So.
Yeah.
Yes, so I want to see what Super D wants to do. I know, I get it. Like this is your last possible counter break in grand finals. You had to look for the reverse sweep. The deck is stacked against you basically. You just have to figure out what's going to work. And I know Thunder is saying they're probably deliberating. Right, what map is going to get us to that game 4, that map 4, if you will, coming in and hello again.
My goat.
Yes.
My goat cat. Coming up here. Oh, disappeared like that.
Oh.
We got our modes. Going over
Zones.
to Splat Zones. Is it Mako Mart?
Is it Ramen? Ramen.
Oh, okay.
All right. I like it.
I like a little bit of a mixy-uppy here.
So I think the vision is if you enable Thunder with the blaster and take advantage of the routes that Ramen provides, that could be huge. You have Nico that can use the blobber, can just fire straight away shots from distance. I think you can somewhat see the vision, but it's also Ramen zones. Everybody has played a zones map at some point down the road. Moonlight is going to be ready for the challenge every time, Aussie.
Every single time. It doesn't matter what map you pick for Splat Zones, people probably played on it. It's just it's such a common mode on all the maps. We'll just have to wait and see what we're going to be able to see here for potentially the final game of the night. Super D has to find a way. They got to catch the second win because they've yet to take a game off these guys. They don't want to go down with a 6-0 from the winner's side and the grand final side combined. They have to find a way to get in there and show that, hey, we're forced to be reckoned with too.
Yeah, and they're also having to, since they're coming in for the loser side, they also have to win the bracket reset. It will be very taxing just getting into bracket reset stage here too. So if you're going to have your best performance, it has to start one map at a time. And so far, they got to figure out what weapons is going to work here. We know Nico can also flex to a few other weapons, but they've been sticking with that blah blah or the end zap as well from tacos that they can make count. So plenty of opportunities here. They're waiting for for that timer to tick down. 15 seconds left to go on that timer out there. And again, this could be the championship game for Moonlight, or championship, if you will, for Moonlight, as we're about to load into map 3.
Here we go. Splat Zones, Ramen. Making me hungry for grands.
I need dinner too, don't worry. About to load right into this one. I don't think there are many weapon swaps. Again, just the custom blaster. Again, you're playing that blaster primarily for zone every time. So this is going to be for Super D's chance to see if they can materialize a push here or any subs of control. Thunder, look out for Thunder on that left-hand side of the map. Just trying to see if they can find some poke here. Toggle's gone down right away, and so did Nolan eliminates Thunder out of the board. And Aussie, the push that Moonlight might be looking for. Yes, there were points on the board, but that's all it was for points for Super D. And Moonlight is trying to take this one all the way home.
And Basil, she's so good with it, bro. Gets that snipe there on the left side, plays that anchor roll extremely well, allows players to be able to jump in and just take control of that anchor. It doesn't matter who takes over that first zone. It matters who wins the first team fight.
Yeah, definitely. And that first team fight, Moonlight definitely just trying to see if they can build upon this momentum. Shell's been gone. Trip Strike's going to force neutral for sure, but they are having to expend so many resources to get neutral. Basil with another highlight shot. Literally eliminating Zach. They're looking for the second one, and Nico's going to have to escape, and Basil's just going to try to join the rest of the team. They're trying to looking for eyes on the prize. Basil doesn't find anybody else. But right now, Super D are taking down on these points.
Now Nolan coming in here with the ink back. Just play a little bit of defense here for Omega. Omega's diving in there. Gets a little bit of cover fire. Allows him to be able to jump back over to the center zone as his penalty boys are starting to go on bit by bit. It's up to Moonlight now to just try to stay alive. Got some 2 specials on the board. We're going to toss both of them. See what's going to be able to come out here as the globs are starting to come. The globs are alive and well. Coming down the aisle, Omega with the Splatana. Has to find this pig. Tries to get against Omega. We have the bubbler, though, as defense.
That is a troll bubble if you're a Super D. Just that bubble showing up. And Omega barely staying alive at the end. That was important for Moonlight to get extended control of that zone. Trip checks are just going to get used here, if anything. And now, for Super D, they have control of the zone. They are lower on penalty points, and they're trying to go for the big on the Nolan. Nolan does get the trade at the end of the day, but this is still Super D's chance to get an extended push started. Look for Thunder to see if they can find any value. The triple splashdown eliminates Shadow, and Basil's out of the picture, and Thunder is trying to keep this game alive for Super D. Omega stuck in no man's land. Super D are looking to get the lead here soon. They just got to clear up the additional stragglers, and the lead has indeed changed hands.
They're taking over the lead. They're starting to show some signs of life here. Super D's going to have to back up here as Moonlight's coming in with the ink, puts some penalty points on the board. Now they have 30 points to be able to destroy in order to try to take back that lead from Super D. Fantastic push coming out from Thunder. Players are starting to jump back in here. Nico trying to play some cover fire here with the globs. We've got some Ink Storm here ready to rock. Just going to throw it out immediately just to give ourselves a little bit more ink on the floor. Using Ink Strike, you should take it over immediately. Has the cooler ready here with the rock. We got Soda on all the players here. Going to force out some really aggressive plays from everyone here on the board. Taco's trying to play a little bit safe, wait for them to be able to approach to you, but we got Omega over here on the left side trying to go for a pesky little flank here. We've got the Bubbler 2 on top of that, waiting for the prime opportunity a moment to get in there and get a huge splat. Bubbler here on the lockdown, going to be able to play around it, but a lot of ink coming their way. Not enough much. We're going to be able to take over the ink and put the penalty points back on the board.
Man, they needed all those resources to burn just to even get the zones back in their favor. They're Nolan with a nice little pick onto Zach, opening things here for Moonlight. Thunder getting caught out, I believe, actually getting eliminated by another weapon in general there. And Moonlight is still trying to pull for his range. Nolan able to get, I believe, the double there for sure. And now Zhao's just trying to collapse onto Nico. And now looking to see if they can collapse onto anybody else, trying to throw out the fizzy bombs. And this is a push that Moonlight will be able to take home for a lead change coming up here. And Moonlight is still trying to hold on and trying to see if they can get the KO here soon.
They can take over the lead, only 25 points here remaining, trying to end this tournament right here, right now. Can they do it? As Super D have some more strength in them. They got some specials, going to be able to throw it there on the center of the stage. Taco's going for a big push, gets a huge splat there on Shadow, tries to go against Basil on top of that, gets a double on top of that. Make him be hungry for some tacos, and we're going to be able to take over that zone, gets the middle of the map, brings it back on, adds the penalty points, and now we're going to see if we can try to turn this into a Game 4 situation.
Tacos of the MVP of that one defensive setup there, able to get the pick on the baseline, and then another member dropping from Moonlight. It gives Super D some room to work with. All that Moonlight needs to do at the end of the day, Aussie, is get a cap of the zone, because they don't want to give up the lead. They're able to burn through all the resources. All the weapons had to be thrown in just to prevent Super D from getting a chance to strike back. 30 seconds left to go on the clock here. Aussie, this is going to be huge.
They got to run out of time here. It's eventually going to go to overtime, and that's going to be the opportunity for Super D to get in there. They've got some soda here yet again. Cooler coming out here. Needs to get that spot against Shadow. That's a very imperative one. Doesn't want to try to even risk the biscuit. Force him to get out there. Another fantastic snipe coming out from Basil. Trying to clear up some shot here as the points are starting to go on now. And now penalty points adding on even more. We're starting to fight back and forth here in the middle of the screen. Who's going to be able to take over the map? 5 seconds. It's all just an equal war at this point. 3 seconds here left on the clock. That's another player down, and that's going to be the end of the tournament. Moonlight taking it all. Another victory for them here at MomoCon 2026. They took 2025, 2024. They come right back in here and take yet another W for themselves. And that is the entire tournament. Super D tried their hardest to bring that back there at the very last second, but they just could not pull it off. It's going to be Moonlight's time to shine.
That is Moonlight back to back. I think you mentioned there before, taking home another MomoCon title for them, and that was probably as closely as contested as they could have made it. But able to take that home there, that was a very hard-fought trio. Let's be real. There, the scoreboard does not tell the entire story. What a performance overall from Moonlight from start to finish. I know Super D, kind of a disappointing finish there at the end, but they'll have to settle for a second place finish at MomoCon. Again, nothing to sneeze at.
It was the Fable 3-0.
Yep.
But it was close, though.
Oh, yeah.
You go over to the TO, you tell them that, you know what, Super D, you can say that. You could say it was close, though.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, what a journey from Friday morning, basically, all the way home to Saturday evening here for all of us. I know, Austin, you had a lot on your plate for sure here, but we're glad. But, I mean, everybody from Moonlight and everybody else is about to get in. Our medals are being stolen for very, very, very good reason here, Austin, because they're going to get presented here to the first second, third, and fourth place finishers at MomoCon.
Are you telling me it's time for the awards ceremony? Is that what you're hinting at here, Keon?
I might be. I may, in fact, be hinting on such a thing. assuming they are going to host one there. But yes, all the trophies medal was kind of taken from us there at the end. But man, that was an impressive showing from everybody.
Everyone put in the work. The players put in the work. The TOs put in the work. The production put in the work. It was such a fantastic event as usual. I love MomoCon so much. It's such a fun event. I wish people could come to it. I understand that it's like sometimes people can't make it, whether it's like time, vacation, you're busy with family or friends, you're busy with work, you don't have the funds for it. Like, I totally understand, but if you ever get the opportunity to come, it is such a beautiful event. I love MomoCon to death. I love Riptide to death. Those are some of my top favorite events that happen for Splatoon, and I wish everyone could come here and experience it because it's such a good time. I came back here last year, had an absolute blast. Come back here again one more year. And also, shout out to the spectators here. Bringing it on here, people coming into the tournament, bringing up so much action for everyone. We couldn't do it without you guys either. And shout out to the viewers at home watching from online. We're grateful you guys are here talking in the chat or just plainly just watching it here with your Super Bowl tax or whatever you want to do. We're just happy you guys are here enjoying this moment with us. And yeah, it's fun. I love Splatoon, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Splatoon has been incredible to say the least. I know you mentioned there MomoCon Riptide. MomoCon has a place in my heart for sure. Not just Splatoon, but also just the amount of things you can do out here.
Yep.
For certain, I know everybody is getting themselves positioned here for exactly what we've hinted for, the awards ceremony here. I know both of us are gonna have to eventually get dinner at some point for sure. Let's be real. We've had a long top 8. It felt like.
I need me some chicken. I need me some tacos. I need me some sushi.
We need everything.
Eel sounds good. Octopus sounds delicious.
I could go for everything. And now I'm hungry too. We're doing great.
For a pizza.
Pizza's great.
I could go for some. Oh, dude, get some chicken taki. Maybe some Indian. Ooh,
man. We are in Zen.
I need that in my belly.
Right?
I need it.
Dude, we are all looking for food. I know everybody here wants to start wrapping up here for sure. We gotta figure out who's presenting here at some point down the road.
They're handling that out right now.
I know.
But for now, guys, I'm gonna pull up chat because I want to hear what you guys think. I got you guys right here. Hi, chat. How's it going? How have you guys did? You guys enjoy the tournament? Was it fun? You guys have a good time? We had a good time.
Please, just post whatever you guys have in chat. We're gonna keep yapping away for ya. I'm still just looking at Shadow just sitting in the audience after all that.
Yeah, right.
I know, it's just like, yo.
So yeah, heck yeah in the chat. Big fan of that.
Love it.
Oh wait, I think are we ready for the award ceremony?
We might be. I'm just waiting to hear what the word is, to be honest with you. We're figuring it out as we go.
I think he's about to say something, and this is Seacamp, by the way, running this tournament.
Yeah, Seacamp's just staring at the cameras. Are they? And even the producers like just staring. It's like. So we're keep messaging us. We'll read your messages while we figure this stuff out.
Omega Toe is the MVP. Agreed.
Yep, I agree. Great cast, y'all.
Great cast. Thanks.
Love it.
I'm tired.
Dude. My friend's been waiting for me to get to join him for food. So. Yeah.
It was fun.
It was fun.
A lot of fun.
Yeah.
I had to take my gloves off, man. They were starting to get sweaty in there watching this. I didn't think I sweat that much when I cast.
Yep.
Until you wear like a lot of armor.
Yeah.
And gloves, and then you're like, oh, I do sweat.
You were Cloud Strife for a while. My goodness.
I'm still Cloud. I'm missing the wig and the sword.
You're just
and
missing
the gloves.
everything.
Missing everything. I got the sick shoulder pad.
Yeah. Good God.
What I love about MomoCon is that you can also cosplay.
Cosplay with feeling.
Cosplay with feeling.
All right, Shadow's being ejected from the crowd. Nope, never mind. I lied. I lied for sure.
Is there actually an award ceremony? What's going on?
Yeah. We're trying to figure out what the word is. Keep reading the chat. Here's what I'm gonna do.
I see
there
green
yes.
mountain
But
saying
the question
hi, Shadow. And
are we doing
Basil.
it, or the question is, are we doing it, or is there somebody else doing it?
I think we're just YOLOing it. It's
we're
fine.
still not. I think it might be Seacant. I think we're just waiting to hear when we get the mics cut out here. I'm trying to read all the signals. Hey, there's Signal Witch. Somebody had the poster.
There it is. Pass it around, get the signs on. Dude, I love that they Moonlight all had the sparkles on their face. That's so sick.
Dude, those sparkles are amazing. I think they might be presenting it here right now-ish. Waiting to see. Nope. I'm seeing the seeing the 6-7. We're just sitting here as like, hey guys, can we? Yeah, you can tell. We can tell we're basically just cooked here at this point. Are we?
You know what they say. You're not on the bus. You're not on the bus. Remember that.
Yeah. God.
Woo!
Dude, you can tell where my brain is at, Aussie. It was good working with you, by the way.
It was a lot of fun, Keon. It
was.
was actually our first time ever casting together, and it just felt natural.
It really was.
Yeah.
Man, it was so much fun to just do all of top 8 with you for sure. So
yeah, man, we did all of top 8. That was nuts.
Yeah, that was nuts.
Are we ready?
Are we?
Get this man a boom mic.
Wait, I think we're still alive. Oh my God.
I'm about to just give him the heads up.
We'll let him. We'll let him.
Hi.
Hey.
Why they cut to us?
Look, they're trolling. Producers are trolling us
Why
today.
are they trolling us?
Hey, look, face this direction. Oh, I see. We got to wait. We're commentating the award ceremony. Here, let's.
And there we see.
There's fourth place. Conga Line, by the way.
Conga Line walking up. Oh, fantastic receive of the medal. Fantastic job coming out here from Conga Line. They're doing a really good job of just having there. Ooh, another medal being placed.
Yep, and another medal being placed here. Aussie has been defeated. Don't you worry. And there's Lexi receiving their fourth place medal. This is just the award ceremony, all played in one fell swoop. Seeking about to announce, I believe, our third place finisher. Smoothie was their third place finisher.
Yeah. Smoothie coming in. Alrighty.
There it is.
A lot of applause coming out here from Smoothie. Look at these, y'all.
Look. You know what? I'll give them 10 out of 10 on the walking stance there too. Haya, by the way, receiving their bronze medal as well. Again, Smoothie played phenomenal earlier. Just could not solve the ball style of Super D in the 5 games that we saw here today. And we're looking to see there's Balloon receiving the third place medal here. By the way, Ray's giving them the medals here for sure. Handshakes being given as well. What? And then of course the other member. I think the sub actually is also got a medal.
Even the sub gets a medal. I love it. Second place coming in. This is Super D.
Yep, Super D about to receive their medals here. I see what. And by the way, for those wondering if you guys are hearing us, yes, we are presenting the awards ceremony on top of CCAN because CCAN is having light on a megaphone.
We had to give him a boom mic, man.
Yeah, we got to give him the boom mic. Nico Chico, I believe, also receiving their second place medal for sure. The rest of the team about to be following suit. Thunder will be the last one to get their second place medal, and I think
potentially the MVP of their team, man. Thunder put in so much work.
Thunder was amazing, honestly. If we had to name him for MVP for that one, and I think that's actually Batson, if I'm not mistaken, with.
You got to shake his hand.
Yeah, please shake the TO's hands.
That was funny.
and then first place, of course, the ones that won the tournament. You said back to back, right?
Back to back.
Here we go. There's the loud cheers. Moonlight all decked up there. Omega, Basil, about to be receiving their medals here, first place. If I were to name the MVP, I think it really was just the team collective as a whole, honestly. I think Omega winning the one in TC strikes out to me. Basil was a close second. And wait a minute. They're trying to fool us side by side there. Nolan receiving their first place medal.
And here comes the birthday boy.
And the birthday boy receiving their first place medal. Back to back. We basically can't hear. I can't hear Seekan. I hate to break to you guys.
I can hear him. He's saying, Asti, Keon, you guys did a good job.
Yeah, I know, right?
Free pizza forever for you guys. On my wallet.
I know.
What's
all right,
up,
now here we go.
How's it going? We're still here.
Now,
back there.
see, there we go. We're here now.
Good tournament. They should get the entire convention to sing Happy Birthday to Shadow. We got a lot of the audience to sing it. You missed it when after winners finals, we got everyone around to sing Happy Birthday to Shadow.
Yeah.
It was sick.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Moonlight and Shadow racing at the end there. Oh, and then crack.
Sign on the camera.
Come
my
on,
goats. My goats.
Hey, look, I appreciate it. Oh, oh yeah, Omega's doing the Olympic medal thing.
Yeah.
Putting their mark into that. Everybody's just dispersing right now. Shadow gets all eyes. There it is. Love the camera intensity. I think everybody's dispersing. We probably should get the heck out of here soon, right? Interview. Oh, do we want to do an interview? I think the answer. Yeah. Who wants to do the interview?
You
want
can do
me?
it. You can
Yep.
I need
Aussie, you're freed. I can
I'm gone.
interview.
I'm leaving. I'm getting some food in my belly. Bye, guys.
Bye, Aussie. You've been freed. I can do an interview if somebody wants to do it. And if you guys want to do an interview, I'm done interview you. Welcome in. Oh yeah, the birthday boy himself. It's your birthday boy. First of all, I gotta ask this question out of the way here, Shadow. Yeah. How did it feel about getting the happy birthday?
Oh my gosh, I did not know Austin was gonna tell everyone it was my birthday. Super fun. Of course, this guy did.
Of course. Thank you, Austin, for that one. By the way, back-to-back, and if I'm not mistaken, back-to-back MomoCon.
No, just the two
times.
Two times.
Aussie, all right, I'm finding Aussie later. Don't worry, he told me back-to-back. But yeah, back-to-back though. I did witness you guys winning last year. This year, did it feel any different, or just another day in the office for y'all?
I mean, honestly, it was super fun. We got a little nervous
Of
earlier
course.
on in the tournament because we knew the competition was kind of stacked.
Yep.
But once we kind of got through the motions, starting to steamroll, and you kind of saw that in Grands.
Yeah, we definitely saw that in Grants. I know Basil had some amazing shots.
Yeah, Basil's hitting.
Basil was on something in the best way possible too. One moment I wish we had Omega behind us as well. Omega had that triple that basically got the second checkpoint, which I think broke open the doors a bit. And then it kind of after that moment, you guys kind of felt like you guys were able to take that one home, or you knew that. Super D with Thunder and Gang was going to give you guys a challenge.
No, defense on TC Inkblot was a little bit stressful because they had a lot of specials coming on our right side, which was super tricky. We had checkpoint cleared, so we knew we had a little bit of a buffer, but it was definitely tricky clearing that. But we had a lot of confidence that we could get it done.
All right, that's awesome. Again, back-to-back titles here. I have to ask the first important question. How did you guys enjoy MomoCon, by the way, overall?
Oh my gosh, so fun! I mean, as you can see on the camera, I'm looking past. There's so many cosplayers, so many cool nerd things. I love it. There's so much to buy, so much to look at, so many enthusiastic people. It's been really fun.
Last question here, before I let you go and have you rejoin Moonlight. Favorite moment of MomoCon that isn't necessarily related to the tournament.
Favorite moment?
Yeah, favorite moment. Even doesn't need to be the tournament. Could just be anything MomoCon related as well.
Oh my goodness. There's a Ferris wheel near here.
Yeah.
That's real nice. But also just getting to play on this little bit of a setup here and hearing the crowd, that's the best part.
Always fun to just play in front of a very rabid crowd. I still vividly remember Riptide as well, just the crowd just being on your back the entire way through. But I think being a wrap up this interview, we'll let you go. Thanks for doing the interview as well, Shadow. Yeah. For sure. All right, you can let go. If you want to take off your headset and rejoin them, I can close us out. Or they're just over there, I guess.
Let's close it out.
Yeah, let's close it out. By the way, shout out to Paradigm as well, our spec cam guy here. I think it is time for us to get out of here. I also gotta get food. I'm joining Aussie on that one. With all the MomoCon TOs, all the players and all the commentators as well. My name is Killen saying, have yourselves a fantastic rest of your weekend. We are getting the heck out of here and getting some food. We'll see you guys hopefully next year for more Splatoon on MomoCon.
See y'all.